Dr. Jitendra Singh to resume.
Sir. When I left, we were talking about some statistical figures. As I promised in the beginning, I shall talk only science in science and not referring to what happened under which Prime Minister, and let the House decide. So picking up from my last observation, there is a 142.68% increase in the space budget between 2013-14 and 2023-24. If in 2013-2014 it was 5,168 crore and 96 lakh, this year it was 12,543.91 crore. I agree with what was being said, that there was activity happening earlier also, and private participation having earlier also. But as I said, the figure was so dismal. Only 4 space startups in 2014. Today we have 150. And that has been possible because a new arrangement was set up. An interface was set up which is known as InSpace, which facilitates the engagement of industry. And it is headed by a non-government person, a person from the corporate sector, who is presently heading. At the same time, a PSU was also set in, called NSIL, New Space India Limited, in order to engage in collaborations. And this is what has given the outcomes, a multiple or a many-fold investment. So there is a huge synergy now between research, academia, startups and industry. And in certain ways and in certain projects, industry has quite a meaty contribution. Then I was referring to Anusandhan, which has just come in, and that is where I had to stop. Out of the 50,000 crore budget that has been envisaged for 5 years in Anusandhan National Research Foundation, you will be glad to know as much as 36,000 crore, almost 70%, is going to come from non-government sources. And this has happened only 6 months back. I don't have to say who was the Prime Minister. And this will pave the way for a greater involvement of the industry, because I personally also believe the time is gone when there used to be a demarcation for private and public sectors. And if we have to grow further from where we are, and as the Honorable Prime Minister keeps reiterating, the Amrit Kal at the end of 2047, and if we have to be a global player and decide a global leadership for us, we have to meet the global challenges, live up to the global parameters, and have to have the global strategies. Now, this National Research Foundation was a concept being practiced in US and also some of the European countries. Why had we to wait for 6 decades, and who all were the prime ministers in between? I leave it at that. Now, as far as the foreign engagement is concerned, or the other, it was said that the satellites were being launched earlier also. Yes, I am not denying what is true. I am only adding to the half-truth said. The total number of foreign satellites, because this process, yes, it first happened in 1990, till date is 424. Now, what I am trying to say, the next sentence is interesting. Out of 424 satellites launched since 1990s, as many as 389, more than 90%, launched in the last 9 years. which was the government, who was the Prime Minister. We have so far earned 174 million US dollars from the launching of the foreign satellites. Out of these 174 million US dollars, as much as $157 million have been earned only in the last 9 years, which was the government, who was the ruler, that I don't have to spell out. The figures speak for themselves. Out of the European satellites launched so far in the last nearly 30 years, or more than that, the total revenue generated is 256 million euros, out of which, interestingly, out of 256 million euros, 223, almost 90%, earned in the last 9 years. Which means the scale has gone up, the speed has gone up, and therefore there is, as I said, a huge jump that has happened. Now, I think credit should be given to our scientists and the kind of patronage, as I said in the beginning, and was very well being also put out by Honorable Jairamji. We had scientists like Sarabhai, brilliant scientists, Homi Baba, another brilliant scientist. Incidentally, he came to India for a vacation or a holiday, and the war broke out. He couldn't go back. By that time, the independence was in the offing. Then he stayed back. But nevertheless, the point is that we had to wait all these years for so many things to happen, which could have happened earlier. I'm sure somebody would analyze why this couldn't have happened earlier. If we had the human resource, what was lacking? And what did not happen has happened. And what could have happened, why didn't it happen? Now and of course, the acumen was so much, and I'm saying so also because the people should know and appreciate. Our Chandrayaan has cost us just 600 crore. Whereas the simultaneous lunar mission, which did not prove to be successful, cost just 16,000 crore. So our scientists working in huge financial constraint admirably made up for that by investing cerebral assets. So we might be lacking in financial assets. So what we were doing, we moved out, took about 20 circles around the Earth, used the gravitational force. It was like driving a car in a neutral gear in order to save the fuel. Then we immediately trajected out, went into the lunar orbit, spent about 40 circles around the moon. It took us about 30-40 days, quite in contrast to the Russian mission that happened simultaneously. But we saved on it. So in the process, I think I have to compliment the scientific community of India. They have given the world the concept of cost-effective space missions by producing missions which are not even 1/10 of the cost of the other missions. Our Aditya mission, which was very rightly applauded by Honorable Jairamji and others, has cost us just about 380 crore. So what I'm trying to say is, but which would also, I think, on the other side, give us an idea that if we did not have the constraints that the scientists were confronted with, they could have gone much higher. And that is what has been sought to be provided in the last few years. It's not giving credit to anybody or taking credit to anybody. The processes were there, but they have been sought to be given a new global outlook. Now, if you go only by the figures, I think the record of sending up 104 satellites, the world record, was set up in February 15th, 2017. I don't have to say which was the government. The first GSLV Mark III was sent up on 5th June 2017. Record number of foreign satellites in single go, 31. 31 satellites, out of which 28 were foreign, were sent up on 12th June 2018. And in 2017, 5th of May, a South Asian satellite, which sometimes popularly described as SARC satellite, which is catering to all kinds of inputs to the neighboring countries, including Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh. Unfortunately, Pakistan chose to remain out of it to its own disadvantage. So we are now in a position also to provide inputs and useful information to the neighboring countries, very much in the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat and also in the same spirit of the vaccine Maitri, a country which hardly had the concept of protective healthcare. Even if we fell sick, we leave it to God. If you get well, it is mother's blessing. If you don't get well, it is Pishle Janam ka karma. Because of our, maybe also partly because of our socio-economic constraints. Even the concept of healthcare was not socially commanding that kind of, or culturally commanding that kind of priority. That country today has become a leader in protective healthcare by providing first ever DNA vaccine and gifting it to the world. So in the same spirit, the space technology now also being provided for the benefit of the other countries. The other part of it is, which has very conspicuously happened in the last 8-9 years, is that we have not confined ourselves only to the launching of rockets. Rockets catch nations' fancy, as they did. The entire nation was glued to the screen when this landing happened, and that again also because the gates had been opened up. The whole country took it as their own mission. Earlier on, what happened? You had a launching in the remote corner of a newspaper column. You would see a single column news, Sriharikota. You could not make out even where the Sriharikota was located. Now we are getting tourists there. We are getting visitors there. We are getting boys and girls. We had 10,000 spectators to watch Aditya launch in comparison to just 10 of the team members we used to have in 2014. And from all sections of society. So if we have to move on, as I said, in a synergized manner, we have to involve. It has to be whole of government plus whole of nation effort. And that is precisely has happened now, which has led to the generation of cumulative, collective human resource as well as knowledge resource. The other part is, as I was mentioning, the late 9 years, we have not only confined ourselves to the launching of rockets. Space technology today is being applied virtually in every sectoral development projects, or every sector. And I have no hesitation to say that space technology has entered every Indian household. Some of us may not realize that it has already happened. Floods and disasters, of course, we are ahead of others. Somebody other day said, what would be the benefit of spending 600 crore on Chandrayaan? Many of us don't realize the amount that has been saved by averting disasters through space technology is much, much more than the amount spent on Chandrayaan. So in the age of figures, statistics and evidence, I can't say I am saying so, hence I am true, or anybody else says so. And it's also gone are the days when I would say I'm more experienced and wiser than you, or I'm more grey-haired. Today...
Sir, I don't see grey hair.
Sorry, sir.
I see grey material, but grey hair is not visible.
Sir, all kinds of colors are available in the market today. Sir, with you, person like you, inspiring chairman, I think it motivates everybody to use the kind of color he or she wants.
For grey hair, you can look to Jairam Ramesh. Complete grey hair.
I can share some with him. Emulated in the rest of the world also is our Swamittva program, which, as I said, this is working through whole of government. We have the rural development department in that, the revenue. This is mapping of the land, mapping of the farms, using space technology and drones, which brings in more of transparency, less of corruption. You don't have to make rounds of the revenue officer. You can yourself access it. And I think out of nearly 6 lakh inhabited panchayats, almost 3 lakhs or so are completed through this program. The railway tracks laying and the unmanned railway crossings. Telemedicine, of course, I don't have to mention. Agriculture sector. Virtually in every sphere of life and every sphere of sectoral development, we have the space technology now. Now, I think time has come, as I agree with most of the members who very optimistically concluded it. The measure of our success is always relative. The Einstein theory has survived on that. So what is important is, as was being mentioned by someone, that US landed a human being in 1969. True. If you recall, and those who are the keen watchers would remember, Neil Armstrong landed there, took a stroll. BBC captured a film. That was the main news agency those days. And he made a famous statement which has gone down in the history. He said, "One small step for man, giant step for mankind." He said so, no doubt, but he could notice the presence of water, even though he had a stroll around. It was our Chandrayaan, which later on went and got the evidence of the water molecules, the H2O, which could give a direct or an indirect indication of the possibility of human habitat. और सभापति महोदय, जो कहानियां हम सुना करते थे तस्वुर में कि चांद पर क्या होता होगा, लोग बसते हैं कि नहीं बसते, बसते तो कैसे हैं, वहां पे परियां नाचती होंगी, उन पहेलियों का वैज्ञानिक उत्तर ढूंढने की प्रेरणा अगर किसी ने दी तो हमारे चंद्रयान ने दी. And I think also one of the best examples of combining our traditional knowledge, which is our asset, with the most modern cutting-edge technology. विमान का नाम चंद्रयान, जहां वो पहुंचा वो शिव शक्ति, लेकिन जो उसकी इनपुट्स आ रही हैं हमसे भी कहीं पहले नासा उपलब्ध करवा रहा है, because that's a virgin area, virgin territory. Nobody had ever ventured there, could have. So even those agencies we started much before us. Now that takes us to the other inference. We are today at par as far as science, technology, innovation capabilities are concerned with any other country of the world. In some spheres, we have even moved one step ahead. And again, to give you an evidence example, I'm not talking which government. Television happened in USA in 1950s. All the London members of the upper house know that in 1960, the famous presidential election was finally determined by the outcome of a TV debate between John Kennedy and Richard Nixon, which turned the tables against Nixon. We in India did not have a clue about what is all this about. What is TV? What is debate? How does it happen? We saw TV for the first time sometime close to 1970, that to a weekly Chitrahar. Which government, which head of government, I'm not saying. Today, even computer came 15 years later. Today, quantum technology, the latest cutting-edge technology. We are among 5 or 6 countries in the world which are into it. We are among the first who have mission quantum technology launched just 6 months back, under whom I need not say. And we are at the same level, R&D level, because in scientific projects we have different levels. We have not yet gone into application level, but if they are in the research and development, we too. Otherwise, what would happen? Television would have become popular in America. They would have indulged in TV debates for elections. And then we would suddenly awaken up to something called this new discovery. Similarly, In space technology, as has been said, we are already among the first 2 or 3. Now comes the space economy. True, our space economy is not something that we can boast of. But I do have the courage to say that this is a cumulative effect of the last 60, 70 years since we have started. Today, we are only 8 billion space economy. I am very humbly, modestly admitting it. But our projection for 2040 is 40 billion. So if since 1960s, as was being said, till 2000, second decade or third decade, we reach 8 billion. In the next 15 years, we'll reach 40 billion. But the most interesting part is that only a few days back, I think hardly a week back, we had a famous report called ADL report, one of the international reports, the Arthur D. Little report. They keep making such projections. The report says that India could go up to not 40 but $100 billion economy by 2040. In other words, my own projection about myself is lesser than what the others are thinking about me. Which means the world today has recognized the quantum jump that India has undertaken, the fast track in which he is moving. Now our startups, as was being mentioned by some other members, in 2014 we were only 350 to 400 startups. Which government? All members are learned enough. In 2016, Stand Up India, Start Up India policy was launched from the ramparts of Red Fort, announcement made in the Independence Day address by the Prime Minister. Within a few years today, Honorable Chairman, sir, we are 125,000 startups. More than 110 unicorns. And what I'm not saying, the ruling party not saying, the Treasury bench is not saying, the world is saying, India has suddenly jumped up to the 3rd position in startup ecosystem in the world. Now, if it has happened now, how can we help it? But if it has happened now, something must have been contributed to make this happen. Some enabling milieu might have been created, some enabling provisions might have been created. Similarly, in Global Innovation Index, again, not mine, not yours, internationally determined parameter and recognized. In 2013-14, we were 81 position. Today, we have jumped 41 positions and we are at number 40. Now, is this not a matter of pride for each one of us? And when we talk of space economy, we can foresee that space economy is going to be a major contributor in India's future economy as well. And we have jumped.
1 second. Sorry. Honorable members, I have got an input from some members in writing. They say many of us feel it is so cold. One thing is very good. The Secretary General will take steps to moderate the temperature. And another significant facet, we are not generating heat. We are in full collaboration. The Honorable Minister must have been a very serious student of Shakespeare. He, in his speech, has taken to Julius Caesar, and our Jairam Ramesh has not interrupted him. Please go ahead. Temperature.
It's the Aditya is going to study this part also. The thermal aspects, the magnetic aspects, and the solar aspects emanating from the sun. How effectively could the possible harmful effects be avoided, and to what extent this could be put to advantage for those living on planet Earth. Sir, coming back, Global Innovation Index and International Index, we have come up 41 positions in 9 years. Overall space economy is going to be an important part of it. We are today fifth. And I think in many quarters, more celebration is done when it is said that we have overtaken United Kingdom. So just as we have overtaken United Kingdom, some people also feel rejoiced that we are now launching US satellites. What I'm trying to say is that the now world looks up to us. Gone are the days when India used to be led by others. Today, the world is ready to be led by India under Prime Minister Modi. Biotechnology. Now, how can I say, unless the Prime Minister changes, I cannot help it. You have to accept it. Now, biotechnology. We were only 50 startups in 2014. 50. We could not even say this very respectfully. 50. With the new provisions brought in, now we are going to have biomanufacturing policy also. It has gone up today to 6,000. Our bioeconomy was 10 billion US dollars in 2014, 13-14. Today it has gone up 8 times to 80 billion US dollars. So in 70 years or 65 years, we reached 10 billion. In 9 years, we reached 8 billion, 80 billion. So 8 times increase in 8 years or 9 years. For a country which has a huge bio resource, sir. We have a wide range of Himalayas, 3-4 states in the lap of Himalayas, Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Jammu Kashmir, I don't have to need all. We have 7,500 kilometer long coastal area, the longest in the world, beginning from Odisha up to the Maharashtra. The seabed full of minerals, metals, and biodiversities, and the biosources. And now we have also launched Samundar-Yan under the Ministry of Earth Sciences to explore that wealth. And I'm sure, sir, given your kind of penchant and humor, you would appreciate, we are the only country which has an ocean named us, Indian Ocean. The other day I was telling some friends from Australia, you come from a place which is a country, which is an island, which is a continent, Australia. But the ocean is not known as Australian Ocean. Because my forefathers must have foreseen the huge wealth lying inside. और उस अपार संपत्ति को निकालने का काम भी अभी शुरू हुआ पिछले 5 साल में समुद्रयान में. समुद्र तो वहीं था. I'm not. Okay. Yes, yes. ठीक है, भारत ओशन रख लीजिए. Good. Welcome. Good suggestion. Well taken.
I think that is the sense of the House.
No, I think there is a sense of acceptance. I'm glad.
Please continue.
Yes, sir.
Continue. Okay, Honorable Minister, continue.
So these exclusive resources which will contribute to our economy and which are primarily scientifically driven, Aroma mission has happened only in the last 5 years. India has given the world purple revolution, which is known as purple revolution. It's begun from the Himalayan states, now being also emulated by others. Cultivation and production of aroma products, lavender products, and giving competition to some of the imported products, including their perfumes, etc., confectionery. So all this has not only given a sense of science, a sense of esteem to science and scientists, this has also given a sense of esteem to the common citizen of India. Now somebody was saying, what is done for the scientists to come back and what has happened to the education? Though this discussion is not per se related to education, but of course, scientists have to undergo some kind of an education. We had an education policy. I have, at the risk of sounding unorthodox, Chairman, sir, I would say, we had education policy which was unable to give us the best of the merit as far as scientists are concerned. And that anomaly is sought to be created through National Education Policy 2020. No, I'll tell you, false. I'll tell you how it is. No, the professor will understand better. If I did class 12, my parents wanted me to be a doctor. I didn't manage it to medical college. What do I do? What do? I do graduation. Which subject? Biology or botany? I can't go to any other subject. Professor knows it better. Then after graduation, what do? Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. I go for civil service exam. If I make it good, if I don't, then what do? I go for MSc. Again, same subjects. Botany, zoology. No, I can't go to economics. It is the national, and finally, you either do PhD, become scientist or whatever. So it was happening by default. Now you have given credential to aptitude, to talent, to the inherent capacity. You have exit entry provision. You can change your subjects after class 12 if you are not, you are no longer prisoner of the aspiration. You can combine science with economics.
Honorable Minister.
I'm not yielding. I'm not yielding. Please go through the NEP 2020 document, then we'll have a debate. You have not gone through that. After class 12, I can change my medical subjects, I go over to economics. Was it not there? Why was it not there before? So I can, look here. No. You please go through the draft, then we'll go. We'll come to it. Secondly, and this National Education Policy 2020, this National Education Policy 2020 has happened in 2020. The name indicates. The name aptitudes, science capabilities and science human resource at multiple levels. The level of funding, level of encouraging, level of also the exercising of choice and preferences. And therefore, I can go on and on, but I would finally just conclude by saying, because I have taken more than the time required, that it is a moment to celebrate. And I think if there's anything otherwise that should be in anybody's mind. Absolutely. Yes. And those who facilitate them. No. If you are serving a class, if a scientist is working 24 hours and like a good Samaritan you offer him a cup of tea, do I not appreciate you? Yes, that's what we are doing. We are offering them funds when they require it. We are offering them environment when they require it. We are offering them freedom when they require it. We are offering them synergy when we require it. And we have liberated them from those self-imposed shackles. We have liberated them from this. And this has happened in the last 9 years. And the whole world. Today, sir, just to conclude. As I said, I am not saying, Treasury not saying, during Prime Minister's US visit. Now, I can't help it. It's been there in public domain. US solicited that our astronauts should be accompanying to the International Space Station. That means they have recognized the worth of our astronauts. Now, what do? If the opposition members have a problem with that, it's not you are my valuation, T. Sabaji, or otherwise? I know.
It says Parliamentary Affairs Minister. He is Science and Technology Minister.
No,
Please.
No, I'm concluding. No, sir, I'll conclude.
Friends, we are looking at all situations. Several small and minor things have to be done. No effort will be spared. I have requested the members and leaders to make suggestions to me also. And I had an occasion to get their inputs also. We need only some breathing. we are having
I won't take long. The Americans today solicit that our astronauts should be accompanying them to the International Space Station. That means they recognize our capability. The Americans today suggest that we should be part of their semiconductor consortium. That means they think we have some value addition to do with them. The Americans today want us to be part of the Artemis Agreement. So I think without any pride or prejudice, regardless of which side we are sitting, this is something to celebrate. The Chandrayaan was a moment of glory for India, and I don't think anybody can deny that. And now, of course, next, as Jairamji said, now we will be going ahead with Gaganyaan. And just to share a small bit of information, we got delayed because of the COVID and the supply chain problems. We would be shortly sending the first trial mission, which will be non-human, just go quite a few miles, follow the itinerary. Then the second human mission will again be non-human, but it will mimic a human mission. It will be a robo mission with a female robo scientist, Vayomitra, maybe possibly by the beginning of next year. And finally, as was being said by the honorable member, in 2024, Gaganyaan, the first human being, though our human being had been there, now again you would say, Rakesh Sharma went there and he told Mrs. Gandhi, Sare jahan se acha. वो भी तक बचता है. But we conveniently forget that was Soviet mission. A total indigenous mission from nut bolt is now in the offing. And that is why the world today looks up to us and recognizes us as a partner who is equally engageable and maybe a force to reckon with in the times to come. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Honorable members, it is very soothing from all sides. We are having a scholarly debate. This will send a very good message, and I am sure it will continue. Srimati Sulata Dev.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Chairman, sir. India's glorious space journey marked by the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. सुबह से सुन रही हूँ, अभी मंत्री जी को भी मैं सुनी. एक बात मैं बोलूँगी, विक्रम साराभाई, होमी भाभा, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जी को मेरा यहीं से नमन है, श्रद्धांजलि है. सारे जो साइंटिस्ट जो हम लोगों के बीच में नहीं है, जिनका स्वप्न था, ये स्वप्न आज पूरा हुआ. चंद्रयान-3 का सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग. जब हम लोग 2019 में चंद्रयान-2 का प्रक्षेपण किए थे, चंद्रयान-2 बस कुछ तकनीकी खराबी के कारण सक्सेसफुल सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग नहीं हो पाया. मुझे तब भी याद है, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने हम लोगों को कार्टून में एक सटायर करके लिखा था. आज अभी माननीय मंत्री जी बोल रहे थे, वही अमेरिका आज हमारे साथ काम करना चाह रहा है. ये है हमारा भारत, जो कर दिखाने की क्षमता रखता है. एक बात है, एक कहावत है, पानी में तैर के कश्ती पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. जो कोशिश भारत ने किया, वो कोशिश कहीं ना कहीं आज सक्सेस हुआ. मैं एक बोलूँगी कि जब 2019 का चंद्रयान का फेल्योर हुआ था, ये जब चंद्रयान-3 हम लोग भेजे, कहीं ना कहीं उसको बहुत मॉडिफाई किया गया था, जिसके वजह से ये सक्सेसफुल सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग हो पाया. सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग का माने है कि सेफली लैंडिंग हो पाया. ये कहीं कम बात नहीं है, जबकि जुलाई में जो हम लोग ने भेजा इसरो से चंद्रयान-3 को, 84,000 किलोमीटर 84,400 किलोमीटर पार करके वो जाके सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग किया। अगस्त 23 को भारत नहीं, सारे विश्व का नज़र भारत के ऊपर था, चंद्रयान 3 के ऊपर था, कैसे लैंड कर रहा है। ये है हमारे भारत के वैज्ञानिकों का जो काम वो किए, वो काम सबको पूरा दुनिया में सारे देखे। मैं अभी भी कहूँगी कि स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत ने अपने अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए और चंद्रयान 1 और चंद्रयान 2 जैसे मिशन को प्रक्षेपित किया। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन इसरो ने चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के तहत चंद्रमा की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग के लिए प्रयास किया। चंद्रयान 3 का मुख्य उद्देश्य चंद्रमा के सतह पर नर्म स्पर्श सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करना था, जिससे वो वैज्ञानिक डाटा और जानकारी प्राप्त की जा सकती थी। ये मिशन भारत के अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र में अद्वितीय तकनीकी और अन्वेषण क्षमताओं की प्रतीक है। चंद्रयान 3 का सफल निर्देशन और डाटा संग्रह की मदद से वैज्ञानिक समुदाय को मूल्यवान जानकारी मिलेगी, जो अंतरिक्ष और चंद्रमा की समझ में मदद करेगी। चंद्रयान 3 के सफल लैंडिंग में भारत ने अपनी अंतरिक्ष मिशन में एक और महत्वपूर्ण कदम बढ़ाया है और विश्व भर में अपनी तकनीकी का प्रदर्शन किया है। इस सफलता के साथ भारत ने अंतरिक्ष और विज्ञान में अपनी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाई है और विश्व भर में एक महत्वपूर्ण खिलाड़ी बन गया है। चंद्रयान 3 के माध्यम से भारत ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में नए अवसरों की और कदम बढ़ाई है और अगले मिशन के लिए साथी डेटा प्राप्त किया है। इस मिशन के माध्यम से भारत ने अंतरिक्ष में जानकारी और वैज्ञानिक सामर्थ्य के सुधारने की संकेत दिया है और ये देश का विकास के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। चंद्रयान 3 के सफलता ने भारत की अंतरिक्ष मिशन की अगली पीढ़ियों के लिए प्रेरित किया है और दुनिया को दिखाया है कि भारत अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान में मान्यता प्राप्त करने के लिए तैयार है। मैं अभी भी बोलूँगी, रूस, अमेरिका और चाइना के बाद भारत एक चतुर्थ कंट्री है जो चंद्रमा पे लैंड किया है और देखा जाए तो भारत पहला वो कंट्री है जो साउथ पोलर रीजन पर लैंड किया है। एक कोई कम बड़ी कथा नहीं है, क्योंकि जो कंट्री हम लोगों को आंखों से नहीं देखते थे, आड़े आंख से नहीं देखते थे, आज वो हम लोगों की सराहना कर रहे हैं। चेयरमैन इसरो सोमनाथ जी के साथ में जितने सारे वैज्ञानिक थे, उसमें मैं गर्व के साथ कहूँगी 100 से भी अधिक वैज्ञानिक और इंजीनियर्स महिला थे, जिन लोगों ने ये चंद्रयान 3 को लॉन्चिंग में टेकअप किया, जिसमें से असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर कल्पना जी भी थी। और मैं और एक बात गर्व के साथ कहूँगी कि मेरे स्टेट ओडिशा से बहुत सारे यंग साइंटिस्ट देखा जाए तो इसरो में काम करते हैं। उसमें से 4 युवा साइंटिस्ट चंद्रयान 3 के लॉन्चिंग में शामिल थे। देबाशीष महापात्र फ्रॉम ब्रह्मपुर, के नागाराजू फ्रॉम ब्रह्मपुर, डॉक्टर शरद कुमार दास ढेंकानाल, सुशील कुमार नायक केंद्रापड़ा। जब ये ओडिशा की बात आती है, मैं फिर बोलूँगी 1984 में ओडिशा में स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर ओरसैक का स्थापना हुई, जो एक अपेक्स बॉडी है ओडिशा में। स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ ओरसैक आईटी प्रोजेक्ट्स लाइक जीआईएस, जीपीएस बेस्ड रिमोट सेंसिंग में भी अपना योगदान दे रहा है। ओरसैक आज भी ग्रामसैट और एजुसैट प्रोग्राम को चला रहा है। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट, और एक बात से मुझे गर्व होता है मेरे सरकार के ऊपर, मेरे मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर और मेरे स्वर्गत मुख्यमंत्री बिजू बाबू के ऊपर। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट अपना एक व्हीलर द्वीप है जो भद्रक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में उड़ीसा में है, जो व्हीलर द्वीप को एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम द्वीप में नामित किया गया एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम की सेकेंड डेथ एनिवर्सरी पर। और उससे भी बड़ी बात है, स्वर्गत बिजू पटनायक जो फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, उन्होंने एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम के रिक्वेस्ट पर वो व्हीलर द्वीप को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस को अलर्ट किया था। कहीं ना कहीं हमारा जो योगदान है वो भी सराहनीय होगा, क्योंकि साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में सबका, सारे स्टेट का, पूरा कंट्री में योगदान होना चाहिए। अगर सब कुछ ठीक रहा तो मेड इन ओडिशा मिनिएचर सैटेलाइट क्यूबसैट बहुत ही जल्द ओडिशा की नेचुरल कैलामिटीज लाइक साइक्लोन और साइबर सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ावा देने, साइबर सिक्योरिटी को कैसे रोका जाए उसके लिए काम करेगा। भुवनेश्वर बेस्ड सिलिकॉन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी ने पैक्ट साइन किया है क्रिस्टल और एरोस्पेस प्राइवेट बेंगलुरु टू डेवलप द सैटेलाइट, जो कि इसरो के जरिए लॉन्च होगा। मैं अभी भी यही कहूँगी कि आज भारत को सारे विश्व देख रहा है। ये जो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये
माननीय सदस्य आपका टाइम,
ये 1 मिनट में ख़त्म कर रही हूँ। ये जो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों को बहुत आगे लेके जाएगा, भारत के इकोनॉमी को भी आगे लेके जाएगा, क्योंकि आज इसरो ने ये साबित कर दिया कि हम लोग सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग कर सकते हैं। इसके वजह से इंटरनेशनली जितना इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट रहेगा स्पेस का, जैसे नासा को मिल रहा है वैसे हम लोगों को भी मिलेगा। स्टार्टअप में भी हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। इसरो के माध्यम से ऑलरेडी स्टार्टअप में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इसरो इसको गाइड कर रहा है। आगे ऐसे अगर चलता रहा तो हमारे साइंटिस्ट को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को और भी काम मिलेगा। ये भारतवर्ष 2040 में $100 बिलियन का ये काम होगा, जहां पर स्पेस का स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में शामिल हो पाएगा और स्पेस में उसका अर्थनीति बढ़ेगा। मैं इतना ही कहूँगी। और सारे साइंटिस्ट, मैं यहाँ के सारे जितने भी जो भी लोग ये चंद्रयान 3 को लॉन्च करने में, सफल लॉन्चिंग में उनका हाथ रहा, मैं सबको यहाँ से तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और मैं भारत की नागरिक हूँ, इसके लिए मैं खुद गर्वित हूँ। नमस्कार, वंदे उत्कल जननी।
धन्यवाद। माननीय सदस्य श्री बी विजय साई रेड्डी।
Thank you, Vice Chairperson, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity you have given. Madam, with the recent landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon, has solidified India's position as a world leader in space travel. The first country, India is the first country to land on the south pole of the moon, and which no other country has done so far. And this is a matter of immense pride for all the people of India. So we appreciate the scientists and the government in this regard. Madam, my friend Ramesh ji is not there, so he is coming now. Madam, my friend extensively spoke about the professionalism in ISRO, science research. My friend spoke extensively about the political interference. My friend has spoken extensively about the freedom and also budgetary resources. And he has claimed that it is in 1962 which the science and technology research in space has started. Yes, that's correct. But if I don't bring to the notice, your kind notice, one particular fact, incident which has occurred, probably I will not be doing justice to that. The injustice the Congress party has done to the scientist community has to be disclosed in this, has to be discussed in this August House. It is the Congress party. Congress party has got the legacy of scientific intellect, stifling the scientific intellect. Stifling the scientific intellect. Unfortunate case, which you might have forgotten, but we will not forget. just remind the case of Nambi Narayanan. The injustice what you have done to the scientific community, scientist community. It's a case to be discussed, and which I should bring it to the notice. It is the Congress party that was in power, both at the center and also in Kerala. It is the Congress party which has foisted the cases. Congress party has got the habit of foisting the false cases on many politicians. And it is not, and they have foisted not only on politicians, they have foisted even on the scientists also. Please, when you spoke, I was silent.
Please, शांत रहिए.
Madam, it is the Congress party.
माननीय सदस्य.
Please,
अब
it is
बैठिए.
Madam, please listen to me. Don't listen to them. Madam, it is the Congress party. I have to say.
बात रिकॉर्ड नहीं होगी.
Madam,
आप
Vice
शांत रहिए.
Chairperson, Madam, don't look at them. Please look at me, Madam. It is the Congress party. It is the Congress party which has put Nambi Narayanan in jail for 50 days. Shame. And subjected to him the torture, subjected him to torture. And they have done so with zero proof against Nambi Narayanan. There was absolutely no evidence, but however, they have foisted the false cases on him. And they have harassed the scientists and the scientist community at large to fulfill their political vendetta. This is not good for the country. Madam, everyone knows in this country the reality. In that particular case, what happened in this particular case? Finally, the Honorable Supreme Court has come to the rescue, and Supreme Court has categorically stated that the arrest was wrongful, illegal and unlawful, and therefore ordered probe into the matter against the officers who have foisted the false cases. This has to be taken note of, Madam. This is the habit of Congress party. Habitual habit. Madam, Vice Chairperson, Madam, don't look at them, Madam. They have
शांत रहिए.
they have the tendency and habit of disturbing the country and disturbing the people. So don't look at them. Madam, while my friend Ramesh ji claims that they have started in 1962, on the other hand, the BJP claims that they have done everything from 2014 onwards. Yes, from 2014 onwards, there is a rapid improvement and there is significant development. And Madam, in between Congress party and BJP, I have to state here that leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh, he comes in between and claimed that he has done a lot in the science and research technology. And leader of opposition of Andhra
माननीय
Pradesh,
सदस्य, आप बैठिए.
leader of opposition of Andhra
आप
Pradesh,
बैठिए. ये बात रिकॉर्ड
Please.
नहीं होगी. आपका बात रिकॉर्ड नहीं
leader
होगी.
of opposition of Andhra Pradesh, in several times, on many occasions,
आप बैठिए.
has claimed that he has invented the computer, and he is the founding father of the
शांत
space
रहिए.
research,
शांत रहिए.
and he is the person who has invented the cell phone also. Madam,
आप बैठिए.
and
शांत रहिए.
the leader of
शांत रहिए.
Mr. KK, please sit down. I am not yielding. Please sit down. Madam,
शांत रहिए.
Madam, don't look at him. I am not yielding to them.
शांत रहिए.
Shivaji,
शांत
KK,
रहिए.
you have no right to speak. You have no right to indulge in my man. You have no right.
रिकॉर्ड नहीं होगी.
You
आप
are
शांत रहिए.
absolutely doing wrong. Please sit. When I am speaking, who are you to intervene when I am speaking? It is vice chairperson who can prevent me, not you.
बैठिए.
Please sit. Shivaji, please sit. No, no, you also address the chair. Madam,
बैठिए साहब, बैठिए।
Madam, please listen to me. My request to you
आप
is,
बैठिए, आपका बात रिकॉर्ड नहीं होगी। आपका बात रिकॉर्ड
it
नहीं
is for the
होगी।
good of
आप
the country.
बैठिए।
It is for the good of the country. The leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh, who is claiming that he is the founding father of everything, you investigate the
आप
case.
बैठिए।
You find out
आप
the
बैठिए,
facts.
आपका
Whether he has really invented everything,
आप बैठिए।
invented information technology, invented
आप
for
बैठिए।
computer, invented cell phone. If that
बैठिए।
is true,
आप बैठिए,
if that is
आपका
true,
बात रिकॉर्ड नहीं होगी। आप
we can,
बैठिए। आप
India can
बैठिए।
claim the patent rights
आप
on that,
बैठिए।
and India would be getting all manufacturing,
please, आप
hardware
बैठिए।
manufacturing companies
आप बैठिए।
and software
Please,
companies
please।
and also the
Please,
cell
आप
phone
बैठिए।
companies would be making billions of
आप बैठिए।
rupees towards the patent rights
आप
India
बैठिए,
will have
बैठिए,
if
बैठिए।
Chandrababu Naidu claim is
आप-
correct.
आप
Madam,
बैठिए। Please,
next
please,
issue, madam.
आप बैठिए। बैठिए, बैठिए, आप
No
बैठिए।
point of order when debate is
आप
going on.
बैठिए।
No point of order. Entire opposition is anarchic. Anarchic party. Congress party is anarchic party. And these parties have joined with Congress party and make the country
Please,
anarchic.
please, please, बैठिए।
Madam, please. Please
बैठिए,
listen to
बैठिए।
me, madam. Don't look at them.
क्या करें? बैठिए, बैठ, बैठ, बैठिए। Please,
Madam,
please,
coming to the
please,
budget.
Please, बैठिए।
Coming to the budget.
Please, बैठिए। Please,
Madam, Vice
Please,
Chairperson,
बैठिए।
madam, coming to the budget.
आप शुरू करें। आप
मैडम बोलिए, सभी व्यवस्था बनाए रखें, जो मेंबर बोल रहे हैं वही
India
रिपोर्ट
space
भेजिएगा, आप
program
शांत रहें।
has the budget of $2
सभी
billion,
व्यवस्था क्या?
whereas
सभी व्यवस्था क्या
NASA
है?
has got,
आप शांत रहिए।
NASA of
सभी
America
व्यवस्था
has
किया
got the
जाएगा। आप
budget of
शांत रहिए।
31 times bigger than India's budget, which is at $62 billion.
क्या जाएगा? सभी
Let them make
Please,
noise,
आप बैठिए।
whatever they want to
आप
make, let
बैठिए।
them make
आप
noise.
बैठिए, सभी
But they
व्यवस्था किया
can't,
जाएगा। आप शांत रहिए,
it
शांत रहिए।
can't deter me from,
सभी व्यवस्था
it
किया
can't
जाएगा।
deter
आप
me
शांत
from
रहिए,
exposing
शांत रहिए।
other
आप
parties.
शांत रहिए। Please, please,
It
आप
can't
शांत
deter
रहिए,
me
सभी
from
व्यवस्था
exposing
किया
Chandrababu Naidu. Madam, Madam, anarchic, I have already
जाएगा।
told
आप
that
शांत बैठिए।
these parties are anarchic
होगा,
parties.
आप कब तक शांत बसिए?
They are
कब तक
interested
शांत
in
बसिए?
disturbing the country. Madam, please look at me. Madam, Mangalyaan. Mangalyaan was the cheapest mission, most economical mission. It is economical mission, which was completed at 450 crore. Madam, the budget of Chandrayaan 3 was very cost effective and the mission costed only 615 crores. And we need to appreciate the government and Narendra Bhai Modi in this regard. Madam, the lower than... Madam, I have no hesitation to say, that the cost of Chandrayaan 3, which is at 615 crore, which is lower than the budget of Blockbuster movie, which Blockbuster movie, it is less than the cost of Blockbuster movie, which costs around 700 to 800 crores of rupees. We need to appreciate Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister in this regard. Madam, the question now is, if ISRO can achieve with so much of little financial resources, just imagine how much it can achieve with more resources, which Congress party has not provided during its 50 years of rule.
कुछ आपत्तिजनक बात होगा तो जांच किया जाएगा। आप
Madam,
बैठिए, जांच किया जाएगा।
the budget in 2023-24, Department of Space Expenditure was slashed by 8%, and I request the government of India not to slash the expenditure budget in this regard, madam. Madam, last year the expenditure was revised down by 23% from the budget estimate of 13,700 crores
लोग बैठिए,
to the
बैठिए।
revised estimate of
आप लोग बैठिए।
10,530
आप लोग
crores.
बैठिए।
Madam, the biggest
आप लोग-
cut for the space technology under the central sector schemes, which was slashed by 1,094 crores, madam. Madam, global now, global comparison. I have already,
आप बैठिए। जो भी आपत्ति
Why so much noise? Let us keep quiet.
madam, I have already told.
Why are you coming to?
I have already told that the Congress party has learned over a period of 50 years of rule, over a period of 50 years of their rule, how the anarchy could be. Madam, the global comparison. Madam, NASA was founded only 4 years before ISRO was founded, but since then NASA has undertaken 1,000 missions, and whereas ISRO stands at little over 500 missions. My point, madam, in this regard is, if ISRO is provided with adequate funds, it can achieve more than what NASA can achieve. Madam, coming to 2021, China has 55 launches. We had only 2 launches compared to India's launch vehicle, the 4-tonner GSLV Mk3. China has long March 5 rocket. Is capable of carrying 5 times more payload.
जांच किया जाएगा।
Please. Therefore, I request the government and Honorable Prime Minister to increase the number of launches. Madam, I am not yielding. Whether he is LOP or anybody, I am not yielding. Madam, Vice Chairman, madam. Vice Chairperson, madam. Vice Chairperson, madam. I am not yielding. Let him be leader of opposition. I am not yielding. If you want to give priority to leader of opposition, you can give priority to leader of opposition. But I am not yielding. I am not yielding. Madam, Vice Chairperson, madam. Asia's first space university was established in Thiruvananthapuram. At least I am talking about Thiruvananthapuram. Let Kerala, members from Kerala listen. Kerala friends, listen. Asia's first space university was established in Thiruvananthapuram in 2000, Kerala, in 2007. Manoj ji, please seated. I am not yielding to you, Manoj ji. I am not yielding to you. Shivaji, I am not yielding. But I request the government, more public space educational institutions are required to be built in India, and India is to scale up the space activities, madam. 1 minute, madam.
टाइम हो गया।
Madam, it is also concerning to note that thousands of engineers pass out each year and they are migrating to other countries due to the limited opportunities within the country. I request the Honorable Prime Minister to enhance the budget and provide more opportunities in India to accommodate the pass out, those engineers who pass out from Indian universities, madam. 1/3 of all IIT graduates who leave the country and live and work in abroad. And
KR सुरेश रेड्डी, माननीय सदस्य श्री KR सुरेश रेड्डी। माननीय सदस्य श्री KR सुरेश रेड्डी।
मैडम आपके सामने हूँ मैडम
Leader on bail, questioning the leader in jail.
Madam, at the outset, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity given to me. And I can assure you that from the heavy headwinds, my speech will sail through tailwinds, ma'am. Today, BRS party joins the rest of the House to celebrate a remarkable milestone in the history of space exploration. The triumphant landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon's surface, this achievement not only represents a momentous occasion for India, but also a significant leap for humanity as we continue to explore and unlock the mysteries of the cosmos. Madam, this mission was born from the experiences and lessons learned from its predecessors, Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2, showcasing the spirit of innovation and resilience of the Indian Space Research Organization, as we know it as ISRO. Chandrayaan-3 is India's ambitious and successful lunar mission. Chandrayaan-3 is India's successful attempt to achieve a soft landing on the southern pole of the moon's surface for the first time. India is the only country to reach this part of the moon so far. To mark this great technological success, National Space Day will be celebrated each year on 23rd August. From Nehruji to Modiji, we salute the leadership, not getting into the politics of it, but for creating a firewall for space technology for non-political interference. And I also pay my respects from the great Aryabhatta to Sri Somnathji, who was instrumental in this pilot project, Madam. Through Chandrayaan-3, India aims to showcase its technological prowess, scientific capabilities, and its commitment to space exploration. If Chandrayaan-3 is a success, it will further strengthen India's position in the global space community. The mission will inspire the younger generation to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now, the question which lies before the government and all of us is the government prepared to take this kind of volumes which would be coming in through space technology? I was told that the data generated by Chandrayaan mission and the Aditya L1 mission and various satellites, as the Honorable Minister informed this House of hundreds of satellites being sent. Now, the data which would be coming from there, I was told that is being analyzed by students and researchers who study the subject geospatial science and technology. Now, it is ironical that neither AICTE nor UGC recognizes this subject as an independent subject because it is a multidisciplinary subject. Chandrayaan and Aditya mission will generate huge data, and we need to prioritize and recognize this particular subject of geospatial science through UGC and AICTE, which I feel today would be the right moment for the Minister to make his intervention and necessary action in this regard, ma'am. We need to bring to speed the various changes, as most of the members suggested, that the colleges, schools in rural areas need to be connected. It is not only through the IITs, but also through various engineering colleges across the nation. These brilliant students, these brilliant scientists have been produced, and they need to be continuously encouraged. Now, as a step in this direction, Madam, my government in Telangana, under the leadership of KCR Garu, has initiated certain measures through a TSAT initiative, which the Telangana government has started. Now, TSAT imparts quality education using satellite and digital communication to the nook and corner of the state. Every corner of the state gets this facility, and 2 satellite channels, Nipuma and Vidya, impart diversified education in schools, colleges, agriculture, and also for students preparing for UP exams, reducing the financial cost, which otherwise would have been a burden for them through various private colleges. When Chandrayaan ma'am was seen live, students in remote areas have watched the event live, thanks to this technology. And when you get to speak to these young students after the launch of Chandrayaan, what really inspires all policymakers like us today is the kind of scientific temper one takeoff has imparted in these students. Today, you go to the remotest of the villages, into the various urban cities, students are coming forward. They talk about not only being engineers and doctors, but they speak of becoming scientists, astronauts, and dwell into the deep inner outer space and bring back whatever they could to help this nation. So this is what Chandrayaan has done to the entire nation, especially the young minds of India. The kind of scientific temper which it had impacted goes a long, long way, and we salute the fraternity of ISRO for giving us this opportunity. Madam, now this TSAT which has been in Telangana, we have 35 lakh subscribers on the digital platform, which just gives you an assessment of the kind of impact this policy is making. So Government of India needs to intervene. They need to support such initiatives. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister was speaking about the federal structure of this country, and I would like to bring to the notice of this House that here is a government which is imparting such wonderful initiatives, but it's not being adequately funded, and we hear talks of it becoming centralized, moving it away from Telangana and bring it here to centralized. So another form of scientific federalism is kind of coming in here, is the fear which most of us have. Please allow the states to dwell on their scientific achievements, let them localize the needs, and such facilities would go a long way in helping the states. And of course, ma'am, to conclude, before I conclude, Jairam Rameshji really enlightened the House a lot on science, which was very good. But then the leader of the House came with some political science, which we have to have our own reasons to intervene here. When he spoke about, when he spoke about the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh into Telangana and Andhra, which was not done scientifically, we have a very strong reason to object, ma'am, because it goes against the sentiments of the people of Telangana. We've been repeatedly saying hundreds of people have sacrificed their lives to see this day, and today Telangana is the #1 progressing state. And if the honorable leader says it was not done scientifically, then through you I would like to ask him, in the last 9 years, have you gotten any amendments to improve it? Have you given anything more apart from what is in the bill? You had an opportunity to do that, but unfortunately you're not. And playing around with sentiments like this is not really good, because as we speak about federalism, this gives us a chance that today the unity in diversity, what this great country is proud about, and Telangana is proving it. Telangana is proving not for some political achievement. Telangana is talking about how it is contributing to this country. It is contributing economically, agriculturally, and today scientifically. So when things like this happen, when progress like this can happen, when the party heading the government comments like this would go against the interests of the state. This would go against the sentiments of the state. And yes, the leader. Madam, I'm not yielding.
आप बैठिए,
Madam,
continue, आप continue.
Madam, I would not like to bring in any politics. I will not like. I only wanted to speak on science, but politics is what has come from that side. So I need to set the record straight, because those remarks were not expunged. They are on record. If they are on record, then we have to object to it. And our objection is, don't disturb the harmony. We said we will get separated as brothers and sisters. We continue to be like brothers and sisters. You develop, we develop, and it is the responsibility of the government of India to come to the rescue of both the states and set right matters if they feel something has been gone wrong. Last 9 years, have you gotten one single amendment to the bill? No. Then where has something gone wrong? If you have seen something gone wrong, have you made any special allocation? No. Have you cleared the water dispute? No. Then what is happening here? Then why do you make such sweeping remarks when we are just healing our wounds, trying to get closer to each other and be part of country's progress? I request through you, ma'am, that the remarks made by the Leader of the House may be expunged. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद. माननीय सदस्य श्री A.D. सिंह. श्री A.D. सिंह. श्री A.D. सिंह.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. And on behalf of my leader, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and my party, we heartfully, it is a matter of great pride, big congratulations to the ISRO for making us proud by successful mission, by this successful mission. Their untiring efforts made the flawless journey of Chandrayaan-3 possible, that too in a very small budget. Further, I want to bring to the notice of my colleagues on both sides that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's vision is what brought us everybody at this stage. And if we go back to 1962, when Jawaharlal ji, India's first Prime Minister, recognized the need for investment in space research and set up the National Commission of Research Organization. And he inculcated the vision of developing a scientific temper. And all institutions related to science and technology, fortunately, got established under his leadership in India and by successive prime ministers, including Modi ji from 2014. So we cannot give individual congratulations only to one person or two persons. It was a joint effort of all the successive governments equally, and we are not here to compare which government did better or did. Though I am fed up of hearing that after 2014 to this day, this has happened, this has happened. In fact, I get dreams that maybe before 14 I never used to wear clothes also. So I don't really know, because if that is the situation in this country, then it is. दोबारा नहीं बोलूँगा. आप पिटवाओगे क्या मुझे? It all started in 1940 when Vikram Sarabhai came to the Indian Institute of Science Bangalore campus after completing an undergraduate degree in physics and maths from Cambridge University. Sarabhai became interested in the study of cosmic ray under the influence of C.V. Raman. In 1942, Sarabhai met Homi Bhabha, who had made a professor at the newly established Cosmic Ray Research Institute. They both saw cosmic rays for two different perspectives. While Bhabha was interested in cosmic rays for the atomic particle they revealed, Sarabhai would come to see them as tools to study the outer space. When India gained independence in 1947, Homi Bhabha wrote to the then Prime Minister to set up a separate branch of science at atomic energy in 1954. Nehru created the Department of Atomic Energy, seeing the launch of Sputnik satellites by the Soviet Union. Nehru instructed the Department of Atomic Energy, whose secretary was Bhabha, to look after space research next year. Nehru famously said, "It is science alone that can solve the problems of hunger and poverty, of insanitation and illiteracy, of superstition and deadening custom and tradition, of vast resources of running to waste, or a rich country inhabited by starving people." I also heard the Honorable Minister on the other side that they welcomed and opened the ISRO gates for everybody. Let me clarify to the Honorable Minister that because the gates were shut all these years, so there was no, that's the reason for ISRO being so successful. Because I have seen, being a member of the Consultative Committee of Defense, I have seen whichever organization like DRDO and other things are there, other institutions are there, they are lobbyists both Indian and foreign, who stall the development of science. For example, today also, though we are talking that we are supporting the scientific community, today in defense, we don't even have a testing ground. All our science equipment that we develop has to be sent abroad for testing, and it becomes on the whim and fancy of the local government to do it properly or not. Plus, if we see further, now so far as the Honorable Minister spoke of the high level of investment that we are making, India spends a mere 0.66% of GDP on science and technology, the lowest among BRIC nations. Also, the various people from the Treasury side have said about the Amrit Kal. Yes, sure, it is Amrit Kal, but actual Amrit Kal will come when we are able to feed, when we are able to provide employment or sustainability for the 800 million whom we are feeding by giving rice and wheat and everything today. So what kind of Amrit Kal is there? When the poor, because we have two Indias, one is the rich India, one is the poor India. The poor India is today also starving. We are sitting on a time bomb of unemployment. So what the Honorable Minister said that on this index we have become from 81 to 40, on this to that. अरे ये तो बताइए भाई कि वो उन गरीबों का हम क्या कर रहे हैं? ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी में हम उस गरीबों का जो भूखे मर रहे हैं, आप चलिए कितने स्टेट्स में की क्या हालत है? तो इसलिए ये तो अमृतकाल कहकर के I am only being reminded of Goebbels' philosophy that untruth told many times will appear to be truth. आप अगर वो गरीब इंडिया 800 मिलियन का है उसके लिए कुछ कर पाइएगा तो वो अमृतकाल होगा. तो इसलिए ये तो मुझे और जहाँ तक नेहरू जी को आज अगर हम हर विषय पर बोलने के लिए हैं तो इट इज़ पंडित नेहरू का डेमोक्रेटिक माइंड and creating institutions by which we are able to speak like this. मैं किसी का बड़ाई नहीं कर रहा हूं नेहरू जी का, चाहे नहीं मैं ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बुराई कर रहा हूं. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. और जहां तक आप लोग बोल रहे हैं ना कि वेस्ट अमेरिका हमको ऐसे इज्जत करता है फलाना है, आई ट्रैवल ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, आई interact with the highest level of people in the society, whether it is West, and whenever I ask them, ki, what is the position of India, so they tell me we need you for China. So आपका G20 सक्सेस हुआ चाहे जो भी हुआ, ये जो चाइना से जो डरे हुए हैं वेस्ट, उसके चलते हमें इज्जत मिल रहा है. ठीक है, एफर्ट्स भी हो रहा है, 200 मीटिंग हुई इधर उधर.
1 second. Honorable member has made a statement, he needs to revisit it. All of us here in the House are alive to the rising moral spirit of Bharat, and everyone has contributed to this.
No,
all segments of the House have contributed to it. I have been abroad thrice.
No,
I have interacted, 1 second, with G20 leaders. Don't you think the World Bank chairman saying we have achieved in 6 years what could not be achieved in 50 years? Let us not demean our institutions.
No,
you are a very informed person. Your personal experience is very limited on this count. The entire House has contributed to the rise of India. Everyone has done it. This side has contributed. This side has contributed. So don't make a statement. I look into that statement.
Sir, I definitely don't have neither the knowledge, neither the experience of at your level. But what I can speak the truth in the House. What I feel, it may be wrong.
You have taken your time. Thank you.
To congratulate all the scientists, and the suggestions I want to make to the Honorable Chairman, to the administration of this country through the Honorable Chairman, that हम जो हमारे साइंटिस्ट हैं वेरियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, हम उसको 60 साल में क्यों रिटायर करते हैं? हम उनको कम से कम 65-70 साल तक रखें, बिकॉज वो जो कैसा है कि उनका ब्रेन 60 साल के बाद तो जब दे विल सी आफ्टर 50 एंड reaching the age of 60, that is the time they have really matured mentally. And that is
Once
the time
again,
that we should...
Thank you. Thank you.
1 or 2 minutes, sir. And I have been to various various institutions of
You have exceeded your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, right, sir. Thank you.
Dr. V. Shivdas, 1 second. Yes. उससे पहले मैं आपको कह दूं, इस देश की विकास यात्रा पक्ष और विपक्ष के भारी योगदान से हुई है। इस देश की विकास यात्रा में देश के हर नागरिक का योगदान है, किसान का है, मजदूर का है। महज कोई पक्ष विपक्ष की वजह से बात करें ठीक नहीं है। There can be no contribution without participation of Paks and Vipaks, treasury benches and opposition benches. This is an occasion and a subject. I, as an Indian, felt hurt when a member of this House says we are being driven and he gets an impression. I am sure that impression may not be shared by many. At least I am widely traveled, so are many of the honorable members here. The rise of India is being noticed, and it is contribution of one and all. If Mr. Khadge will go abroad, he will add to the luster of the country. So we can't monopolize it. So the honorable member observations, I will have a look at it. If our artists go abroad, they create a name for us. Our musicians, our singers, our politicians, our industrialists, they do it. Dr. V. Shivdasan. Point of order. Under which rule, sir? 258. 1 second. No.
Page 7 of unparliamentary expressions.
What exactly is the point of order?
Sir. Sir, Chairman, sir, it's with reference to the unparliamentary expressions book, page number 7, sir.
258, sir.
May I submit, sir? May I submit, sir?
Sir, I inquired from you something very simple. You are raising point of order.
Yes, sir.
Under which rule?
258.
Now, I have passed on the book
258,
for wisdom
sir.
of the leader of the opposition so that he can have a look at rule 258. 258. What is this substance?
Substance is very simple, sir. With reference to page 7 of unparliamentary expressions, sir, we need your protection. When you are not here, sir, during the course of speech, Honorable Member Mr. Vijay Sai Red said, all the opposition parties are anarchists. So anarchy is an unparliamentary expression, sir. So kindly explain.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I'll look into it.
Kindly explain.
Honorable members, I started the practice that a lady member of this House would also be sitting as vice chairperson or on the panel of chairpersons. Now, we had a very distinguished member of this House occupying this chair. And I wanted her to be here for a little longer. But whenever I go inside, I watch the debate very carefully. I will look into it and trust me and have my word for it. If I am not in the House, I am glued to the television where what is happening in the House. I look into it. But our women members are enormously talented. And I have a request from them that tomorrow perhaps I may have in the panel only women members of the House. And they are very talented. And we'll have it. So. Dr. V. Shivdasan.
Respected Chair, we all are very happy and proud of the achievements of Indian Space Research Organization and the science community. Chandrayaan-3 is the result of the collective effort of many public and private entities. 6 public sector companies from Kerala, including Keltron, Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, KMML, and SIFL have contributed in this effort. It is a proud moment for all of us. This is the victory of the scientific temper and spirit of nation. Madam, science is a product of critical thinking. We can progress in science only if we have the courage to ask and answer questions. So, I see Chandrayaan as an occasion to uphold the spirit of critical thinking. The Constitution of our nation has upheld the scientific temper. Our education system and the institutions should be built with this spirit. Jawaharlal Nehru told us, a university stands for humanism, for tolerance, for reason, for adventure of ideas, and for the search for truth. Sir, Madam, in 1963, Vikram Sarabhai, father of Indian space research, established India's first rocket launching station at Tumba near Thiruvananthapuram. He taught us the importance to cultivate a new generation with a scientific temper. Our respected leader of the house did not mention his name.
Very bad.
Vikram Sarabhai had told, there is no leader and there is no let. A leader has to be a cultivator, not a manufacturer. He should provide the soil and environment for the seed to grow. It should be forgotten. It should not be forgotten. Sir, the achievement is the result of our long-standing commitment to science. But sorry to say, this government is not ready to promote scientific temper. Science will provide universal view and solidarity to all human beings. Madam, in India, existing situation is very difficult. The budgetary allocation for science education and space research being curtailed.
Very good.
Then how the development will happen in future? Madam, in the textbook of NCERT, the theory of evolution has been deleted. Why they are not interested in the promotion of science? Aryabhatta, Galileo, Bruno, Copernicus, Darwin, C. V. Raman, S. Chandrasekhar, all have contributed to the development of science. Yes. I remember one of the social reformer in Kerala, Sahodaran Ayyappan, who have written a prayer, Science Dashakam, Sahodaran Ayyappan's books. Miraj Bhai, please read the prayer.
Very informative.
But, Madam, see the case of basic science fellowship in India. Madam, the number of fellowship, it came down from 4,134 in 2016 to 703 in 2021. And the expenditure, it came down from 105 crore to 15 crore in the same period.
Oh my God.
Only 15 crore in this period. Lot of women scientists have also worked for the missions. Lot of women scientists. You are telling, oh, Nari Shakti. Nari Shakti. But postdoctoral fellowship for women has come down from 642 to 434 in this period. Only 434 is now your fellowship. And the expenditure came down from 32 crore to 19 crore. Now, let us check the budgetary allocation to ISRO and space research. In 2019, it was 13,139 crore for ISRO, but in 2021, it has been reduced to 12,642. Only 12,642 in space research. Also, the amount has come down 13,700 in 2023 to 12,543 in 23-24. Sir, madam, embracing the scientist is easy. Teaching is very easy, but giving money is difficult for the government. Madam, in 23-24, the government has allocated 60,361 crore rupees for the Union Ministry of Science. Madam, 1 minute. Madam, 1 minute. 1 minute, madam. 1 minute. Everybody get the chance. See, science center, it is only 0.4% of our budget. Madam, respected madam, we are spending a very little portion of our GDP on science research. In Korea, they are spending 4.8% of GDP in science and technology. In US, 3.45% of GDP. China, 2.4% of GDP in science and technology. In India, only 0.7% of GDP in science and technology. Madam, in Chandrayaan should be an occasion to bring our focus to science. We need more scientists. Madam, 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Okay, madam. 1 minute. 1 minute.
7 minutes दे दिए.
1 minute. Madam, I have received an answer.
आधा मिनट में.
Yes, madam. I have.
आधा मिनट में
Yeah.
1 minute, please.
Madam, I have received an answer from this house, madam. There, the total number of missions, regarding the total number of missions, I have been told that 18-19 there were 14 space missions launched. All 14 missions were successful. But in 1920, the number came down to 11. That means 11 were launched and 11 were successful. But in 2021, it came down to 5 and 5 were successful. Madam, but in 21-22, only 5 missions were launched and 3 were successful. It is not to lack of hard work from scientists. I believe it is because of the lack of government funding. Yes. Madam, they are spending larger amount for making the statues than for the science education. Madam, expenditure of Chandrayaan, madam, 1 minute. Madam, Chandrayaan project is 615 crore, madam. But the expenditure of, madam, the expenditure of statues might be 10,000 crore, madam, 10,000 crore rupees for expenditure of statues, madam. Madam, and another one. Madam, madam, another one very important. HEC, madam, HEC. There in HEC, madam, HEC, they made the sliding door for Chandrayaan spacecraft. There, the employees, 2,400 employees are not getting salary the last 18 months, madam, 18 months. So, madam, it should be considered. This is my request.
Very good.
Sri Abdul Wahid.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And being a madam in the seat, I have seen you are giving extra time to my comrade. I hope the same thing will be for me also. First of all, I congratulate the whole team of scientists, ISRO, and everybody congratulating for their wonderful job done. It is not only from Jawaharlal Nehru ji to Modi ji, it is maybe before also so many people worked. I don't know exactly. So I have not done that discussion, but my question, only one question is, only our ministry is coming slowly to the, this one. Our Minister for Science and Technology, he is not just started, but he is not looking this way. So I am talking to the empty benches of what you call treasury benches. Well, only I can see Neeraj talking to somebody. Otherwise, everything is completely free. Thank you very much for ignoring this session. So Chandrayaan is very small thing for them. But our chairman was telling we are not supposed to tell anything against.
ऐसा नहीं, आप गलत 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 बात कह रहे हैं।
Okay,
देखिए आप कितने लोग बैठे हैं।
Okay, track.
एक मेंबर का नाम लिया।
Okay, I will change the track.
कैमरे को पैन कराइए।
I will change the track. Okay, I'll come to the scientific temple. This Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, the world's 6th largest national space agency. We agreed. And whatever happening now, we are all part of that one, from Kerala to what you call Kashmir. But my problem is we sent our Chandrayaan to south of moon, south side of the moon. That is very dark, and nobody was there. The same aim should be there from the north, from Delhi to south, to Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. I am not telling. Andhra, it is divided. I don't know what they are going to do here. I am not telling about Andhra. It will make a big uproar. So I am not touching. One cannot begin speech ISRO about ISRO and other activities. My first and foremost thing is my party congratulate from Modi ji to Nehru ji for doing all this work. I am not seeing any difference. But one thing you have to remember, madam. Through madam, I am trying to tell, nowadays not 50 years and 5 years and all. Now everything happens in our language, say, appakappa. Immediately. So, that 10 years, 5 years, no. Now, minister was telling he is about the last 9 years. 9 years should, because the technology has gone that fast. Now everything should be every month, not every year. So Nehru ji ka time aisa ho gaya, this time aisa ho gaya, nahi. Abhi everything is fast. We are agreeing that it is fast. We are on the fast track. And one more thing I want to add is whatever we say about scientists and all. My uncle used to be a scientist in BARC, Baba Atomic Research Center. Yeah, BARC. But he was telling that the salary they are getting, they work there 24 hours, you are admiring. But the salary they are getting, considering the other, this one here, it is very low. People are going for everything for this one, techies. And why? Because money is less. My friend was telling about his experiences in outside. He was insulted by our minister. Yeah, now our minister is coming. Anyway, he was insulted being outside. Why we are going outside? I was also last 40 years in, outside. Why? No other avenues here, no employment. Just like that, maybe our Singh was telling about his experience. Chairman got wild, no, you are not supposed. We cannot say our feelings inside the house, only always telling Modi ji, just like Tasai benches. It is not possible. We will tell our views openly. This is the only place we got. Outside, if we say, I will be arrested. Under UAPA, under that and all. So this is the place where we can open our heart. That is finished. You are not supposed to do this to me, madam, because everywhere everybody is giving extra time. Just I will come to the point and I'll stop immediately. The last part. Yeah, Mandariji, abhi somebody to hear. The current chairman ISRO, Ms. Somanath, he is from Kerala. He studied in a college, PKM Engineering College, Kollam. Government school, Tangal Kunju Musulia. It is a minority-run institution. I am not. Are you against this one? No. Why this is not important? It's engineering college. Why this one? You are always on the Pinarayi Vijayan Communist Party and all. Come out from that one. Be Kerala. Be in a Keralite. He studied in Kollam in a college where he was felicitated. He was telling about his all what he has done in ISRO and all. So we have to mention him also. And cost effectiveness of Chandrayaan. Why is this cost effective? Because you are giving only meager salary for scientists. You give them more. 1/5 of the salary they are getting outside, they are getting 5 times more. So why cost effectiveness? It's because of this one. We can cut costs in different ways. Because now I cannot talk because of my issue. Yeah, can. No, I cannot speak much because of I want water. It is not allowed also inside. Anyway, the cost effectiveness is not only the reason. Cost effectiveness, it is because of not giving salary. And one of my friends here, he was giving me a paper. What it is told, a guy is not getting.
जल्दी खत्म करिए
See,
जल्दी.
launching pad of Chandrayaan made by HEC, Heavy Engineering Corporation. Employee is not getting salary last 10 months. Last 10 months they are not getting salary. They are selling tea and idli according to BBC News. It's a BBC News came. What shame it's for us. They are not getting 10 months of salary after Chandrayaan gone. Still they are not getting their salary.
जल्दी कंक्लूड करिए नहीं मैं दूसरे मेंबर को बुला.
Okay. You are telling something. Minister is telling.
It's not, they are not ISRO employees.
But they work for Chandrayaan.
Just one second. One second. That was a half-baked information which was reported. They supply equipment to ISRO.
Yeah.
And ISRO is expected to pay for the equipment, which they have done. ISRO has done. Now, this is between the employer and the employee. It is like, you have a factory, then I purchase from you and I give you the amount for the purchase. Then you don't pay. One second. So then if you are not paying your employee, that is a different story. It's like that. ISRO is only a buyer of that factory.
But sir, whatever it is backside, the image of the country is tarnished by BBC News telling this one. At least ask now to pay their salary. That is one. And that is it.
Shri Kapil Sibbal ji.
So this is the way, don't cut the cost because just like this. Thank you.
I thank the Chair for giving me this opportunity to intervene in this debate. I've been listening with great attention to the somewhat fractious nature of the debate. I remember the learned minister talking about Louis Armstrong way back in 1962, and I think at that point in time, the President of the United States was Richard Nixon. But there was no proceedings in the Senate to celebrate what Louis Armstrong had done. There were no proceedings in the House to demonstrate as to what the great scientists in the United States had done. But we still welcome the Prime Minister and welcome the government for having taken up this issue to celebrate the achievements of the scientific community. Science is a subject that is so far-reaching that it can change our lives. But to change our lives, we have to think about innovations in science at every level. At one level is what ISRO has done, has been able to achieve to reach the Chandrayaan and the South Pole. But at another level, we have to think about 1.4 billion people in this country and ask ourselves the question, what has science done for them? I remember in government, when I was the minister, we started a project called Project 800. That Project 800 dealt with 800 million people who almost live at the poverty line. I asked my scientific community, why do our rickshaw pullers have to pull rickshaws? Because for the kind of gasping that it results in, most of them get TB. And when they get TB, their lives are shortened. Why can't you think of a solution by which they don't have to drive a rickshaw? You may reach the moon. You may reach the stars. You may research the skies. But what you need to do is look after people on the ground. And what happened, sir? We invented something called the Sulekshaw. Now you have, through technology, people don't have to pull weight behind the rickshaw. That is what we were able to do. I also told them, I said, look at the coolies in the railway station.
Sir, and look
they have
through
to
the chair.
They have to carry weight. Why should they have to carry weight? Why can't we find solutions for them? Look at the way we treat our dead, the corpses, the way we carry them in the vans, and then we try to offload them. Why can't we have a scientific solution for them? I talked about doing research for common people, for planning, for things that will improve the lives of common people. And sir, one of the problems that we have, and the minister knows it, the kind of funding that we do in research is so minimal that we won't be able to find those solutions. You may, sir, reach man on the moon, but what you have to deal with is man on the ground. May I tell you, sir, one little thing? Sir, nobody had ever gone to the Antarctica. I decided one day that let's go to the Antarctica and see what's happening on the ground there. When we reached there, sir, I cannot even explain to you the inhuman conditions in which our scientists were living. Absolutely inhuman conditions. The result was that 6 months in a year, they have to be in these closed rooms. And by the time they came out during summer, most of them had lost their minds. They came back as broken souls. Why? Because there was no communication with their families and the rest of the world. There were no toilets, sir. When a minister went there, there was no toilet to go to. You can't imagine how we dealt with it. I changed all that. The minister will not talk about it. We changed all that. We brought information technology. We brought information technology. Now, sir, no. We established the Himadri station. We established the Himadri station. Through information technology, through satellites, they talk to their families every weekend. We have provided entertainment to them. We provide movies to them today. Why? Because science and technology must bring solutions for ordinary people in this country. Sir, and may I tell you another thing, sir? In research, the total research funding that we have in this country is about $50–60 billion. Do you know, sir, how much China spends in R&D? $560 billion every year. How can we compete with them? We may reach a man to the moon. So it's a great thing what ISRO has done. And I think we all must celebrate it. But there are miles to go before we sleep. And it is no need to congratulate ourselves for man reaching on the moon. We will congratulate you. We will call a special session of this House when you solve the problems of the people of this country to technology. May I tell you, sir, something very interesting? I set up a system, and because of our Prime Minister, we set up this system near Delhi Gate. I told them through science and technology, without going to any house, we can find out what unauthorized construction has taken place. I actually took them to that place and showed them every morning the kind of unauthorized construction that was taking place. That project is still there, but nobody goes there because nobody wants to deal with unauthorized construction. Please. I informed them that we can actually decide what is the amount of house tax that can be paid without visiting the house.
Please conclude.
So, there are fabulous things that science has done for the common people of this country which are not being talked about today. I want to inform the House. I don't mind sitting down now. I have no problems with that. But I just want to tell you that it is time for people to realize it is, kindly sir, you know very well that we brought out the tsunami system, which is the most modern in the world. In 120 days, we set it up. It's the most modern tsunami warning system in the world. And everybody appreciates it. We did it during our time. So we must congratulate you for what you have done. But remember, it's not enough. It's not enough to congratulate yourselves. It's not enough to congratulate. The only thing...
Sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, normally... One second. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Please, it will start.
You are in a hurry.
Yes,
thank you very much.
There, sir.
Thank you very much. Maybe on another
1 minute,
day,
sir.
Another day you will let me speak. Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Sibal, you can take 1 minute. Your mic is on.
So what I was saying was in agriculture, We set up a system through which we can find out the moisture in the soil. We can inform the agriculturalists as to when the rain is going to come, when this particular plot of land doesn't have enough moisture so that the agriculturalists can actually access water to. We were able to tell fishermen as to when the chlorophyll in the ocean was enough for fish to come so that they didn't go and fish. We were able to tell the fishermen of this country the warning systems as to when it's going to happen. We, in fact, the entire climate system was in analog mode. We changed it all to digital mode. So the kind of things that have happened in this country are so great that we must celebrate science on a daily basis. And so the last thing that I want to say, and that is this, sir, not only this, we have actually in the biotechnology sector done so many milestones that we have achieved in this country. But people don't talk about that because people want to use this forum as a forum to pat themselves on the back. Thank you very much.
श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर।
सर कितना समय है मेरा? चलो
प्रकाश जी, प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी, बड़ी कोशिश की, आपका समय तो नहीं बता सकता,
नहीं,
पर आपके पार्टिसिपेशन का समय 15 मिनट है।
सभापति महोदय, मैं बहुत आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं कि मैं आपने परमिशन दी है, और 2 दिन पहले जब हमारा चर्चा हुई थी तब मैं उस समय मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन या मिस कम्युनिकेशन के कारण नहीं आ पाया था। पहले तो आप जैसे सबके साथ मैं जो चंद्रमा पे हमारा चंद्रयान गया उसका जो देश में खुशी है उसमें सहभागी हूं, और सब वैज्ञानिक जिन्होंने स्पेस साइंस की शुरुआत की भारत में, विक्रम साराभाई से लेकर, क्योंकि आप नेहरू बोलोगे तो फिर मोदी बोलना पड़ता, तो आप एक तय करो, वैज्ञानिकों की बात करनी है ना, तो मैं वही कर रहा हूं।
प्लीज प्लीज
तो सारा एक मिनट,
मिस्टर जावड़ेकर एड्रेस चेयर,
सारा भाई से,
प्लीज
सारा भाई जी,
प्लीज प्लीज मैडम, प्लीज 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 Honorable LOP, please take your chair. Nothing is going on record. Nothing is going on record. Mr. Javadekar, you address chair. You address chair.
ऐसा है कि ये एक बड़ा माइलस्टोन है, क्योंकि कपिल सिब्बल जी ने अभी कहा कितनी तरक्की बायोटेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर हर क्षेत्र में हुई है, और मैं उनको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सारी नए प्रयोग और जो भी आज तक भारत ने हासिल किया है उसका देश के तरक्की के लिए उपयोग हो रहा है। सरकार बदलते ही पुराने टेक्नोलॉजी हो गई ऐसा फेंक नहीं देते, उल्टा आगे बढ़ाते हैं। तो ये हमारा दृष्टि है। मैं तो सबको कहूंगा कि रॉकेटरी सिनेमा है वो देखो, बहुत अच्छी मूवी है, और उसमें भारत में एटम बम कैसे बना और ये कैसे बना, रॉकेट कैसे शुरू हुए, ये सब कहानी है, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से रखी है। उनको दिक्कतें क्या आई वो भी उसमें दिखता है, लेकिन भाभाजी हो, सारा भाई, कलाम, चिटनीस, धवन, सबके प्रति देश शुक्रगुजार हमेशा रहेगा, क्योंकि इन्होंने देश का नाम रोशन किया है। और कोई बोल रहा था कि उनको तनख्वाह कम मिलती है, कम तनख्वाह मिलने के बावजूद भी देश के प्रेम से आर के धवन वापस आए थे, सतीश धवन, यह हमें कभी भूलना नहीं चाहिए, उनका हमें ज्यादा शुक्रगुजार रहना चाहिए। आज हमारे यहाँ ऐसी बीच में राजनीतिक नोकझोंक हुई, दुनिया में क्या रिएक्शन है? आज आपने भी सुबह सबका पढ़ा होगा, सबने, नवाज शरीफ कह रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान कहीं नहीं और भारत तो चंद्रमा पे भी गया। ये उनका दुख है, ये उनका आज भारत का हासिल है। हमें गौरव होना चाहिए, हमें गौरव होना चाहिए। एक मिनट, ये उपग्रह छोड़ना यानी उपग्रहों को लॉन्च करना दूसरे देशों के भी या किसी के भी, लेकिन अपने जो इच्छित स्थल है वहां उसको लॉन्च करना, रखना, ये काम में हमने महारत हासिल की। अगर अमेरिका, ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस ऐसे सारे देश हमारे यहाँ आकर होते हैं तो हमें खुशी होनी चाहिए ना। इसमें दुख की क्या बात है, इसमें विवाद का क्या बात है। मैं आपको एक, खरगे जी आपको अच्छा लगेगा ये, कि पूना में एक बार एक ऑल पार्टी या सरकारी कोई कार्यक्रम था, कांग्रेस के मंत्री थे रामकृष्ण मोरे, वो बोल रहे थे और बाद में अटल जी बोले। तो अटल जी ने ये कहा कि हम कभी ऐसा नहीं कहते कि कुछ नहीं हुआ आपके जमाने में, आपके जमाने में कुछ नहीं हुआ ऐसा हम नहीं कहते, लेकिन जितना और जैसे होना चाहिए था वैसा नहीं हुआ ये हम कहते थे। और इसलिए नहीं, मोदी जी एकमात्र प्रधानमंत्री है कि जो बार बार लाल किले के प्राचीर से भी कहते हैं कि हर प्रधानमंत्री ने अच्छा काम किया है, हर प्रधानमंत्री ने काम किया है देश के लिए। ये मोदी जी कहते हैं। मुझे ये बताइए, एक मिनट, एक प्रधानमंत्री म्यूजियम निकला है, तैयार हुआ, वहां इंदिरा जी का, नेहरू जी का, वहां राजीव गांधी का, सब नहीं उसके पीछे है। आपने गए ही नहीं, आप गए ही नहीं तो क्या करेंगे, आप जाइए। लेकिन मुझे यह बताइए कि आपने ऐसा कभी सोचा था कि सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों का कोई म्यूजियम होगा और उसमें अटल जी का और बाकियों का भी लगेगा? नहीं करेंगे, नहीं किया। और मैं आगे बताता हूं, ये एक मन की उदारता होनी चाहिए। मैं नरसिंह राव की याद नहीं कराऊंगा, आपको मालूम है। लेकिन अगर बड़ी चीज होती है तो देश का लीडर कौन है ये बोलते ही है, तो उसमें लोग बोलते हैं, अपन बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन मैं दूसरे पक्ष पे आता हूं कि मूल मुद्दा है जो संजीव पाठक ने भी बोला और जो कपिल सिब्बल जी ने भी अभी बोला कि भाई इनोवेशन, वी लैक इन इनोवेशन, वी हैव टू टेक इनोवेशन मच फर्दर। देश आगे बढ़ता है इनोवेशन से, जो संपत्ति तैयार होती है। वो जो आईफोन के निर्माता है स्टीव जॉब्स, उसके साथ मैं 2 दिन था, उस समय आईफोन नहीं निकला था। उसने हाथ में दिखाकर जैसा हैंडहेल्ड पकड़ा है ऐसा बताकर, मैं ऐसा हैंडहेल्ड तैयार करूंगा कि जो मल्टी यूज के लिए होगा और सारी दुनिया बदल जाएगी, वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेटिंग, ये उसने बताया। और बाद में आईफोन आया और हमने देखा कितना परिवर्तन हुआ। लेकिन और इनोवेशन का मैंने कहा एक बार कि आईफोन के सारे जो पार्ट्स है उसकी कीमत अगर लगाएंगे तो 10, ये मोबाइल में है राजीव जी, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट ऑफ दोज प्रोडक्ट्स मे नॉट बी मोर देन 15-20,000 जो रॉ मटेरियल है सब, लेकिन उसमें उपयोगिता आई तो 1 लाख रुपए का हो गया। तो दिस इज द वेल्थ जनरेटेड बाय इनोवेशन। तो इनोवेशन का सम्मान होना चाहिए। आज जो हम प्रस्ताव लाए हैं वो इनोवेशन का सम्मान करने के लिए है, साइंटिस्टों को मुबारक करने के लिए है, इसलिए ये है। और इसलिए अभी 1 मिनट मैं बता रहा हूं, अभी खरगे जी गए लेकिन चिदम्बरम भी आज नहीं है। चिदम्बरम जी कहते थे कि भाई ये मोबाइल से पेमेंट होगा, मोबाइल से ऐसा होगा, कैसे होगा? ग्रामीण, जैसे कल खरगे जी बोल रहे थे, बैकवर्ड क्लास की महिला अनपढ़ है। अरे किसने कहा? अच्छा पढ़ते, एक मिनट
प्लीज स्पीक ऑन द सब्जेक्ट प्लीज।
उनका अपमान मत करो।
प्लीज
वो स्कूल में जाते हैं।
जावड़ेकर जी प्लीज सब्जेक्ट पे बोलिए आप।
तो वो स्कूल में जाते, कॉलेज में जाते, पढ़ना चाहते, आगे बढ़ना चाहते। सवाल है कि ये लोगों को कैसे समझेगा, ऐसा बोलते थे। लेकिन आज अमेरिका से हमारे कोई दोस्त आते हैं तो बाजार में जाने के बाद सबसे अचंभा करते हैं कि कोई कार्ड से पेमेंट ही नहीं कर रहा है, कोई कार्ड लेकर एटीएम में जा ही नहीं रहा है, सभी मोबाइल से ही पेमेंट कर रहे हैं। ये दुनिया में कहीं नहीं जो भारत में हो रहा है। तो ये साइंस है, ये हमारी उपलब्धि है, देश करके है, सबकी है। और सबको बढ़ते हुए भारत को प्रोत्साहन देना चाहिए, समर्थन देना चाहिए, ये मेरा आग्रह है। मैं 2-3 ये कैसे इनोवेशन बढ़ेगा, तो मैं शिक्षा मंत्री था तब मैंने एक कल्पना आई, हैकेथॉन शुरू किया इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के लिए कि 6 इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट इकट्ठा बैठेंगे। हमने जिसका सॉल्यूशन नहीं हुआ है ऐसे 500 सवाल उनके लिए दिए और इसमें से कोई भी सवाल चुनकर उस पर जरा 3-4 महीने एफर्ट करे, शोध करे, आइडियाज लड़ाए और उसके तरह से आपका सॉल्यूशन पेश करे, कोड पेश करे। इस तरह का पहले वर्ष में हमने किया। 40,000 इंजीनियरिंग छात्रों ने भाग लिया और मुझे अच्छा लगा कि अब 8 साल हो गए, 8 साल में ये संख्या 5 लाख से भी अधिक हो गई। इतने छात्र हर साल करते हैं। वो ये सही शिक्षा है, ये शोध की संस्था है, ये शोध का संस्कार है। इससे ही देश आगे बढ़ेगा। इससे आगे जाकर सभी IITs में और NITs में हमने इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर शुरू किए। इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में आज इंडस्ट्री, यूनिवर्सिटी एंड मुझे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स सब इकट्ठा आ रहे और देश के लैब्स जो है, पहले क्या होता था, लैब्स अलग, इंडस्ट्री अलग, यूनिवर्सिटीज अलग, हमने तीनों को जोड़ दिया और उसके कारण एक शोध का माहौल बना। इससे कारण ये इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में सैकड़ों नए प्रयोग केवल नहीं हो रहे, बहुत अच्छे शोध, पेटेंट लग रहे हैं। पहले तो पेटेंट मिलने को भी 4-4 साल लगते थे, अब 4 महीने में पेटेंट मिलता है। ये बदलाव करके दिखाए। ग्रैंड चैलेंज हुआ और जिस नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का मुझे भाग्य रहा कि 2 साल जो तैयारी उसकी हुई और जो तैयार हुई पॉलिसी, उसका आखिरी मुझे कस्तूररंगन जी ने कॉपी सौंपी। फिर दूसरे दिन मेरा पर्यावरण मंत्री में था। तो इसलिए ये नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी यह हमें है। आज आपको पता नहीं होगा कि इसरो और DRDO की टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ कहाँ उपयोग आती है। समुद्र में जो मच्छी के व्यवसाय के लिए जो जाते हैं मछुआरे, तो उनको लिए नेविगेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। नाउ विद द सैटेलाइट they have the phone and they can receive all signals and they get the correct direction. ये हो रहा है, इसरो का शोध है। आज कॉलेजेस के इंस्पेक्शन के लिए हमारे अनेक इंस्पेक्शन की ये बनती थी 4-4, 5-5 प्राध्यापकों की या शिक्षाविदों की, और वो सब जगह जाते थे। सब बंद किया और अभी 1 मिनट सब बंद हुआ और ये हुआ कि अब इसरो के और DRDO के जो अच्छा शोध हुआ उसका उपयोग करके हम आज इंस्पेक्शन यही बैठ के 5 लोग कर सकते हैं और उसमें कोई हेराफेरी नहीं कर सकता। तो साइंस, 1 मिनट, साइंस का मैं बताता हूं, साइंस का
while sitting do not comment, this is not fair.
साइंस का उपयोग
no please,
केवल साइंस का उपयोग एक क्षेत्र में नहीं होता। एक विज्ञान जब तैयार होता है तो अनेक क्षेत्रों में उपयोग होता है। और इसलिए ये समझना पड़ेगा कि हमें भी ये सही बोलना पड़ेगा कि अगर हम एक काल में प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लेंगे और दूसरे में नहीं लेंगे, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा। तो प्रधानमंत्री देश का एक प्रतिनिधि होता है, जनता ने चुना हुआ 140 करोड़ लोगों ने विश्वास दिया हुआ प्रतिनिधि है, उसका नाम नहीं लेंगे, ऐसा कैसा होता? क्योंकि उन्होंने सपोर्ट दिया, जिसका वर्णन जितेंद्र सिंह जी ने बहुत डिटेल में किया है। और इसलिए साइंटिफिक, और वो हमें एक ही बात कहते थे कि नई शिक्षा, ये जो शिक्षा नीति बना रहे, इसमें साइंटिफिक टेम्पर कैसे तैयार होगा वही तैयार करना है, और वही आज हुआ है। देखिए उसके नतीजे, भारत आने वाले 10 साल में बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा और विश्व की तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था बनेगा। इतना ही मैं विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय जावड़ेकर जी। माननीय डॉक्टर शांतनु सेन जी, 6 मिनट। Dr. Shantanu Sen, please. Yes, mic is on. Yes, it's on now.
My time starts now, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, respected Chair. First of all, I'd like to wish my previous speaker, Prakash Javadekar ji, a good ministerial berth in the coming reshuffling. The way he was praising Modi ji government, because after 2024 parliament election, there will be no chance
On
at
the
all.
subject, please, on the
Yeah, I am
subject.
coming to the subject.
Yes.
Sir, we all know that Indian National Committee for Space Research, that is INCOSPAR, was set up in 1962, which was superseded by ISRO in 1969. But I have got every doubt, while taking all the credit in their own court, the Treasury bench can loudly speak out and pronounce the full form of INCOSPAR or ISRO, because both start with India. And we have seen, being very scared of the India alliance, they are in a mood to remove India from every nomenclature.
Please subject, Dr. Saab.
I am coming to the subject.
This is not the subject, please.
Sir, during landing of Chandrayaan 3, we have seen our learned Prime Minister celebrating sitting in South Africa because he went there to attend the BRICS summit. Unfortunately, amongst all the BRICS countries, India is paying the lowest possible GDP for science and technology. That is only 0.6% in comparison to that of America, which is 3%, China, which is 2.4%, and South Korea, which is 4.5%, sir. Sir, I will cite some examples to show the real concern of our government of India so far this ISRO is concerned. Sir, the funding of ISRO for 2022, it was 13,700 crore. And for 2023, it has come down to 10,530 crore. Sir, so far the budgetary allocation is concerned, the budget allocated in the financial year 2024 is only 12,544 crore. It has been slashed down by 8% if you compare with the previous allocation, sir. Sir, my previous colleague was talking about enormous development in science and technology in country, of course. That's why during COVID we have to keep faith on thali bajao and cows urine to get rid of COVID. That is the ultimate example of science development in science and technology in our country of India, sir. Sir, I will tell you, in our state of Bengal, it has played a significant part in the historic feat. 31 scientists, they are from Bengal. Anuj Nandi from Islampur of West Bengal. He was not just a part of Chandrayaan 3 mission team.
Sir, just a second. आपकी पार्टी से एक और वक्ता है, कुल 6 मिनट्स हैं. आप उनके लिए क्या समय छोड़ेंगे? That you decided.
ठीक है. But also she worked as the chief designer of the camera that was attached to the primary body of Chandrayaan 3, sir. Sir, I would like to let the House know a very important information. Sir, there is a person in Jharkhand whose name is Deepak Upararia. He was an expert of ISRO. Now, There is a photograph in my mobile which has been published in a very renowned newspaper. He is selling idli on the road because he, like many others, is not getting their salary for 18 months. He is having a bank loan of 4 lakhs of rupees. He has kept all his wife's ornaments on mortgage to earn his livelihood, sir. This is the great development of our government. I would like our learned publicity masters to see to it. Another important point, sir, in Chandrayaan 2, two women, Srimati M. Vanita and Srimati Ritu Khardia Srivastav, they played a very important role in the form of project director and mission director. But we have seen in case of Chandrayaan 3, they are all male performing in the team. My humble submission to our government will be, please try to encourage more and more women in this system, sir. And finally, I would request our Treasury bench, please do not forget the name of Dr. C.V. Raman, Dr. Vikram Saravaiya, Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha, Dr. APJ Abul Kalam, who were the pillar of this institute. And my final submission will be to my government. Yes, we have been seeing many publicity masters who are spending even 85% of a particular project for publicity, who are spending huge amount of money in building up new buildings, which are of hardly any necessity. But ISRO, the pride of our nation, they are severely ignored by our government. My humble submission will be, yes, try to take the credit of this Chandrayaan. At the same time, please look into it that another Deepak Upararia doesn't come on the field and sells idli because of your neglect, sir. Thank you very much.
डॉक्टर साहब, आपने पार्टी का लगभग पूरा समय ले लिया, so next speaker will not get time, just for information. Thank you. This is now Shri Mani M. Muhammad Abdullah, 3 minutes. Mr. M, please, 3 minutes. No. I have no information. Yes. Are you speaking in?
Just a minute, he will continue. Just a suggestion, he will continue, please. Chairman has given his concern. Sir, one of the directors of Chandrayaan 3, Mr. Shankaran, who was my junior in college, a government college which was meant for rural people, has successfully done that and is now working for Aditya 1 also. So instead of, I thought we may felicitate the college or anywhere else, but it is right to mention those names here. That would be a real credit to them. And in general, instead of mentioning each and every name, I would suggest that the House can move a motion and adopt to congratulate all the scientists and engineers who were in the successful mission. I think all the members would agree and such a motion could be motion, sir. I also conveyed to the minister.
Thank you, Tiriji. Now, Mani M. Muhammad Abdullah.
Sir.
3 minutes.
No, sir. Total allotted time is 15 minutes. 6 minutes he has already spoken. I have 9 minutes, sir.
Just check.
We'll check it. Yes, sir.
Please speak.
Honorable Chairman, sir. On this pride moment that India became the first country to reach the South Pole and the fourth to be on the moon, with the remembrance of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, a Tamil pride, a national pride, I start my speech with his remembrance, sir. Sir, the country's ability to execute space mission reflects its confidence and shows that this is India's time. The lander model of ISRO's third lunar mission, Chandrayaan 3, made a successful landmark landing on the moon's southern pole on August 23rd as an iconic moment for India. Sir, on this historic occasion, I would like to recall one thing that Chandrayaan 3's successful soft landing on the moon had given Tamil Nadu an extra reason to cheer. Yes, all the project directors of this country's lunar mission and also the first Indian mission dedicated to observing the sun are from our state of Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, Dr. Mailsami Annadurai, dubbed as the Moon Man of India, led the maiden Chandrayaan mission in 2008, confirmed the presence of water on the moon. With this, the world turned towards India. Then at the second time in 2019, as the first Indian woman lead to India's lunar mission, Mrs. Vanitha Muthaiya, a Tamil lady, becomes the project director of Chandrayaan-2. Then Chandrayaan-3 was launched on July 14th and successfully landed safely on the moon after 40 days. And this country once again turned the world's gaze towards itself with Mr. Veera Muthuvel as its project director. Then Aditya L1, the India's first solar mission, and Mrs. Nigar Shaji, a Tamil lady, is the project director. Sir, the most important thing I want to mention at this time through this August House is that all these scientists are not only from our state of Tamil Nadu, but by all studied in our state education system of Tamil Nadu, according to our state curriculum, from the poor and middle class background, and belongs to the backward communities and minorities communities, sir. Sir, Tamil Nadu have a visionary history behind this achievement, sir. Through that, we had shown the best governance model, known as Dravidian model, not only to the country, but also to the entire world, that everyone should know and aware about it now, sir. Sir, Tamil Nadu has many firsts to its credit, but very few are aware that it was in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, that the world first midday meal was served to the students way back in 1920, 100 years back, based on the idea of Sir B.T. Tyagarajar, and then the president of Dravidian party, namely called Justice Party, as Subrayulu, first chief minister of Madras presidency, implemented the midday meal scheme in the corporation schools in Chennai, sir. The constitutional provision for universalization for primary education has not yet been fully implemented in India. It becomes a distant goal even now. But Tamil Nadu tries to be ahead of achieving it. Tamil Nadu is one of the most literate states in India now, sir. Following the pioneering initiative of Justice Party leader P.T. Tyagarajar, our ex-chief ministers, Mr. K. Kamraj, and our beloved leader, Dr. Kalaignar, have tweaked the feeding program and contributed to its steady evolution. Gradually, its focus shifted to addressing nutritional issue and checking dropouts from schools. Sir, the purpose was the same when Kamraj expanded the program to all schools across the state. So they wanted to see more students from poor socio-economic backgrounds enrolling in school. The midday meal wish was the boon for students from scheduled castes and the backward communities when Kalaignar initiated on 5 eggs and the bananas to be supplied along with the midday meal in government schools. Sir, even after the development of midday meal scheme, Tamil Nadu found the gap in achieving the universalization of school education to all. Hence, it realized that the overall development of the nation and the state education must be made easily available to all. But poor people in rural as well as the urban area failed to send their children to school due to several reasons. Keeping it on mind, as a part of that, Tamil Nadu government has started another schemes providing free bicycles to students, initiated by Dr. Kalaignar. The name of this scheme is Free Bicycle Scheme. Dr. Kalaignar made higher education free for first generation learners and even launched the EVR Nagamai Memorial free graduate education for school schemes. He was constantly launching similar schemes that made education accessible to everyone, especially the underprivileged section of society. There was 50% reservation for rural students in professional course. Entrance exam for professional courses was scrapped. In 1989, sir, in 1989, sir, he introduced a free bus pass scheme for the school students to go to school. Free computer training for the school.
We are discussing on Chandrayaan, Mani Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm coming back to the point.
Please.
Yes, I'm coming back to the point. Yeah, this is how our backward scientists came to ISRO. I'm just explaining.
Come to the subject.
Yes, sir. These are just a few of the many schemes did by the Dr. Kalaignar. And even now, it is being continued under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, aims to optimize social welfare gains by tweaking a century-old scheme to offer the first meal of the day that is called as a Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Breakfast Scheme right now, sir. Sir, as Mr. is not here, I think so, Mr. Ramesh Jairam said, it is a journey of 60 years of Indian education. But in Tamil Nadu, it has its own journey of about 100 years through the Dravidian ideology. Through this, we have contributed not only to our state and also to the nation. This is what I want to point out now. And this is how the uniqueness of our federal system contribute to the nation building. The others are criticizing our welfare scheme as a freebie, but we are investing it for the development of the nation in view of social justice. Sir, that's why we are proudly calling it as a Dravidian model, sir, which is much, much needed for this time, for this country, not only for the scientific development, in all the development. With that, I conclude, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal, 5 मिनट. और माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको मालूम है जो विषय है डिस्कशन का, उसी पर हमें बोलना है, not other points related. So please speak on the subject. Please. You know the rules.
धन्यवाद महोदय. आज मुझे इस नए सदन में चंद्रयान के ऊपर बोलने का मौका दिया जा रहा है. मैं इसका अध्यक्ष महोदय जी का धन्यवाद हूँ. और सबसे पहले मैं इसरो के अध्यक्ष श्री सोमनाथ जी और उनकी टीम को और उनकी पूरी संस्था को इस सदन की तरफ से, अपनी तरफ से, देश की तरफ से मुबारकबाद देना चाहूँगा और धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने पूरे विश्व में भारत का परचम फहरा दिया है. सर, 1965 में हमारे तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री श्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने पाकिस्तान युद्ध के दौरान देश को एक नारा दिया था, जय जवान जय किसान. बाद में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री वाजपेयी जी ने पोखरण के दौरान इस नारे में संशोधन किया और कहा, जय जवान जय विज्ञान जय किसान जय विज्ञान. और मुझे वो समय याद है, 3 जनवरी 2019 को जब हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी लवली प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी में इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए आए, उन्होंने इस नारे में और संशोधन किया और उन्होंने कहा, जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान. और उन्होंने एक नया शब्द जोड़ा इस नारे में, जय अनुसंधान. और पूरा नारा बना, जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान जय अनुसंधान. और मैं खुशकिस्मत हूँ कि जब प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी ने यह नारा दिया, मैं उसका साक्षी हूँ. माननीय सर, और मुझे खुशी है, थैंक यू, और मुझे खुशी है कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी के उस नारे की वजह से आज हमारा देश चंद्रयान की सफलता के पूरे विश्व में जोर शोर से मना रहा है. मैं इसके लिए फिर अपने पूरे देश को मुबारकबाद देना चाहूँगा. सर, 23 अगस्त को चंद्रयान 3 ने सफल लैंडिंग की और उसके एक सप्ताह बाद हमारे देश का एक पवित्र त्यौहार आता है, रक्षाबंधन. जिस प्रकार हर बहनें अपने भाई को राखी भेजती हैं, तो मुझे ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा था, पूरे देश को ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा था कि हमारा देश की 70 करोड़ बहनें चंदा को, चंद्रमा को, जिसको हम चंदा मामा भी कहते हैं, चंद्रयान के रूप में एक हमने राखी भेजी है. माननीय महोदय, चांद का हम सभी के जीवन से एक भावनात्मक जुड़ाव है, संबंध है. बचपन की लोरी चंदा मामा दूर के सुन सुन के हम लोग बड़े हुए हैं. और बॉलीवुड की हम बात करें तो मेरे ख्याल पुरानी मूवीज़ में कोई भी गाना ऐसा नहीं होता था जिसमें चंदा का वर्णन नहीं होता था. जैसे चांद सी महबूबा हो मेरी, या चंद्रमा में भी एक दाग है. तो इस तरीके के हम गाने सुन सुन के बड़े हुए हैं. इसके साथ साथ एक और इंटरेस्टिंग तथ्य है कि एक मूवी आई थी हॉलीवुड की, मिशन इम्पॉसिबल, और जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के फिक्शन पर थी, लेकिन
उसका बजट क्या था हम बाद में बात करेंगे, लेकिन हमारे भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों ने चंद्रयान 2 की सफलता से उत्साहित ही हुए, नीचे नहीं गए और चंद्रयान 3 को मिशन आई एम पॉसिबल बना के हमारे सामने पेश किया। सर, चंद्रयान 3 रियलिटी है, ये फिक्शन मूवी नहीं है कि 615 करोड़ में हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसको कामयाब किया। और ये हमारे लिए और भी हर्ष का विषय है कि इस मिशन में महिलाओं का भी पूरा योगदान रहा, महिलाएं वैज्ञानिकों का भी पूरा योगदान रहा। और हमारा दूसरा सदन इस टाइम महिला रिजर्वेशन पर बात कर रहा है, ये हम सबके लिए हर्ष का एक विषय है। हॉलीवुड में जेम्स बॉन्ड की मूवीज बहुत प्रसिद्ध हैं और उसमें एक मूवी थी ऑक्टोपसी। सर सिर्फ 1 मिनट। और उसमें भारत को स्नेक चार्मर कहा गया, जादू टोने वाला देश कहा गया। सर, मैं उससे प्रेरणा लेते हुए बोलना चाहूँगा, यस, भारत जादू का देश है, यही वो देश है, उसी में ही जादूगर है इसरो, जिसने इतने कम समय में और इतने कम दाम में एक सफल चंद्रयान बना के हम सबके आगे पेश किया। ये भारत का ही जादू है और भारत ही एक जादूगर है। सर, चंद्रयान इस टाइम स्लीप मोड में है, लेकिन ये पूरा सदन, पूरा देश जागा हुआ है और हम सब इस सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बधाई दे रहे हैं। सर, एक छोटी सी मेरी बेनती है, हम 2023-24 में हमने सर सिर्फ एक मिनट चंद्रयान लॉन्च किया और इसी वर्ष हमने इसरो का बजट घटा दिया। सर, जो 13,700 करोड़ था पिछले साल, वो 12,543 करोड़ रह गया। तो मेरी बेनती है सरकार से कि इसको दोबारा रिव्यू किया जाए। और सर, अंत में मैं अपने वैज्ञानिकों को, भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों को, इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को बधाई और अभिनंदन करने के लिए 2 पंक्तियों से अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। परिंदों को मिलेगी मंजिल यकीनन, परिंदों को मिलेगी मंजिल यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पंख बोलते हैं। वो लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर, हमारे वैज्ञानिक, वो लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर जमाने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on an issue in which the entire nation feels very proud and also has been one in voicing such a sense of pride in appreciating the ISRO. Sir, the launch of Chandrayaan 3, particularly to the south pole of the moon, India has become the first country to do so. Whilst countries have launched and landed in the moon, we are only the 4th in the line. But for reaching the moon's southern pole, we are the first. Now, I just want to briefly recall how in 1975, India, with the help of Soviet Union then, the USSR, launched the Aryabhatta satellite. That was a heavy satellite, but it was launched by the Soviet Union for us. So that was the first ever attempt by India's ISRO to position something in the space, to enter the space itself. But after that, if you look at this spectacular journey that the ISRO has had, this success of Chandrayaan 3 is certainly going to have a very big impact on India's industrial and technological ecosystem. It's going to directly, of course, affect positively the satellite systems area, telecommunications area, and there are very many other related fields, all of which will benefit from it. Although in 75, we needed the Soviet Union's help to launch our Aryabhatta, a space station to go into the space for the first time from India. Today, as of July 23, our record is such that we've already launched 431 foreign satellites for other countries. That is, 34 different countries have utilized ISRO's facility and their knowledge systems to launch their satellites. And I'm just recalling in 1975, our Aryabhatta being launched by Soviet Union for us today, but we are in a position to launch 34 different countries' satellites, but totaling to 431. What a spectacular journey this is for ISRO. So, Chandrayaan-3, sir, also stood out, in my observation, also stood out for one particular achievement, which has a blend of innovation, has a blend of how technology and innovation working together can work for global achievements and sustainability. I remember also seeing a lot of comments which said, oh, but this is no good, it has taken this many number of days to reach there. Did it require that many number of days? Can it not be done lesser in lesser number of days? Because quoting some other countries, they said they reached the moon in 20 days, whereas you took 45 days, and so on. But the secret behind that, the fact behind that, is the innovative way in which ISRO has handled it. In that, they chose a path to reach the moon, which was not otherwise thought of, but thought only because, due to the route selection, and I'm using very pedestrian language here, I'm conscious of that, using such a route selection, ISRO made it possible to do it cost effectively, because the gravitational pulls, any magnetic fields which come in the way, I'm sorry, again a pedestrian language, can exhaust more fuel. But the way in which ISRO decided to take this Chandrayaan-3 was chosen not for a racing expedition. I'll have to reach there faster than somebody else, but I have to reach there in a cost-effective manner using lesser fuel and therefore serve the purpose of sustainability. Space research also has to be sustainable because otherwise it becomes too expensive and cannot be afforded at all. So, innovation intertwined with sustainability, particularly in the realm of space, is what ISRO has achieved by choosing the route with which it reached the south pole of the moon. Now, the lander that is there was named Vikram Probe. Obviously, the name reminds us of Vikram Sarabhai, who set up the first rocket launching station, which we are now using repeatedly. Nobody ever in India can forget the contribution that Vikram Sarabhai or Homi Bhabha did. Of course, Homi then moved over to the Atomic Energy Commission, which was carved out of the then body ISRO. So, Vikram Probe did something spectacular again. Having reached the South Pole, for the first time, the density and the temperature of the moon's ionosphere has been recorded. Several people went to the moon earlier, landed in the moon earlier, but we did the first thing of landing in the South Pole. But for the first time again, the moon's ionosphere and its density and the temperature there has been recorded by our Vikram probe. Interestingly, from the probe, the rover which is moving slowly on the surface of the moon, the Pragyan rover, in its exploration has unearthed groundbreaking discoveries, sir. The presence of sulfur, for instance, in the lunar south pole has come as a very big surprise to the scientific community. So, I'm happy to say Chandrayaan-3 landing in the South Pole for the first time does not just stop there, it has also created a lot more record on its own. Just going back, Chandrayaan-2 also would have achieved, but for the last-minute tragic failure, but ISRO showcased to the world that it shall not be deterred by that failure. It would learn lessons. Every strand of the errors have been identified, lessons learned, and today we see that the ISRO has corrected itself to the extent that very many little errors which had crept in earlier had been removed and better solutions have been offered than what had been given in Chandrayaan-2 itself. No wonder that the chief, S. Somanath, has been received by the Indian common citizen everywhere. When he went into a flight, people stood up and clapped for him. This is the kind of respect Indians have, we our people have, for such great achieving scientists of this country. Nobody ever forgets them. And today, ISRO and ISRO scientists are all very recognized by people of India. And in the process, I'll later delve into this point, they are people who have studied from tier 2, tier 3 colleges, gone into Indian Institute of Sciences and many such institutions, but they are there sitting and contributing for the future development of India and also sharing their knowledge with the entire space community all over the world. Now, if I spoke about Chandrayaan-2, sir, I'll also take this opportunity to say about Chandrayaan-1, which was launched in 2008. Even that was a wonderful, sir.
Honorable members, what a sight. Look at the galleries. Look at the galleries. Jayaji, look at the galleries. All your gender. And you are iconic to all of them. And at a time when the Honorable Finance Minister is on legs. And this has happened right from the beginning. But that it would happen so continually is unimaginable, is spectacular. My tribute to this great power which is being unleashed in India to change it for the better and to take it to 2047 gloriously. Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'll take this opportunity which you've given me by highlighting the women and girls in the gallery. Equally impressive, sir, and I'm sure you would have noticed it as well. And Jayaji would also probably appreciate the fact that we have... I heard it, sir, but what I wanted to say is, Jayaji, because the school children who are here, I'm so touched by the fact that they are here to observe what we are discussing. And I'm sure, yes, all the members would feel happy about the presence of the future generations of India here. Oh, okay.
As a school child.
Honorable Leader of the House reminds me that I'm not wrong in mentioning Honorable Jaya ji's name, because she apparently acted as a school child.
Yes.
In a student with uniform in a film.
I was reflecting, honorable members, on that memorable contribution as a great artist and elevating her to iconic status, which she has sustained all throughout. Honorable Finance.
Appreciations, Jayaji. Sir, I did mention about Chandrayaan-2 and wanted to move over to briefly talk about Chandrayaan-1 as well. But before I do talk about Chandrayaan-1, I want to remind myself and also place it before the honorable members in this House that on probably 7th September 2019, midnight, Governor of West Bengal, the then Governor of West Bengal, and now Vice President of India, witnessed that landing, which of course had a problem, but along with hundreds of school children in the science city of Kolkata. And today, you are reminding us about the school children who are here to listen to this debate on the Chandrayaan-3's success. So Chandrayaan-1, sir, if I can just go one step backward, was also a very successful mission. 2008, when it was launched, it discovered the presence of water on the moon's surface, and it also provided a lot of insights into the lunar geology. So obviously, each one time that ISRO had attempted to do, they have come out with extraordinary contributions to the space science, and that is now actually being used by the space community, scientist community from all over the world. And repeatedly, when we talk about ISRO, I will definitely recollect that the founders of ISRO, as I named them earlier, Vikram Sarabhai or Homi Bhabha, had all remembered that this contribution or this investment in space is an investment in future, and that it will be done for the sake of development and also for the sake of humanity. That spirit continues even today, sir. I would want to highlight that. And when I do that, it is purposely because I want to bring to the context that continuously in India, ISRO has received that kind of a support from all communities, ordinary citizens, students, children, scientific community, and from the government of the day. The kind of support that ISRO has received is something which all of us are proud of, and we'll continue doing that. Now, but of course, much before I go into talking many more things, a theme which I want to mention here, and I would probably respond to it repeatedly, is a comment which Jairam Ramesh had made, honorable members not here, but he has made in the morning about, muscular nationalism, you leave it to the scientists. Sir, yes. And I also recall, I wasn't in the House, but I've seen it subsequently, that former President APJ Abdul Kalam had referred to Professor Satish Dhawan and said leadership should be like that, where once when a mission failed, he had said not to worry at all. Leave it. I take the full responsibility as the head. But when the next year it was corrected and they achieved success, Professor Satish Dhawan had told our former president, then scientist, APJ Abdul Kalam, the success is due to your team and the success is to you, and as a true leader, gave the credit to the team. Absolutely. Whoever would deny the scientists their contribution. But it doesn't mean that if the Prime Minister of the country stands next to a scientist or a team of scientists who worked for something, and when there is, unfortunately, a failure or a disappointment, to stand by them and say, don't you worry, you will be doing better the next time. And therefore, I read this quote. Honorable Prime Minister stood next to Professor Sivan, the scientist, during the launch of Chandrayaan-2, which in the last minute, unfortunately, broke all our hearts and disappointed all of them as much as the scientific community when it just couldn't land. Standing next to him, who had tears in his eyes, Mr. Sivan had tears in his eyes, Prime Minister had said, last night, when he stood with him, I understood your frame of mind. The look in your eyes said a lot. That is why I did not stay here for long. We might not have reached the lunar surface as planned. You came as close as you could. Stay steady and look ahead. We are full of confidence when it comes to our space program, the best is yet to come, unquote. These are not words of any muscular nationalism. These are truly the words of a Prime Minister who wants to stand next to his scientists, even at the time of disappointment, as much as the time of success. So to decry this and to say, oh, you stop your muscular nationalism, is a bit of a perversion, which I think somebody from Jairam Ramesh's experience, I wouldn't expect. So, and this is not the first time. When in 2014, ISRO had by that time launched 104 satellites at one go. Prime Minister Modi was one of the first one to say, India salutes all the scientists. It was in his Twitter handle. It was in his Twitter handle. It is there even now. So scientists are being given the due credit, and we shall continue to give due credit. Every government has done it. We also do it. But when we do it, because it's Prime Minister Modi, please don't give any other attributes which are not true. So I'll, for a minute, dwell again on the cost of the mission. And that's one of the interesting facts about Chandrayaan-2, as much as the one earlier also, about the Mangalyaan. One of the most interesting facts is that Chandrayaan-3 mission costed only around 75 million US dollars, approximately 615 crores. These are not final figures because that will have to be finalized through the department, finally tying up every expenditure, approximately 615 crores. Then again, oft repeated comparison, sir. Our Chandrayaan-3 commanded a lesser budget when compared to some of the movies which are made on space itself. You're making movies on space because we understand better, we want to know better, our future generation should know what it means, and therefore interesting films are made. But those films costed more than actually just Chandrayaan-3. I'll give you a random selection of film names and their cost. Interstellar costed $165 million. Passengers costed $110 million. The Martian, $108 million. Gravity, $100 million. And Chandrayaan, $75 million. As I said earlier, sir, innovative cost-cutting methods are the reason why it took a few days more, but the gravitational pull and also the magnetic fields which drag the satellite and therefore exhaust the fuel, in my pedestrian language that is. I'm sure there are some scientists who will be here who will sneer at my language, but simply put, that's the reason why they chose the track with which they could reach. Even if it takes a few more days, it costed them less. So I'll come to the point that increasingly India's space programs are becoming Atmanirbhar. And the immense potential of homegrown industries and their technologies are now increasingly helping our expeditions to the space. Chandrayaan-3 benefited from this. I would like to highlight where these kind of Atmanirbhar Bharat has come to interplay with the space program. India actually, through the Chandrayaan-3, has displayed and showcased its capability to design, to develop, and to manufacture high-end equipments which are so required, but all domestically. Now, leading companies like Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, which provided significant mechanical hardware, and BHEL, the Bharat Heavy Electrical Limited, contributed with their titanium tanks, which was so crucial and actually helped in cutting cost as well, but a very innovative way in which we could do it. Sir, numerous private Indian firms have contributed to this, particularly in the realms of mechanical and electronic fabrication. For a minute, I want to quote Vikram Sarabhai again. He says, if we are to play a meaningful role naturally and in the Committee of Nations, we must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies, unquote. Now, these advanced technologies are not just coming from HAL and BHEL. They sure are coming from HAL and BHEL, but private players today are giving these high-end technologies, and they have made it an immense contribution to the efficiency. Giving these high-end technologies, and they have made it an immense contribution to the efficiencies which are now getting recorded. The kind of equipments which we see in the Chandrayaan-3 are state-of-the-art scientific instruments which are being used, all of them which are developed in India. They include seismometer, Langmuir probe instruments, thermal probe instruments, both X-ray and laser-based spectrometers. All of them have been built in India. So, I want to underline here, sir, that scientific temper, scientific achievements are absolutely praiseworthy in ISRO. But policy has also been doing a lot of rigorous changes, which has now come to help private participation in the space sector. I remember during Atmanirbhar announcements, and subsequently in the budget of 21-22, we had announced a strategic disinvestment policy, particularly for central public sector enterprises, in which we said in the strategic areas, a minimum presence of the government will be there, will continue to be there. We are not going to shut every unit there, not at all. But there will not be any area in India which will not be available for private sector. That is, no area will be shut for private sector, and that policy actually has helped in getting the private sector to enter into space area. And as a result, today, you have innovative ideas working together with the ISRO, and that has made a lot of difference. India actually ranks 5th among countries for equity investments in space in the past decade, and that is consistently because the policy has been made more and more favorable, and as a result, we are improving in getting equity funding for the private sector which wants to involve itself in space. But even today, it is only 3% of all the money which goes into the space arena globally. We need to have more private funding coming, private equity coming, for those private companies which want to do innovative work in the space area. Sir, you have rightly given the tone of women even at the beginning of my intervention. I would like to say how Chandrayaan-3, the landing spot in the moon, has been named Shiv Shakti. Shiv Shakti obviously denotes the Ardhanarishwara principle, though. And therefore, both Shiva and Shakti give the energy and the action. Therefore, I want to say it is a tribute to the women scientists who worked in that mission. Indian women scientists have contributed immensely to the space program. Women scientists, and I quote the Prime Minister here, women scientists of this mission have played a crucial role in ensuring its success. Without their contribution, this achievement was not just possible. They will inspire generations to come, unquote. Sir, slightly over 100 women staff have played a direct significant role in conceptualizing, designing, realizing, testing, and executing Chandrayaan-3. Over 100 women staff, inclusive of scientists. The huge participation of women shows that the scientific empowerment of women has helped, and the glass ceiling has actually been broken in ISRO for quite some time now. I'm not saying it happened yesterday, but for quite some time now. And as a result, the empowerment of women scientists and having broken the glass ceiling, no doubt, metaphorically, they're reaching to the space. This empowerment of women scientists clearly shows that in India, there is enough opportunity and more for women, provided they're given access, given opportunity. And that is why, in this context, I like to place it on the table here, that the Nari Vandan Adhiniyam, which is being introduced in the Lok Sabha, is necessarily an instrument through which we hope the political empowerment also can be done, just as the scientific empowerment has been happening in ISRO. If that kind of access is given to women, opportunity is given to women, they can perform as well as our scientists are performing in ISRO itself in the political arena. And I'm sure when the bill comes to the Rajya Sabha, it will have a smooth passage. I'm sure all parties, all members would kindly cooperate to have that cleared. So I'd like to take, because we are talking about Chandrayaan-3, I'd like to highlight the names of those women scientists who have contributed to Chandrayaan-3. Among many others, I said more than 100 women staff, but I'm naming some of them here. Srimati Kalpana Kalahasti, Dr. Ritu Karidal Srivastava, who's known as the Rocket Women of India, Srimati Vanita Muttaya, Srimati Nandini Harinath, Srimati Anuradha TK, Srimati Maunmita Datta, and Srimati V.R. Lalitambika. So these are scientists who have come from various parts of this country, studied in institutions which are probably in tier 2 to tier 3 institutions, but sheer wanting to perform with excellence has moved them to do many things on reaching ISRO and today contributing towards the launch of Chandrayaan-3. So if Chandrayaan-3 was a great success, there are other cosmic endeavors by the ISRO, which is launching Aditya L1, which is a space-based observatory dedicated to studying the sun. And here again, the innovative thought of the ISRO has played an important function. Its primary function is, of course, to monitor the solar corona, while simultaneously conducting direct observations of the solar wind at the point where it will be located. And that point, I think, is called Sun-Earth Lagrangian point, a point where it could stay without having to consume too much fuel because it's such a position that it can help in observing sun without any obstruction in between. So the Sun-Earth Lagrangian point, which is about 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth going towards the sun, is a very important mission. A significant feature of this one is that it's got 7 payloads, which include the visible emission line coronagraph, which, like I said earlier, Chandrayaan, BHEL, HAL have contributed. In this case, the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, which is located in Bangalore, has contributed in this particular visible emission line coronagraph, which is going to be very important an instrument which is going to be observing the sun. So Aditya L1, which was launched from Sriharikota by ISRO on the 2nd of September 2023, is one of those very important observatory for the sun, which India will be doing. There are 3 other countries which again have done this before, but India's now achieved it. So here again, a woman scientist has contributed in the Aditya L1. Nigar Shaji is a woman scientist who is actually behind this Aditya mission. So now I'll come for the last bits, sir. Before I conclude, I just want to highlight a few points about how we see the future of space and ISRO in India. I just want to highlight the point that we shall continue the spirit of Vikram Sarabhai, in that achievements by ISRO shall be for the mankind, achievements by ISRO shall be for development, and achievements will be for sharing with all. With that, actually, that's where the Prime Minister said when he looked at Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, G20 and so on, India will continue to explore, learn and share for the betterment of all humankind. So this is what the Prime Minister said. And this is what was the appreciation also given to the scientists. And again, standing by the scientists. Now I have my friend, Honorable Member Jairam Ramesh, the point that muscular nationalism doesn't play here. Stand next to the scientists at the time of achievement and also during disappointments. So that is a point I like to highlight, sir. More importantly, sir, it's important in June 2023, when Prime Minister visited the United States of America, we signed an accord, the Artemis Accord. Very important, sir, in that India also will be one of those 27 countries which have signed this accord and which is a multilateral space initiative led by US, in which one of the objectives is to send humans back to the moon through an international space station. And we shall be happily party to that. And in this context, sir, I would want to pick up on something which a former NASA Associate Administrator observed. His name is Mike Gold. He was a former Associate Administrator in the NASA. He was behind drafting and shepherding Artemis Accord. So it is important to understand what his perspectives were when India joined this accord. I quote him, sir, saying, India will not only fill the void, this is Mike Gold saying, who's been a NASA Associate Administrator once earlier, who drafted and also shepherded this Artemis Accord. He says, and I quote, India will not only fill the void that Russia is leaving, but will far exceed it. The capabilities of India to engage, to innovate, to support a more robust industry, particularly in the commercial space, is going to far outstrip anything that Russia had ever been able to do, unquote. So he also says, India was a sleeping giant in the space world, but that is awakening now. Already, he says, the country has done so much with so little. Again, that frugality with which our scientists are working has been observed by the Associate Administrator, former Associate Administrator of NASA. Sir, I believe one of the honorable members in the morning while talking said, probably it's Honorable Member Jawahar Sirkar, who said, bureaucracy now should be off science. ISRO should be devoid of bureaucratic influence. Now, it's not me, it's not anybody from India, but I'd like to again recall the words of former NASA Associate Administrator Mike Gold. He says, India's bureaucratic reforms in its space efforts are helping the country move faster in that sector. So, bureaucracy is not being obstructive. They are actually, the reforms are helping him to move faster. So, moving faster is not being an obstruction. So, we need to understand these reforms are taking place so that this kind of an approach where you are able to do decisions, take decisions in time is facilitating the bureaucracy. The National Science Foundation, sir, is not headed, I'm sure the minister was here, he spoke about it in the morning, National Science Foundation with huge funds given for them to decide where that should be deployed He is headed by a scientist, Dr. Sood, if I'm right. He heads it. No bureaucrat, no former IAS is sitting there. It is a scientist who is dealing with it. So I would like to highlight this, saying these reforms, therefore, will be transformative not just for India, but also for the US and the commercial space sector as a whole, is the observation we've heard from the former NASA associate administrator. So finally, we have, I think, the current government's policies have helped the power of youth, power of scientific community, and power of Indian startups all together are helping today's ISRO. I'm not taking more time, sir, in case you want me to conclude. There are now over 140 plus registered space tech startups, all of whom are doing brilliant work as a continuation of the policy which I said, Atmanirbhar Bharat 2021-22 budget, and now you have Indian Space Policy 2023 which has come out, and that is going to, it seeks to institutionalize the private sector participation in space sector, the establishment of InSpace, which is the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, is also facilitating the usage of ISRO by private entities. So with all these, government is also spending considerable amount to reskill nearly 4,000 technicians, technical and scientific assistants of ISRO so that they can improve upon their skills. So I finally close with, again, one observation, that Indian scientists are not just being here, Indian scientists are not just being in ISRO, Indian scientists are contributing to space programs all over the world. However, how can we ever forget Kalpana Chawla, her contribution in the 1997 shuttle, the first woman of Indian origin to be in space. I would also now recall in January 2023, A.C. Charania has become NASA's new chief technologist, serving as principal advisor to the administrator Bill Nelson. Similarly, March 2023, we heard of Sri Amit Kshatriya, who's become the first head of NASA's newly established Moon to Mars program. So Indians in space, not just in ISRO, but all over the world. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Two quick observations. Shri Jawahar Sarkar, who reflected as you indicated, has been a bureaucrat for 4 decades. And we have been liberal with time. As finance minister, please be liberal with finances. Everyone agrees on that. Dr. Prasanta Nanda.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Chandrayaan 3 rightly deserved this space and time in Parliament of India, and it has got in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha also. Sir, all that you are seeing that the gallery was full, or the people everywhere in this country must be seeing this academic discussion of our Rajya Sabha regarding Chandrayaan 3 to listen about the total story of Chandrayaan 3 from 1962 till today. And in that deliberation, they must have been happy by listening to Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji and Jairam Ramesh ji and also other people. लेकिन इस बातचीत में, ये टोटल डिबेट में कौन किसी की नानी को याद कराने चाहते थे हमको नहीं मालूम, पर हमें इतना मालूम है कि मुझे अपनी माँ याद आ गई। 74 साल पहले जब मैं खाना नहीं खाता था, मेरी माँ मुझे छत के ऊपर लेके जाती थी और कहती थी, बेटा मामा को देख ले, खा ले, नहीं तो मामा गुस्सा हो जाएगा, वो घर नहीं बुलाएगा। मैं खाना खा देता था, लेकिन घर नहीं बुलाते थे मामा, कभी घर नहीं बुलाया। और इसी दुख को दूर करने के लिए जो 62 साल से शुरुआत हुई, वो 23 अगस्त 2023 को हो गया। और ऐसा हुआ, जो निर्मला सीतारमण जी बोल रही थी कि 100 वीमेन साइंटिस्ट, मैडम वो 100 साइंटिस्ट नहीं थे, 100 माँ थे, 100 माँ थे जो लाखों करोड़ों माँ को उनका वादा पूरा करा रहे थे, और उनका वादा पूरा हो गया। अब यहां हमको सिर्फ बोलना है उसी के बारे में, उन्हीं के बारे में। कौन किधर है, कौन पावर में है, कौन पावर में नहीं है, इसके साथ हमारा कोई लेन देन नहीं है। भाई देखिए, सीधी सारी बात है, एक रिले रेस चल रही है 4x400 मीटर्स। अब 4 आदमी भाग रहे हैं, जो फास्ट होता है, लेकिन ओलंपिक में मेडल मिलता है तो चारों को लेकर खड़ा कर देते हैं, बोलते हैं सबको मेडल मिलेगा। तो 62 से लेकर अब तक जितने साइंटिस्ट, जितने प्राइम मिनिस्टर इस पे लगे थे, मेरे हिसाब से सबको एक एक मेडल चाहिए। दे डिजर्व इट, दे डिजर्व इट। और ये भी मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, आज अगर इसरो में जितने हैं, उसमें 16,000 फीमेल्स हैं, काम कर रहे हैं, मां हमारे हैं। और इसीलिए इसी सोच में आकर हम सोच रहे हैं, क्यों ना लोकसभा में और क्यों ना राज्यसभा में वो भी उतनी संख्या हमारे लेडीज आ जाएं, हमको चाहिए। अब अगर डबल इंजन की बात करते हो तो डबल इंजन यही होगा कि एक इंजन पुरुष है, दूसरा इंजन स्त्री है। अगर ये 2 इंजन काम करेंगे तो ये और बहुत बढ़िया होगा। सर, मेरा तो ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है, बोलने को बहुत दिल करता था और सुनने को भी ज़्यादा दिल करता था, इसीलिए बैठा हूँ मैं। बोलने का यह है कि देखिए, हमको आज यह है कि देखो, इतना पैसा तभी मिलता था और आज हम ज़्यादा पैसा देते हैं। भाई मेरे पिताजी 30 रुपया उनको तनख्वाह मिलता था, हम आराम से खाते पीते थे, और उतना आराम करने के लिए अपने आज को 3 लाख रुपया लगेगा। तो डिवैल्यूएशन हुआ है पैसों का। तो पैसों का बात ना करें, दिल का बात करें और अक्ल का बात करें। अक्ल का बात करें तो 60 नहीं, 6000 साल पहले जो इंडियन वनवास करते थे, जो साधु थे, जो संत थे, वो भी साइंटिस्ट थे, और आज भी जो है वो भी साइंटिस्ट है। सब साइंटिस्ट है, कोई किसी को कोई पैसों की जरूरत नहीं है, उनको एकाग्रता की जरूरत है। और जितनी एकाग्रता देश उनको चाहता है, तो उनसे उन्होंने हर काल दिया है। हमको वेद दिया है, उन्होंने उपनिषद दिया है, गीता दिया है, और आज चंद्रयान भी दे दिया। वही साइंटिस्ट लोग हैं, उनका नाम बदल गया है, लेकिन उन्होंने दिया है। और इसमें मेरा इतना कहना है कि हम आए हैं ओडिशा से। सबको लगता होगा ये छोटा एक है छोटा, इतना बड़ा नहीं है, पर है। हमारा भी इसमें कोई हम साझेदारी है, और हमारा भी सुन लीजिए कहानी कि हम भी इस यात्रा में कैसे जा रहे हैं। सर, दिस ओडिशा के बारे में जब बोल रहा हूं, 1984 में ओडिशा स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर ORSAC, the apex body of the state of Odisha for space technology applications, was established 1984, sir. Along with space tech, ORSAC is involved in IT projects like remote sensing, GIS and GPS-based projects, geographic information system and global positioning system. The organization also runs GramSat and EduSat. Then I am telling you in 2017, Odisha government formally named the outer Wheeler Island in Bhadrak district of Odisha as APJ Abdul Kalam Island. उसका नाम दिया है APJ Abdul Kalam Island as a tribute to the former president on his second death anniversary. Former Chief Minister Biju Patnaik, sir, 1 minute. Former Chief Minister Biju Patnaik had alerted the historic Wheeler Island to the Ministry of Defense on the request of Kalam in 1993. Kalam had once described the Wheeler Island as his theatre of action. He said, it is my theatre of action. Kalam also played a key role in ensuring that the island, a nesting ground for the endangered olive ridley tortoise, remained safe by changing the illumination structure. और लास्ट में इतना है, हम उड़ीसा के लोग इतना चाहते हैं कि ये हम कर सकते हैं. क्या है ना, if everything goes well, a made in Odisha miniature satellite CubeSat will soon support the state in managing natural calamities like cyclone and enhancing cyber security. जिस साइक्लोन से हम लड़ रहे हैं, साल में 10 बार लड़ रहे हैं, उस साइक्लोन को, उसके लिए जानकारी के लिए वो जो सैटेलाइट होगी ये ओडिशा की अपनी होगी. इसीलिए हम बोल रहे हैं कि हम भी ये जो यात्री है, ये जो सफलता है और ये जो गोल्ड मेडल सब लोग लेने के लिए खड़े हैं, उसमें हमारा भी शामिल है, ओडिशा का भी. हमने भी कुछ प्रतिदान दिया है, ओडिशा के औरतों ने भी कुछ प्रतिदान दिया है. और इसी, क्योंकि मेरे पास बहुत सारा समय नहीं है, फिर भी इतना याद रखिए, ये एक नेशनल गर्व है. दिस इज ए प्राउड ऑफ आवर नेशन. दिस इज द डे ऑफ द साइंटिस्ट हु हैव मेड इट. सो
प्लीज कंक्लूड.
I am concluding. This is a concluding chapter again. अभी
Now I have to call the next speaker.
अभी मैं ये बोलता हूँ, अभी ये हो गया तय कि आज हम गर्व से छाती उठा के बोल सकते हैं कि कितने देश है जिसमें हमको बोल सकते हैं कि इंडिया is not at all comparable to other scientists. We can and we say that हमारा जो अगले जो है गगनायन है या हमारा जो आदित्य है वो भी आएगी और वो भी करके दिखाएगी इंडिया क्या चीज है. उस दिन के लिए इंतजार करें. जय जगन्नाथ.
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर डॉक्टर एम थम्बीदुराई.
थैंक यू वाइस चेयरमैन सर. ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ AINDIA party, I like to participate in the discussion on India's glorious space journey marked by successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. Question Chairman sir, from morning onwards we listened from the most of the speakers. First initiated by the Industry and Commerce Minister. It's the Industry and Commerce Minister. He started. Then afterwards, Space Minister also intervened in that. Then afterwards, Finance Minister, she also intervened in that. Now we are fake end of that, we are going to participate in that. I am thankful for that. But Chandrayaan journey, that first Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, all are described by the various people. It is a success for Indian scientists. We have to remember all the scientists like Sir C.V. Raman, Nobel laureate, is the man who gave this kind of physics, that is the science. That is the base for our things, for all development that we have to think about Dr. Sir C.V. Raman, Nobel laureate. Next we know Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabhai, our Abdul Kalam. Abdul Kalam studied in MIT in Chennai, you know very well. That is famous institute where our Chennai is the base for education also. In that place he studied. And also, as others said, there are so many people contributed the development of this space research. 100 women scientists also participated. And also, so many prime ministers done so many efforts. But our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in his period is successful over. That is why, when many of the people appreciated our Modi ji, then during, and also it is a success in his period, Chandrayaan-3 safely landed and started research and gave so many information to our country, through the world. That is why we are appreciating. And also, our minister, space minister, when go on explaining about education, also very important thing for the success of thing in India. Before education, super beliefs are there. Super beliefs, everything explained in the health and even material work, whatever things have superstitions are there. But all these are removed.
Your time is over, sir.
So what is time is over? Can't understand. Just say a few minutes, please. This is not, because we are by, say, 4 members or party, single members all spoke. But now time is now ending time.
Sir,
and also, no, I'm telling you, come to the point. This is embarrassing to us. I was senior presiding officer of Lok Sabha, 5 times Lok Sabha member. When I'm speaking that, I know the sense of the house. Then when I'm saying something, because this is a successful story we are explaining, means when starting itself he is over, means how can I conclude that? Please listen to me, sir. When whatever said, okay, I want to restrict that. The success of education, what he said, at that point, only point I want to say, education means science education, also very important. Especially in Tamil Nadu, Dravidian movement is the root cause for the giving good education for our country. That is why, even in the name, in Chennai, Gindi Research Center, Periyar Kolarangam, that is Periyar Space Research Emporium as established. Why I am telling is where the space things, whatever developed in the country, whatever journey, that is successful technique. And also technical education, if you take Professor MGR, our founder leader of the I.N.D.I.A party, who started many education institutions, especially technical education, IITs and ITIs, so many polytechnics. That kind of science education is given. That is why so many scientists you have to create, especially the Tamil Nadu people. I want to mention, because the name of the people we have said, we are for Veeramuthu has come. Veeramuthu, well said, our minister said, then Vanitha Muthaiya, then
Sir, you have already taken 2 minutes extra.
So many people are educated, means because of good education given by Tamil Nadu.
Thank you.
They all contributed the space journey. And also, once again, I thank for our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In his period, is successfully taken place. And also, I thank other prime ministers also, others also, and scientists, Indian scientists, who contributed so much for that. I thank you very much.
I thank you. Sir, at the very outset, let me start by congratulating heartily our great scientists who successfully executed the Chandrayaan-3 mission, making India the first nation to land on the South Pole, near the South Pole of the Moon. Sir, our scientists worked hard for the success of Chandrayaan, and just at the crucial moment when the Chandrayaan was about to land, the entire nation was deprived of the chance of seeing the landing, or our scientists congratulating each other, because the official TV feed got cut to a video showing the PM waving the national flag. It's shameful, sir. The camera was turned on the PM while the nation waited with bated breath to see the actual landing of the video and the celebration of our scientists. Sir, the scientists, I reiterate, were the real heroes, because despite the Department of Space having a budgetary cut of more than 8% this year compared to the last fiscal of 22-23, which in turn had an expenditure cut of 32% for the space science part, notwithstanding the fact that Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1, these missions were included in this. Sir, I would also, that's why I say that this is the very reason why I laud our heroes, our scientists.
Minister,
And Bengal has played a part in it. As you know, 31.
One second.
No, I didn't want to interrupt him because he's speaking in a good flow.
Sir, I'm not
I
leading.
just
One
wanted
second,
to
one
put
second.
the record straight. When the PM was shown on the screen, the other part of the screen shows the landing. So it is not. No. The whole nation is a witness to. The whole nation is witness to that. The whole nation is witness to that. You can get it replayed. Yes, the
Sir,
video,
the video is there.
Why?
It is for all to
Just
see.
because.
What is the
Just
truth?
because.
What is the truth?
Just
Let the
because
nation
PM,
decide.
just
Sir,
because
sir, the
PM's
video
face
is,
was there does not mean that the landing was not shown.
Honorable Minister, the video is there. Let the nation decide.
Yes.
Let it
The
for
whole nation
decide,
has
sir.
been
The video is there. It is in public domain. The video
You
is
are
there.
you are stating half truth.
Anyway,
PM's face
Chairman,
was
sir,
there,
Vice
but the
Chairman,
landing
sir, my
was also
time is
being
being
shown.
eaten into. Please.
It
Sir,
was
he's
it
interrupting
was
my time.
simultaneously being shown. It was being simultaneously shown.
Sir, I am
Please
not,
understand that.
sir, I am
Even-
not yielding. I seek your
you are
protection,
not
sir.
understanding.
Sir, how is it? Sir, Chairman, Vice Chairman, sir, I seek your protection. I am not yielding.
I am saying
Please let me have
even
my chance to speak.
Even before PM's face came, our faces were also there.
Vice
They were
Chairman,
showing,
sir, Vice Chairman, sir, my time is being eaten into.
they were showing the
He'll be
team,
given time, no?
the team ISRO was there, the mission team was there, we were watching from one location, we were there, and that slot went to PM. Where
Sir,
he
I am
was
not
there.
yielded.
But
Please
the
give me
landing
my
was
chance to
continuing
speak.
simultaneously.
Mr. Biswas, continue.
Sir, much of my time has been eaten into. You please give me the due time. Firstly, I'll say it is on public domain and it is for all to see and decide. Okay? Sir, I would like to say, since I laud the scientists, 31 of them, we proudly say, have come from Bengal as part of the mission. And as you know, Anuj Nandi, he was from Islampur of West Bengal. He also played a very crucial role in this mission, working as the chief designer of the cameras attached to the primary body of Chandrayaan-3. Sir, also, I would like to say that after meeting the ISRO scientists in Bengaluru, the Honorable Prime Minister landed in Delhi and made a bizarre statement. He said, use of space technology for delivery of services. This statement has not been clarified as yet. And then we see the Governor of Bengal wrote to ISRO asking for help of space technology to curb ragging of students in colleges. Sir, it is most astonishing to see and agonizing also the achievements of our scientists being mocked in such illogical statements which seeks to take away their success and seems to undermine them. Sir, further, I would like to say that during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, our Honorable Prime Minister was suddenly seen addressing the nation on Mission Shakti. The sole purpose was to take credit for success of our scientists for political and electoral gains. Again, sir, from speech of the leader of the House today, it seems that the government doesn't want to focus of today's discussion to be celebrated as one of our scientists and our space program, but of a personal credit festival for the PM and only the PM. Let us move past the self-congratulatory and chest-thumping postures and stand up as a nation to the dual heroes, our scientists. Sir, all I have to say while I conclude is that while we have our eyes on space, let our feet touch the ground reality, discussing nation-related harsh realities of price hikes, unemployment, MSP for farmers, Manipur, recent CAG reports, etc., which seriously concern the people at large. Let there be a celebration, but also along with introspection, if as a nation we want to move forward with much more such achievements and phenomenal successes. Thank you, sir.
Sri Sanjay Rautji.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are discussing on India's glorious space journey. ये जो जर्नी है बहुत ही गौरवशाली है। सरकारें आती है, सरकारें चली जाती है। प्रधानमंत्री भी आए और चले गए, लेकिन इंडिया की ये स्पेस जर्नी निरंतर चल रही है और चलती रहेगी। ये पंडित नेहरू वर्सेस नरेंद्र मोदी ऐसा झगड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए। आप वहाँ से मोदी मोदी करेंगे, हम नेहरू नेहरू करेंगे। ये टीम वर्क है, ये टीम वर्क है। 2014 से पहले भी इस देश में बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है और उसके बदौलत आज चंद्रयान ऊपर गया है। प्रधानमंत्री की अपनी अपनी सोच होती है, प्रधानमंत्री की अपनी अपनी सोच होती है। कोई विज्ञानवादी होता है, कोई अंधश्रद्धावादी होता है, कोई अंधभक्त होते हैं, कोई भक्त होते हैं। पंडित नेहरू जी के जमाने में भी बहुत से नाली और गटार थे, लेकिन पंडित नेहरू ने यह नहीं कहा कि गटार से गैस निकालकर चाय बनाओ। लेकिन ये भी विज्ञान है, मैं नहीं मानता ये विज्ञान नहीं है, ये भी साइंस है। गटार से भी हम गैस निकाल सकते हैं, ये भी साइंस है। लेकिन पंडित नेहरू की सोच ऊपर थी। पंडित नेहरू ने इसरो बनाया। पंडित नेहरू ने जिस तरह से ज्ञान विज्ञान और तंत्रज्ञान की नींव रखी और आज हम 70 साल में यहाँ तक पहुँच गए हैं। मिशन चंद्रयान 3 की कामयाबी अद्भुत है सर। और ये जो यात्रा है, ये यात्रा चंद्रयान 1 से शुरू हुई थी, चंद्रयान 2 में भी जारी रही और चंद्रयान 3 ने इतिहास रचा है। ये हमारे 60-70 साल के टीम वर्क का नतीजा है। ये जो हमारा ऐतिहासिक पुराना संसद भवन है, उसमें जो आखिरी संयुक्त बैठक हुई, उसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने संबोधित किया और सांसदों के साथ पैदल चलकर यहाँ तक आ गए, नए संसद भवन में आ गए। 1947 से हमारी सफ़र, इस देश की सफ़र इसी तरह से हो रही है। पंडित नेहरू जो पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे, उस वक्त इस देश में एक सुई तक नहीं बनती थी, कुछ नहीं बनता था, और आज हम हमारा चंद्रयान ऊपर भेज रहे हैं। सर, आर्यभट्ट भारत का पहला उपग्रह था, जिसे 19 अप्रैल 1975 को कॉस्मोस 3M लॉन्च व्हीकल से लॉन्च किया गया था। सर, मैंने कहा कि यह गौरवशाली यात्रा है। आज इसरो भारत का गौरव है और इसकी स्थापना 1962 में हुई थी। विक्रम साराभाई जी के बारे में जयराम रमेश जी ने कहा, पूरी कहानी सुनाई। विक्रम साराभाई इसरो के उस वक्त टीम लीडर थे और उनकी टीम भी बहुत छोटी थी। बहुत गिने चुने वैज्ञानिक उनके पास थे, पैसों की तंगी थी, लेकिन साल भर में भारत ने पहला रॉकेट लॉन्च किया और उसके पार्ट्स को साइकिल पर लाद कर लॉन्च सेंटर तक पहुंचाया गया था। वो ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर आज भी हमारे शरीर पर रोंगटे खड़े कर देती है। और आज 6 दशक के बाद हम चांद पर, मंगल पर और गगनयान, ये सब जो देन है सर, ये हमारी देश के 60-70 साल में हमारे पंडित नेहरू से लेकर आज तक के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की।
सर प्लीज,
मैं सबका नाम लेना चाहता हूं। सर, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कल कहा, मजबूत भारत बनाना है। बड़े सोच से ही भव्य मजबूत भारत का निर्माण होगा। सोच बड़ी होगी तो बड़े काम हो जाते हैं, और साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के सिवा ये देश आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। लेकिन हमने कोरोना काल में क्या देखा? पापड़ बेचो, तालियां बजाओ। दिस इज नॉट साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, ये अंधश्रद्धा है। ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है। हमारे इस देश
संजय
के
राउत जी प्लीज
वैज्ञानिकों ने
कंक्लूड। संजय राउत जी प्लीज
वैक्सीन बनाया। इस देश के वैज्ञानिकोों ने वैक्सीन बनाया और वैक्सीन बनने के बाद
संजय राउत जी प्लीज कंक्लूड।
प्रधानमंत्री ने सिर्फ अपना फोटो लगाकर प्रचार किया।
थैंक यू संजय राउत जी प्लीज कंक्लूड।
हमको आदर करना चाहिए हमारे साइंटिस्ट का, हमारे विज्ञान का, हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी का।
थैंक यू।
सर,
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर।
सर, ये देश बहुत बड़ा है।
प्लीज कंक्लूड। यू हैव टेकन
सर,
ऑलमोस्ट 3 मिनट्स।
साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी ये राजनीति करने का विषय नहीं है। राजनीति करने के लिए बहुत से विषय है, लेकिन कुछ लोगों ने इस विषय में भी राजनीति लाई। हमको राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ इस साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में तेलंगाना और आंध्र का झगड़ा लगा दिया। ये कब तक चलेगा? सर,
डॉक्टर अनिल जैन।
सर, आज के इस मौके
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। लोकतंत्र के इस ऐतिहासिक प्रथम सत्र के लोकतंत्र के इस नए मंदिर के ऐतिहासिक प्रथम सत्र के दूसरे दिन मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं और इस नए लोकतंत्र के मंदिर से भव्य भारत की नई तस्वीर निकलेगी। महोदय, भारत के लोकतंत्र की ज़रूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे दूरदृष्टा प्रधानमंत्री ने आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए ये भव्य लोकतंत्र का मंदिर प्रस्तुत किया है और यहाँ से नई भारत की तस्वीर निकलेगी। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, अमृतकाल की सुबह हमारा भारत नई संसद भवन में भविष्य के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मान्यवर, आज पहले हम कहते थे चलो दिलदार चलें, चांद के पार चलें। हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने कहा चलो हम हैं तैयार चलो, और साइंटिस्ट ने तैयार चलो कर चांद के पार पहुंचने का काम किया है। मैं इस पूरे सदन के माध्यम से और अपनी तरफ से इस देश के साइंटिस्ट को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं, उनका वंदन करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और ये परंपरा जो विक्रम साराभाई जी ने प्रारंभ की, तब से लेकर आज तक चाहे एम्स सोमनाथ तक ये परंपरा जिस साइंटिस्ट ने की है, हम उनका अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं और उस नेतृत्व का भी अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं, जिसने साइंटिस्ट को ये करने के लिए माहौल प्रस्तुत किया, व्यवस्थाएं दी, बजट दिया। ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री का भी हम वंदन करते हैं और अभिनंदन करते हैं। हम सत के चांद के पार तो जा चुके हैं और ऐसे चांद के पार गए। अब तक हिंदुस्तान के साथ 3 और देश ने सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग की थी, लेकिन चांद के पार जाकर साउथ पोल तक पहुंचने का काम हमारे देश के साइंटिस्ट ने चंद्रयान 3 को पहुंचाकर किया है। ये केवल और केवल भारत ने किया है और भारत के लिए ये बहुत गर्व की बात है। हम सब लोग गौरवान्वित होते हैं। चंद्रयान 3 चंद्रयान 2 के बाद बना और चंद्रयान 2 के साथ में जब देश ने देखा चंद्रयान 2 किन्हीं तकनीकी कारणों के कारण अंतिम स्थान तक नहीं पहुंच सका, तो उस समय के इसरो के डायरेक्टर सेल्वन साहब जब आंसुओं से विवल हुए थे, तो उनको कंधा देने का काम इस देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था और उन्होंने हौसला बढ़ाया, साइंटिस्ट का, वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला बढ़ाया कि वैज्ञानिकों हम तुम्हारे साथ है, चट्टान की तरह पीछे खड़े हैं और तुम आप आगे बढ़ो, हम चंद्रयान की सफलता को भी देखेंगे। चंद्रयान 3 का ये कॉन्फ़िगरेशन मिशन प्रोफाइल तैयार की गई। चंद्रयान 3 को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल, लैंडर और रोवर मॉड्यूल से कॉन्फ़िगर किया गया है। इसके प्राथमिक उद्देश्य हैं चंद्रमा की सतह पर सुरक्षित लैंडिंग, इसके चंद्रमा की सतह पर घूमना और यथास्थान वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगों का दुनिया से परिचय कराना। चंद्रयान की लैंडिंग भारत की स्वदेशी तकनीकी शक्ति का प्रदर्शित करती है। इसके वैज्ञानिक मनोवृत्ति को नई शक्ति प्रदान करती है। चंद्रमा पर की लैंडिंग की सफलता के साथ हमें उम्मीद है कि अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में भारत की कंपनियां नए सिरे से दिलचस्पी बढ़ेगी और अन्वेषक, घटक निर्माण, नेविगेशन, मैपिंग, अवलोकन डेटा, विभिन्न गतिविधियां जिसमें शामिल हैं। चंद्रयान 3 के सफल समापन से भविष्य के सहयोगी मिशनों और अंतरिक्ष अन्वेषण में लगे अन्य देशों के साथ भारत के साझेदारी के द्वार खुलेंगे और भारत वैश्विक अंतरिक्ष पहलों में सक्रिय रूप से भाग ले सकेगा और भविष्य के गहन अंतरिक्ष अन्वेषण कार्यक्रम में योगदान दुनिया को दे सकता है। सितंबर 2015 में राष्ट्रीय बैठक के बाद अंतरिक्ष प्रौद्योगिकियों का उपयोग 60 मंत्रालयों तक बढ़ाया गया, जो कि पहले कुछ मंत्रालयों तक सीमित था। अब औद्योगिक प्रौद्योगिकियों का 60 मंत्रालयों तक इसका उपयोग बढ़ाया गया। मनरेगा, PMGY, PMKSY, अमृत, PMFBY, स्वामित्व, I.N.D.I.A आदि सभी जनभागी कार्यक्रम बेहतर प्रशासन के लिए अंतरिक्ष डेटा का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे सूर्य मिशन आदित्य L1 ने अंतरिक्ष से पहली सेल्फी भेज दी है और वह सूर्य देव के चक्कर लगा रहा है। आदित्य सूर्य के क्रोमोस्फीयर, कोरोना और हेलियोस्फीयर के में सूर्य के प्रभाव का अध्ययन कर रहा है। यह सौर वायु और ज्वालाओं पर भी नजर रख रहा है ताकि हमारी अंतरिक्ष संपत्ति सुरक्षित रह सके। इस सदन के माध्यम से मैं भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन अर्थात इसरो को देश के महत्वाकांक्षी मिशन गगनयान के लिए भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, जो हमारे देश का पहला मानव मिशन होगा। हालांकि उसमें पहले अनमैन्ड जाएगा, फिर जिसमें अंतरिक्ष यात्रा करने वाली व्योममित्र नाम की ह्यूमनॉइड महिला रोबोट, उसके बाद मानव रहित और अंत में मानव मिशन सफल होगा। ऐसे में भारत की अंतरिक्ष उपलब्धियों पर संसद में बोलना मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है, क्योंकि पूरे विश्व में लोग इसी मुद्दे पर बात कर रहे हैं। आज पूरा विश्व जानने को बेताब है आखिर ऐसी कौन सी जादू की छड़ी हुई कि भारत में जिसका उपयोग पिछले 9 वर्षों में अंतरिक्ष की ओर इतनी लंबी छलांग लगाई। भारत के अंतरिक्ष में लगाई गई इस छलांग का विश्लेषण करें तो हम देखते हैं कि इसरो की काबिलियत और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मोदी सरकार की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने बड़ा काम किया है। आज वर्तमान केंद्र के सरकार के कार्यकाल में पूरा भारत अपने सामर्थ्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए सरकार ने उसे अपने सामर्थ्य को सदुपयोग करने के लिए उचित माहौल उपलब्ध कराया है। हमारे यहाँ चंद्रयान 3 से पहले की ये बात है, रखकर चांद के उस पार कदम, रखकर चांद के उस पार कदम, आज हम इतिहास बना देंगे और जिनको शक था हमारी काबिलियत पर, आज उन सबको गवाह बना देंगे और सारा विश्व भारत का गवाह बना हुआ है चंद्रयान की सफलता के लिए। महोदय, वर्तमान केंद्र सरकार ने 2014 के बाद से स्पेस सेक्टर में बजट में 150% की वृद्धि की। महोदय, वर्तमान केंद्र सरकार के कार्यकाल में भारत के स्पेस सेक्टर में सफलता की कहानी चंद्रमा पर पहुंचने जितनी ही दिलचस्प है और उल्लेखनीय भी है। भारत ने चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर उतरने वाला पहला देश बनकर जो इतिहास बनाया है, वह मोदी सरकार द्वारा किए गए कुछ ऐतिहासिक सुधारों और इसरो को केंद्र से मिलने वाले समर्थन के कारण भी इसमें योगदान है। इसके लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री और हमारे महान वैज्ञानिकों को जितना धन्यवाद दिया जाए उतना कम है। महोदय, इसरो ने कभी पहले हम कभी पहले तुम, ये तो चलता ही करेगा। महोदय, इसरो ने 2014 से पहले केवल 35 विदेशी उपग्रह लॉन्च किए थे। ध्यान रखें, 2014 से पहले केवल 35 विदेशी उपग्रह लॉन्च किए थे और 2014 के बाद इन 9 सालों में 389, एक कम 389 उपग्रह लॉन्च किए हैं। और इन उपग्रहों के लॉन्च करने से भारत को 3300 करोड़ रुपए की आमदनी भी हुई है इसरो को। ये काम 9 सालों में हुआ है। जो 35 थे 60 सालों में, और 9 सालों में 389 हुए हैं। सरकार ने अंतरिक्ष विभाग के लिए बजटीय आवंटन 2013 में 5615 करोड़ रुपए था, उसको बढ़ाकर 2023-24 में 12543 करोड़ किया है, 3 गुना किया है। मान्यवर महोदय, अंतरिक्ष में भारत की सफलता की कहानी को समझने के लिए केंद्र के उन 6 मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांतों को समझना होगा। जो सरकार ने 6 मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत रखे, उनमें है निजी उद्यमों को सक्षम बनाना, स्वतंत्र अंतरिक्ष गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देना, तीसरा इसरो के बुनियादी ढांचे और प्रौद्योगिकी को मजबूत करना, सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र को अनुसंधान और विकास कार्यों के लिए संसाधन उपलब्ध कराना, अंतरिक्ष संपत्तियों के विकास के लिए मांग संचालित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना, और छठवां युवाओं को बड़े सपने देखने के लिए प्रेरित करना। इसके साथ ही भारतीय अंतरिक्ष नीति 2023 को मंजूरी देना। 2022 में भारतीय अंतरिक्ष नीति बनी थी, 2023 में इसको मंजूरी हुई। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष संघ के साथ इन स्पेस का गठन करना, ये कुछ ऐसे कदम हैं जिन्होंने केंद्र सरकार ने 2019 में न्यू स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड का गठन किया, और इसका काम भारतीय अंतरिक्ष कार्यक्रमों के प्रचार वाणिज्यिक दोहन का है। न्यू स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड का गठन भी एक मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ है। वर्ष 2017 में PSLV C-37 ने एक साथ 104 उपग्रह छोड़कर पूरी दुनिया में भारत ने रिकॉर्ड बनाया। 104 उपग्रह 2017 में PSLV C-37 ने छोड़े, और ये विश्व रिकॉर्ड बना जो भारत के लिए, भारत के नाम दर्ज है। और इस प्रकार भारत की स्पेस यात्रा में इन 9 सालों में ये काम हुए, बड़े काम हुए। महोदय, सरकार के इन प्रयास से 2023 तक स्टार्टअप की संख्या 140 हो गई है, जो कि पहले 4 थी। स्टार्टअप्स अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में कुल 4 थे, और इन 9 सालों में 140 स्टार्टअप्स हुए हैं। आज अंतरिक्ष उद्योग का विस्तार $16 बिलियन हो गया है, और ये विस्तार 40 बिलियन डॉलर की बात हुई, और अंतरिक्ष और अन्य देश के लोग इसको $100 बिलियन तक कहने की बात कर रहे हैं। इस प्रकार भारत अपनी अंतरिक्ष यात्रा को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ा रहा है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में भारत सरकार ने अंतरिक्ष जगत की बड़ी संख्या में युवाओं को जोड़ा है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के देश के युवाओं को हमेशा से बड़े सपने देखने के लिए प्रेरित किया है। जब देश के युवाओं ने अंतरिक्ष के सपने देखने शुरू किए तो उन्हें उचित संसाधन उपलब्ध कराए। सरकार ने उनके सपनों को पंख दिए। आप सबको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि SSLV D3 से 3 उपग्रह लॉन्च हुए, और इन तीनों की लॉन्चिंग में 750 छात्राएं, इन तीनों की लॉन्चिंग में 750 छात्राएं इन्होंने योगदान दिया, और ये प्रधानमंत्री के युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित करने का कारण हुआ है। महोदय, पिछले वर्षों में अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान से जुड़े देश के अलग अलग संस्थानों में 603 छात्रों ने एडमिशन लिया, और इन छात्रों को 100% प्लेसमेंट की गारंटी दी गई। और ये संस्थान त्रिवेंद्रम में, जम्मू में, अगरतला में है। यह केंद्र का भावी अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिकों की नई पौध तैयार हो, इस दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। यह है दूरदृष्टि। वर्तमान में भारत वैश्विक अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्था में 2 से 3% का योगदान देता है, और आगे आने वाले 5-6 साल में भारत की अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्था में भारत एक महाशक्ति बन जाएगा। भारत अब नासा के नेतृत्व वाले समूह से जुड़ गया है, और अब नासा और भारत मिलकर एक साथ कई अंतरिक्ष खोजों पर काम कर रहे हैं। इससे एरोस्पेस डिफेंस सेक्टर को भी बड़ा लाभ होगा। चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता से ही अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान, इंजीनियरिंग और संचार के क्षेत्र को लाभ मिलने जा रहा है। मेसर्स स्काई रूट एरोस्पेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड हैदराबाद द्वारा एक सब ऑर्बिटल लॉन्च व्हीकल विक्रम S प्रारंभ मिशन का प्रक्षेपण 18 नवंबर 2022 को सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न हुआ। विक्रम S का प्रक्षेपण भारत और दक्षिण एशिया में लॉन्च किया गया पहला निजी तौर पर निर्मित रॉकेट बनकर भारतीय अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र के लिए इतिहास में एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्याय है। ये प्राइवेट क्षेत्र से है, भारत ने इनको प्रमोट किया है। महोदय, अंतरिक्ष में भारत की सफलता का लाभ पूरी मानवता को मिलेगा, ऐसा वादा हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, भारत समस्त मानव जाति की भलाई के लिए खोज, सीखना और जानकारी को साझा करना जारी रखेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में 2015 में राष्ट्रीय बैठक के बाद अंतरिक्ष प्रौद्योगिकियों का उपयोग 60 मंत्रालयों तक बढ़ाया गया, जबकि ये पहले केवल 20 मंत्रालयों तक ही सीमित था। जैसा कि स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी का मत है कि प्रेरित कार्यबल, स्वदेशी क्षमताएं, उत्साहजनक माहौल में भारत के अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र के लिए अवसर असीमित हैं। इसलिए इसमें न केवल घरेलू बल्कि विश्वव्यापी बाजार में भी तेजी से प्रवेश करने की क्षमता है। अंत में मैं सदन को बड़े ही गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हम दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने जा रहे हैं और साथ ही हम दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में भी के समूह में भी शामिल होने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं सदन के माध्यम से और स्वयं अपनी तरफ से इस देश के वैज्ञानिकों का चंद्रयान 3 की सफल सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग और वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और देश के प्रधानमंत्री का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने ऐसा वातावरण इस देश में बनाया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री कनकमिटला रविंद्र कुमार।
Sir, I am very thankful to you for giving me this opportunity, sir, to participate in the discussion on India's glorious space journey marked by successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. Sir, August 23rd of this year is a remarkable and historic day for India. The scientists of ISRO were successful in making Chandrayaan-3 lander to land in Moon's southern polar region. After the rover started its journey, undertake research at the designated place. The successful launch of Chandrayaan-3 made India the fourth country after Russia, USA and China to make successful soft landing in Moon. Landing and lander and sending rover to study the southern region of the planet is a unique achievement that the India have achieved. This achievement came to, and the first two missions, Chandrayaan-1 and 2, did not bore desired results. Chandrayaan-2 mission was almost going to be successful. Unfortunately, we lost the communication from the satellite. The visionary scientist Vikram Sarabhai made all-round efforts to make ISRO as a force to rocket. Sir, Chandrayaan-3 was launched with the launch vehicle Mark. Whenever there is a mention about the launch vehicle 1, we cannot forget the contribution made by late Sri Abdul Kalam, who had been rocket scientist in ISRO and later became Honorable President of India. It was due to the tireless and sustained efforts of India has its own launch vehicles of varying types. He is considered to be a pioneer of satellite launch vehicles. In order to give befitting recognition to him, he was elected as the President of India. It is also an important point to be noted that our party leader, Sri Chandrababu Naidu, played a pivotal role in suggesting candidature of Abdul Kalam and ensuring his winning in the election. From its humble beginning, it is the present status, a launching of Sriharikota in my native state, Andhra Pradesh, ISRO made great leaps. In the recent past, India has become more desired destination of launch satellites. Almost all the countries throughout the world are seeing India desired destination of ISRO, their trusted partners. Sir, I take this opportunity to congratulate the scientists, project head of Chandrayaan-3 and other for their grand success. Sir, in this occasion, I have to discharge my duty. My friend Mr. Vijay Reddy has raised irrelevant and irresponsible comments on my leader TDP president, and my friend has, and his chief minister Jagan Mohan Reddy are accused in 21 corruption CBI and ED cases. They were behind bars for 16 months in corruption cases. My friend and CM involved in some other cases also. The efforts in view of the CBI and ED cases, and they were in jail for about 16 months, and they have foisted a false case against Chandrababu Naidu.
Please stick to the
alleging
topic.
that a skill development in the 317 crores was misused. As the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he sanctioned a skill development project and 371 crores was incurred. Now, since they are accused in corruption charges, they wanted to malign our leader Chandrababu Naidu as an accused in this case. They put behind bars. The another important issue, sir, our Chandrababu Naidu has been investigating cases. They have no relevance. CBI and D.D. investigated against them, and they have an accused. Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, in this occasion, I wanted to say that the Honorable Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy and my friend Vijay Sai Reddy were floated so many companies, imaged wealth of 43,000 crores by taking advantage of his father as a Chief Minister. Now he is involved in huge crores of scams. In order to divert the attention of the public, he posted a case against Chandrababu Naidu.
Okay. Namaste. Upasabhapati ji, the whole nation is elated about the success of Chandrayaan-3, and I rise to congratulate the scientists for the success of Chandrayaan-3. I would also like to congratulate Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for providing leadership to the success of our space agenda, and also for the encouragement to the scientists. I think one statistic that will surprise everyone is the budget with which we have achieved the success of Chandrayaan-3. We have spent only 600 crores on Chandrayaan-3 mission, while Russia, which launched their lunar mission around the same time, which did not succeed, they spent 16,000 crores. So that tells us how effectively, how cost effectively we have launched our space mission. So, in the speeches of some of our opposition friends, particularly Sri Jairam Ramesh, rather than elation, I saw a sense of disappointment and a jhalak of jealousy. I think they seem to somehow not join the whole country in this celebratory mode. They said the space journey has not begun in 2014. We have never made that claim. This government has never made the claim that the space journey began only in 2014. But for the Congress party, the journey begins with one family and ends with one family. You see, I was a little disappointed that Mr. Jairam Ramesh.
1 second, Srimati Jaya Bachchan. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Srimati Jaya Bachchan.
Sir, I'm not yielding. Chairman, Vice Chairman, sir, I'm not yielding. Let me.
1 second. श्रीमती जया बच्चन।
सर, मैं जयराम रमेश जी को बधाई देती हूँ कि जितनी बार इन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया इन पार्टी ने, उतनी बार इनका भी नाम ले लिया।
नरसिम्हा राव जी, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
No, I'm disappointed that Mr. Jairam Ramesh forgot to take the name of Dr. Manmohan Singh, in whose government he was a minister. I think, how can anyone be so ungrateful? He did not take the name of even P.V. Narasimha Rao ji, who was Prime Minister, and he made his political debut. Mr. Ramesh made his political debut when Mr. Narasimha Rao was Prime Minister. I think for the Congress party, they have a different G20 slogan. Our G20 slogan is one earth, one family, one future. For the Congress party, their slogan is, please listen, I think you will be happy to listen to this. The Congress party's slogan is one family,
Please
one
stick to the
past,
point.
one future.
Please stick to the issue.
The
Please
Congress
stick to the
slogan
issue.
is one family, one past, one future. It ends with one family. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, how he gave a strong impetus to the space program in this country.
Mr. Narasimha Rao, please stick
How
to
he
the
gave
issue.
us a huge impetus to the program. He had made it clear. Look at the transition of this country. In 2014, the Congress party claims it's all a continuum. It's not just a continuum. In 2014, we were one of the 5 weakest economies in the world. Fragile 5. We were called one of the 5 fragile economies of the world, and today we are the 5th largest economy of the world. So, certainly, what the Congress claims, their claims are completely absurd and not based on reality. This country has begun the real journey, the real development of this country. The speed, the scale has started only after 2014. Sir, we all know the dictum. Success has many fathers, failure has none. Sir, the Congress party, I think today, in today's context, it's even more relevant. Even before the women's reservation bill was introduced, we had the Congress party claiming, "Ye hamara baby hai, hamara baby hai." If it was your baby, why did you not nurture the baby between 2010 and 2014?
बेबी को छोड़ दिया इन्होंने.
So, the Congress party has only fraudulent claims to make, and it does not have the real. So after the failure of Chandrayaan-2, Prime Minister, not as a...
एक second. As it is already 6 p.m., if the House approves, we will continue till the debate ends. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Modi ji is not a politician like the country had seen in the past. He is truly a statesman. That is the reason why he, after Chandrayaan-2, he motivated the scientists. This is what he said. After the loss of contact with Chandrayaan-2 lander Vikram, Prime Minister said, "We are with you. The country is with you. Every obstacle teaches us something new. It inspires us to do more." Prime Minister said there is no failure in science. There are only experiments and efforts. This is what a truly statesman.
Please conclude.
Sir, I think I need, please give me 3 more minutes. Sir, I have a few more important points to make.
Please conclude. Already you have taken extra time. Please conclude.
We have, in 2000, as part of the Atmanirbhar vision, government came up with a new space policy which allowed participation of the private sector and massive investments. We came up with what is called a space policy, Bharatiya Antariksha Niti 2023. And the Antariksha Niti, this policy clearly outlined the vision of the country. It created the institutional framework. It provided the ecosystem for the space industry, to flourish. So let me just conclude by saying this. A spurious dichotomy was sought to be drawn between nationalism and development. It is not a dichotomy. Nationalism...
Sir, my time begins now. Sir, in the name of Communist Party of India, I salute the scientists, the employees, and the workers who shed their dreams, their blood, their sweat, everything for the success of Chandrayaan-3. Sir, Chandrayaan-3, of course, is a great, great, victorious moment for this country and for the whole world, I say. Before I come to the Chandrayaan part, let me record one point. That's regarding the incident that happened in this house, the old building, the last day of the old building. On that day, when this house discussed the 75 years voyage of the Indian Parliament, the Communist Party of India, the TDP, the RLD were not allowed to speak. And the SP also was denied the time. And the TMC was also, half the time was denied to them. Sir, this is not the way, not the real way to run a meaningful parliament. We talk about great, great things, but when the action comes, we forget it. So I register my protest with all seriousness in this house. Sir, I remember a moment when a scientist of the world-renowned fame, that is Vikram Sarabhai, going to a bishop in Trivandrum. And that bishop's name was Bishop Pereira. He went there. Tumba is a place with its own geographical importance. On the equator it stands. It has the magnitude which has some relevance on scientific launching. So the plea was that allow us to build a launching place somewhere near the church. The bishop responded, I cannot say it my own. Let me give some time. You come tomorrow. I will have a meeting with my people here. The next day morning when he came there was a big gathering there. To that gathering, Bishop Pereira told, he is a scientist of renowned fame in the country. He is so-and-so. He came with a request to you that he needs some place from our property to have a scientific center for launching a rocket from here for the country's future. What will you say? The common people, the fishermen, after 1 minute silence, all of them said in one voice, Amen. Amen means we are for that. Thus began the Tumba rocket launching station. Sir, I had the privilege or honor to be that center many a times. And all of them, right from Somanathan, and I don't name the whole names list because I know many of them very closely. All of them are my friends. A very good team of people. Dedicated they are. They are committed for science and for the country is invaluable. And they made this record. So that record is the record of a human endeavor, collective and dedication. It's a very sorry thing to hear that all those achievements of those great people and of science to be minimized to the name of a single man. I know the Prime Minister is great, but always singing glorious for the Prime Minister. The name of Chandrayaan, I don't think it's a scientific way of doing things. So I registered that part also here. Sir, science is for what? Science is for progress, for social progress, for man's progress. ISRO has proved that it has the ability to help the country in so many ways. I remember years back when I was the Forest Minister of Kerala, we discussed with them the questions of forest fires. A team of them came to the forest headquarters. We sat with them for 2-3 hours and they made us. Sir, last time also our party was in at the time to speak. And now just I began.
Please, carry on, carry on.
So, and
Sir, you have already taken your 5 minutes.
I had
Please
the
conclude.
experience. I had the experience that the ISRO team helped the Forest Department of Kerala to find a possible solution to prevent the forest fires. In such a way, in all sorts of the human life, science has to help us. ISRO is doing that help. Sir, but the funds for ISRO, that has to be considered very seriously. Sir, that part is being neglected by the government. I request you and to the government also, please take it seriously that the funds to ISRO has to be increased because that great institution has to do a lot for the country and its future. Sir.
Thank you. Please conclude.
Sir. India is a country of great advancement, but a country of poor people. The people are poor, sir. And 1% of the population is still controlling 80% of the wealth of the country.
Shame.
In such a country, we need that the people of the country should be fed properly. They have the right to education and the right to employment. For such rights, science can play a role, and that role has to be emphasized. In the name of science, sometimes we promote superstitions. The government has come to a conclusion that we can replace science with superstitions. I emphatically say that science is science, not superstitions. When we talk about cow dung, I know cow dung is great, but cow dung is not the fuel for the whole progress of the country. Sir, one more thing I can tell you. Science is most important than anything else. But what we say today, we are going to the...
Thank you.
We are going to
Please
the
conclude.
priest and decide the time for launching.
Sir, you are a doctor.
May not be good. Sir, science can help us, not the other way of doing things can help us. In this way, I believe that the government has to learn from ISRO a lot. ISRO will help the government also to function in a scientific way and allow them, give them the freedom to work scientifically and properly with all autonomous way of doing things. Thank you, sir.
Sri Arun Singh.
धन्यवाद सर, आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। सर, सभी देशवासियों के लिए 23 अगस्त का दिन था, समय का लगभग 6 बजे थे और चाहे छोटे कस्बे का कोई व्यक्ति हो, वहाँ से लेकर के गली मोहल्ले तक लोगों ने सभी टीवी पे आंख गड़ा करके देख रहे थे कि अब चंद्रयान 3 की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग होगी नहीं होगी, कैसे होगी, एक एक मिनट की उत्सुकता थी। और यह सभी ने देखा कि जब चंद्रयान 3 की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग हुई तो कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक चारों दिशाओं में पटाखे बजे, लोगों ने मिठाइयाँ बांटी और सभी देशवासी एकजुटता के साथ, हर्षोल्लास के साथ साइंटिस्टों को भी बधाई दी और प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी इसके लिए अभिनंदन व्यक्त किया। यह बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि इसके बारे में आज संसद में चर्चा करने के लिए आपके माध्यम से सरकार ने इसमें एजेंडा रखा। यह इसलिए भी जरूरी था कि देश के कोने कोने में लोगों को इसके बारे में जानकारी मिले, क्योंकि हमको ध्यान है कि जब इसकी लैंडिंग हुई तो राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार के मंत्री ने लिखा कि चंद्रयान 3 की लैंडिंग में जो 3 साइंटिस्ट गए थे उन्होंने सुरक्षित लैंडिंग किया। तो उनको यह भी नहीं मालूम था कि उसमें साइंटिस्ट नहीं गए थे, वो राजस्थान सरकार के मंत्री थे। ऑन द रिकॉर्ड है। इसलिए अगर इस पे चर्चा हुई है तो देशवासियों को इसके बारे में संसद के माध्यम से अधिक जानकारी मिली और इसके लिए सरकार का अभिनंदन हम करते हैं। मान्यवर, यह वास्तव में गौरवान्वित करने वाली उपलब्धि है और यह ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है, ये कोई सामान्य उपलब्धि नहीं है। यह ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि जब मैं कहता हूं तो हमारे वक्ताओं ने भी बोला पहले कि अमेरिका, रूस, चीन के साथ हम जो विशिष्ट क्लब है उसके अंदर हम हमको शामिल हो गए। उसी के साथ साथ साउथ पोल पे जाने वाला भारत एक पहला देश बना। और रूस का, चाइना का, जहां हजारों करोड़ रुपए एक खर्च करके लूना 25, चाइना E4, वह जितना पैसा खर्च करके उन्होंने इसका जो चंद्रयान का जो उन्होंने बनाने का काम किया, हमारे देश में तो चंद्रयान थी। यह भी ऐतिहासिक ही होगा कि 960 करोड़ रुपए का बजट और 613 करोड़ रुपए में ही वो पूरा हो गया। इसके लिए साइंटिस्टों को मैं ढेर सारा बधाई, अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह इसलिए भी ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है कि जब हम कहते हैं कि 2047 में भारत विकसित भारत होगा, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो आह्वान किया कि 2047 में भारत विकसित भारत होगा, उसके लिए भी यह बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, क्योंकि रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट के बिना कोई भी देश आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, यूरोपियन कंट्रीज है, उनकी अगर आर्थिक प्रगति हुई है तो वह रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के आधार पर ही आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे देश में कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में इसके बारे में ध्यान ही नहीं दिया गया। यह प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं जिनकी नीतियां के कारण, दूरदर्शिता के कारण, जो पहले भारत 2014 में 10वीं अर्थव्यवस्था थी, आज 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था है और 2027 तक भारत तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा और 2047 तक पूर्ण रूप से भारत विकसित भारत हो जाएगा। यह उसके संकल्प को सिद्धि में बदलने का भी यह काम करेगा। इसके साथ साथ यह इसलिए भी गौरवशाली उपलब्धि है, ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है कि इसके जितने भी पार्ट्स हैं, वह इक्विपमेंट्स है, वह मेक इन इंडिया भारत के बनाए गए हैं। कुछ पार्ट्स को HL ने बनाया, बेल ने बनाया, अलग अलग कंपनियों ने इसके पार्ट्स बनाए। तो मेक इन इंडिया के माध्यम से पूर्ण रूप से यह स्वदेशी है, नट बोल्ट से लेकर सब कुछ इसमें स्वदेशी है। इसलिए भारत के लिए यह बहुत ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है। इससे लाभ क्या होगा? मानव इसके माध्यम से बहुत बड़ा लाभ होगा। सबसे पहले तो जो हमारे 15 मिनट 5 मिनट इसके माध्यम से स्पेस रेवेन्यू को लाभ मिलेगा। डिफेंस सेक्टर के हमारे काफ़ी इसमें एक्सपोर्ट भी बढ़ेंगे, आयात भी कम होगा। R&D के क्षेत्र में भी बहुत बड़ी हमको इससे बेनिफिट होने वाली है। स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से, स्टार्टअप में भी इसमें काफ़ी हमको इससे प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा, टेक्नोलॉजी में भी और मेक इन इंडिया में। मैं अंत में इतने में कहना चाहूँगा कि ये तभी संभव होता है जब ऐसा नेतृत्व हो जो भरोसेमंद भी हो और ऐसा नेतृत्व हो जिस पे लोगों को विश्वास भी हो, जो लोकप्रिय भी हो और जो निर्णय लेने वाला नेतृत्व हो, और ऐसा नेतृत्व हो जो त्यागी और तपस्वी भी हो। ऐसा नेतृत्व केवल नरेंद्र मोदी जी में है, इसलिए यह सब संभव हो रहा है और इसलिए दिन प्रतिदिन इतिहास के पन्नों में छोटे मच्छरों से एक एक नई नई उपलब्धि लिखी जा रही है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती वंदना चौहान।
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'll try my best,
you.
sir.
Thank
At the outset, sir, I would like to thank you for having taken up this discussion that marks the successful landing of Chandrayaan on the moon. As congratulatory messages were coming from far and wide, from different heads of the states and various space organizations. Sir, it was in fitness of things that we discuss this issue here and express a heartfelt kudos to the scientists, experts, and all others involved directly and indirectly who are responsible for this stellar achievement. On behalf of the NCP, sir, to the entire team, in inverted commas and capital letters, I would like to say, you have made us immensely proud, and we express best wishes for more such successes. Sir, we are all set to pass the Women's Reservation Bill tomorrow. On the eve of this historical day, sir, it would be noteworthy to observe, and Nirmala ji has already mentioned, observe, acknowledge, and also celebrate the significant involvement of women scientists and experts in this mission. It is extremely encouraging, sir, that not only does the women force in ISRO constitute 20 to 25% of the entire force of 16,000 employees. But as we learned, 54 women, sir, played a very important role in this mission. And just to be on the record with Nirmala ji has already said, but I had also noted, so I would like to take name of just 4 scientists, and I'm sure there are many more. Kalpana K, who is Associate Project Director, Nandini Harinath, Scientist and Operational Specialist, Anuradha T.K., Scientist and Project Director, Ritu Srivastava, Senior Scientist. Tiruchi Shivaji has also made an appeal, sir, that we make a register and all of us sign it. I second that, sir. And show, sir, therefore, this is a moment of great pride for us. These sisters, sir, have not only contributed richly in the success of the mission, but have instilled a sense of motivation, purpose, and hope of fulfillment of aspirations for the young girls of India. So as we celebrate the success of Chandrayaan and India's glorious space journey into the celestial space, I will be failing in my duty if I do not pay my heartfelt tributes to India's 2 greatest scientists, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Dr. Homi Bhabha, who in a way laid the foundation of India's science and technology revolution with their vision and foresight. I will also be failing in my duty if I do not mention the rich contribution of our first Prime Minister of India, Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, who in spite of the glaring challenges in our country like poverty, unemployment, disease, disaster, enthusiastically supported scientific temper in our country and over the years laid the foundation for establishment of several technical and scientific institutes, so also addressing subjects ranging from atomic energy to space science, earth sciences to astrophysics, genomics to nanotechnology, and the list can go on. So my last point, sir, which many members have already voiced, sir, I make only one ask, as many members have also said. And sir, you have also seconded or rather voiced that opinion that the budgetary allocation for R&D has to be increased, and I'm sure that will happen. Today, sir, India has the lowest allocation in the world. US is 2.9, Sweden is 3.2, Switzerland 3.4. Amongst the BRIC countries, we are the least, and therefore, sir, it is very necessary that we address this for 3 reasons. One is more innovation will happen. Second, there will be less brain drain. And thirdly, the Make in India will be converted into Made in India. So my last one line. So there are many songs on Chand. One which is very relevant, a quartet which is very relevant here, I would like to say and finish my speech. Na chanda Roos ka, na ye Japan ka, na ye American pyare, ye to hai Hindustan ka. Thank you very much.
Shri G.K. Vasan. Sir, 3 minutes.
Sir, very happy today, sir, to join 140 crore plus Indians to thank our honorable scientists, sir, who have proved, because of their commitment, concentration, hard work, and intelligence, and given fame and name for India in the international level, sir, that too in the 75th year of our independence, sir. Sir, India today is equipped in the field of education, farming, healthcare. Now we have proved ourselves in the space sector, sir. I would only like to congratulate all the scientists, sir. At the same time, sir, being a proud Indian from Tamil Nadu, sir, I would like to congratulate project managers, mission managers who have been helping this success from Tamil Nadu, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Professor Ram Gopal Verma.
वर्मा फिर कह दिया वर्मा ऐसा फिल्म देखते लगता आप भी जा रहे
Well, I can tell you, it was not deliberate.
Sir.
So, Professor Ram Gopal Yadav, the earlier part is deleted. Okay?
Sir, जब भी वैज्ञानिक कोई बड़ा काम करते हैं, उपलब्धि करते हैं, तो सारी मानवता के कल्याण के लिए ही होता है।
वो देश की सीमाओं के अंदर भी नहीं उसे बांधा जा सकता। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने जो अभी काम किया है, जो ये उपलब्धि है, कालांतर में इससे जो इसकी रिसर्च से जो रिजल्ट्स आएंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है उससे सारी दुनिया के लोग लाभान्वित होंगे। मैं इसलिए अपनी तरफ से, अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से इसरो के सारे वैज्ञानिकों को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और ये कामना करता हूं कि उनकी उपलब्धियां निरंतर आगे भी जारी रहें और बढ़ती रहें। लेकिन इस अवसर पर अगर मैं जितेंद्र सिंह जी को बधाई न दूं, जो संबंधित मंत्री हैं, तो वो भी उचित नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आखिर लीडरशिप तो कहीं होती ही है। वैज्ञानिकों को मैं इसलिए भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं एक और काम के लिए, उन्होंने लैंडर का नाम विक्रम रखा।
On a point
विक्रम
of
साराभाई
Professor, on a point of fact, Honorable Prime Minister is the cabinet minister for this department.
that
Go
I
ahead.
know.
I am his student. A
अच्छा,
student can always put
सर,
across
ऐसा है,
a situation.
बड़े पेड़ के नीचे भी वाले पेड़ों को छाया मिलती रहनी चाहिए, हवा मिलती रहनी चाहिए। They should
ये
not
आपने
be
बहुत ठीक
overlooked.
कहा। When our first Prime Minister, a giant of a person, तब कहा गया था, nothing grows under the banyan tree. It is heartening to note
क्या कहना
कि यहाँ
चाहते हैं?
बनियान ट्री के नीचे
आप इन लोगों से क्या कहना चाहते
डॉक्टर
हो?
जितेंद्र भी हैं। प्लीज गो अहेड।
उसके नीचे एक भी नहीं पनपेंगे। सर, हमारा जीरो पे करो, टाइम जीरो। ये घड़ी वाले जीरो पे करो।
तो ये मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
सर, कल से नए सदन में जो बहस या चर्चा शुरू हुई है, कार्रवाई शुरू हुई, लंबे अरसे के बाद बहुत अच्छी तरीके से कार्रवाई शुरू हुई। और आज जब इस पर बहस शुरू हुई तो जितना बढ़िया तरीके से जयराम रमेश ने इसको रखा और जितना ज्ञान हमें हमारे मंत्री जी की तरफ मिला पूरे सदन को, इट वाज ए रिमार्केबल बिगिनिंग ऑफ द डिस्कशन। हालांकि बाद में ये डिरेल हो गया, इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा राजनीति घोषणे की जरूरत नहीं थी। वैज्ञानिकों के लिए बात कर रहे हो और कहाँ से कहाँ चले जा रहे हैं। आप तो थे नहीं यहाँ।
अब आप राजनीति में जा रहे हो प्रोफेसर साहब, अब आप राजनीति में जा रहे हो।
अब आप हमें बीच में डिस्टर्ब मत करो। और मैं आज बोलूंगा 5-6 मिनट, बीच में घंटी मत बजाइए।
ओके।
तो ये बहस जो थी वो जितनी बढ़िया शुरू हुई, उसका अंत उतना ठीक नहीं था। कुछ लोगों को ये नहीं मालूम है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री कितने इंटेलिजेंट हैं। वे सब जानते हैं कि आप बोल रहे हैं, क्यों बोल रहे हैं, क्या बोल रहे हैं। मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूँ। एक बार राज्यसभा में शपथ हो रही थी, नहीं लोग, हमारे बगल में लालू जी बैठे थे। उनका एक कैंडिडेट आया शपथ लेने। मैंने कहा, लालू जी कल ये पूरा प्लास्टर बांधे हुए था, कह रहा था झारखंड में गए थे लालू जी की जमानत के वक्त, तो लाठीचार्ज में मेरा पैर टूट गया। आज ये सही चल रहा है। बोले राज्यसभा में आने के लिए ही कर रहा था। तो मैंने की फिर टिकट क्यों दी आपने, फिर टिकट क्यों दी आपने। बोले इसकी जाति का कोई बड़ा आदमी नहीं था, देना था, मजबूरी में लाना पड़ा। मैं जानता हूँ बहुत फ्रॉड था। तो सब जानते हैं मोदी जी कौन क्या है। कई बार ऐसी बातें मत किया करो आप लोग को, स्वयं आपके नेता को लगे कि ये ज्यादा शर्मिंदा कर रहा है। कई बार कुछ लोग ऐसी बातें करते हैं, कौन नहीं जानता है। और जितना उनके लिए कहना चाहिए उतना कह भी नहीं पाते आप लोग। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि बहस को बहस तक ही रखिएगा। कई बार कुछ लोग अपने नेता का अनावश्यक नाम लेके उसको विवाद में ला जाते हैं। उसका आलोचना का उसकी कहीं आलोचना नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन आप ऐसी बात कहेंगे कि लोग अनावश्यक उसके फिर जवाब देने लगेंगे। तो जो समझदार लोग हैं अपने नेता पर कभी आंच नहीं आने देते हैं। लेकिन आपके साथ मैं बीजेपी की लीडरशिप से कहना चाहता हूं, आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छे अच्छे वक्ता बैठे हुए हैं। ठीक लोगों को बोलने के लिए मौका दिया कीजिए हमेशा। मैं राय देना चाहता हूं, उम्र में भी बड़ा हूं, अनुभव में भी आप लोगों से बहुत बड़ा हूं। मैं कभी राजनीति नहीं लाना चाहता हूं जब मैं बोलता हूं। इसलिए कहता हूं कि लीडर के अगर पक्ष में हो तो कभी अपने बातों से, अपने कर्म से उसके ऊपर लांछन मत लगने देना। और यहाँ लोग इसी तरह की बात करने लगते हैं। बहस का स्टैंडर्ड इतना बढ़िया शुरू में था, वो सब खराब हो गया। तो मैं तो केवल वैज्ञानिकों को धन्यवाद देने के लिए और ये गवर्नमेंट से चाहूँगा कि जो आप कहते हैं कितने पैसे खर्च हुए, इस अभियान के लिए जितने खर्च हुए उससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा भी खर्च हो जाते तब भी कम थे। ये कोई मामूली उपलब्धि नहीं है। सारी दुनिया इससे अचंभित है। बड़े बड़े चाहे अमेरिका हो चाहे सोवियत यूनियन, भले ही उन्होंने 1969 में नील आर्मस्ट्रांग को उतार दिया हो चंद्रमा पे, चाहे भले ही यूरी गागरिन, वैलेंटिना तारस्कोवा और तमाम उनको भेज दिया हो अंतरिक्ष में, लेकिन ये हिंदुस्तान की उपलब्धि सारी दुनिया के वैज्ञानिकों को, राजनेताओं को चकित करने वाली थी। कोई मामूली उपलब्धि नहीं थी। इसलिए मत कहिए कि 6,600 करोड़ में या 15 करोड़ हुए। जितना भी खर्च हो जाए कम था इतनी बड़ी उपलब्धि के लिए। एक चीज और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आप पसंद करेंगे, जब चंद्रमा की फोटो भेजी गई तो कुछ साहित्यकारों को, कुछ लोगों को बहुत दिक्कत हुई। और दिक्कत स्वाभाविक थी, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो करवा चौथ पे महिलाएं चंद्रमा को अर्घ देती और बहुत खूबसूरती का वो माना जाता था। मैं बताऊं, केशव जी एक बहुत बड़े हिंदी के कवि हुए। ये बैठे हुए कहाँ गए वो, सुधांशु, सब जानते हैं उनको कठिन काव्य का प्रेत कहा जाता है। एक बार वो यूनिवर्सिटी के गेट पर बैठे हुए थे, कुछ बच्चियां आ रही थी, उन्होंने कहा लड़कियां आ रही हमारी तरफ। आई तो आके उन्होंने कहा था, बाबा लाइब्रेरी किधर है, और चली गई। तो उन्होंने 2 लाइन लिखी कि केशव केसन अस करी जो अरिहून कराए, चंद्र बदन मृग लोचनी बाबा कह के जाए। केशव ने कहा कि इन बालों ने, सफेद बाल थे, इन बालों ने ऐसी दुश्मनी निभाई कि दुश्मन भी नहीं करता है कि चंद्र बदन, चंद्रमा जैसे चेहरे वाली, हिरनी जैसी आंखों वाली लड़कियां बाबा कह के चली जाती। तो चंद्र बदन मन चंद्रमा जैसा बदन। अब एक लड़की का नाम है शशि, उसने कहा साहब चेहरा इसका बहुत खराब है चंद्रमा का, हमारा नाम तो शशि, शशि माने चंद्रमा। कोई शशि प्रभा है, कोई चंद्र प्रभा है। इस और तमाम आदमियों के नामों के पीछे चंद्र लगा हुआ है। सुभाष चंद्र, मानिक चंद्र, तिलक चंद्र, फला चंद्र, चंद्रमा से ही तो लगा हुआ था। अब ये है कि जाने अनंत काल से हम लोग चंद्रमा को बहुत खूबसूरत मानते रहे, इसलिए हम तो अपने वैज्ञानिकों को कहेंगे कि उनकी बदसूरत फोटो मत भेजिए, रिसर्च करते रहिए। लोगों के मन में ये
6 मिनट
आपने काफी समय दिया मुझे, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैं पूरे सदन के सदस्यों को बधाई देना चाहता हूं, वैज्ञानिकों के साथ साथ आज एक बहुत अच्छे काम में हम लोग यहाँ जुटे। थैंक यू।
श्रीमती महुआ माझी।
थैंक यू ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर।
3 मिनट्स।
आपने मुझे इंडिया के ग्लोरियस स्पेस जर्नी चंद्रयान 3 के सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग पर बोलने का अवसर दिया। मैं इसरो को और देश का गौरव बढ़ाने वाले तमाम साइंटिस्ट्स को दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी। पूरी दुनिया उनकी इस उपलब्धि के लिए उनका आभारी हो गया है। उन्होंने हम सबको गौरवान्वित किया है। मुझे इस बात का भी गर्व है कि मेरा जन्म एक ऐसे शहर में हुआ जहाँ पर HEC हेवी इंजीनियरिंग कॉरपोरेशन है, जो कि इंडिया के स्पेस प्रोग्राम को हमेशा बहुत आगे बढ़ाया। और आप सभी जानते होंगे कि चंद्रयान 1, 2 और 3 तीनों में जो लॉन्चिंग पैड है और बहुत सारे उपकरण HEC में बने हुए हैं। ये 1952 में बना था, जबकि हमारे पंडित नेहरू जी ने इसे बनाया था। और एशिया का सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, ये मदर इंडस्ट्री माना जाता है। लेकिन मुझे ये कहते हुए बहुत दुख हो रहा है कि लगातार मैं कई वर्षों से देख रही हूँ, 2014 के पहले तक उसकी स्थिति लगभग ठीक थी, 2014 के बाद से लगातार डिटोरिएट कर रही है। और अभी 18 महीने से वहाँ के कर्मचारी, स्टाफ, अफसर को अभी तक सैलरी नहीं मिला है। वो लोग चाय बेचते हैं सुबह में, फिर ऑफिस जाते हैं। और आपको बता दूं, उनके पास कोई परमानेंट अभी CMD भी नहीं है। वो भेल के CMD को वहाँ पर 3 साल से रखा है उन्होंने, और 3 साल के अंदर वो 5 से 6 बार ही वहाँ पर आए हैं। डायरेक्टर भी नहीं थे, अभी भी उसी तरह से टेम्पररी डायरेक्टर रखा गया है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि वहाँ के जो कर्मचारी और जनप्रतिनिधि है वो आंदोलन के समय में उनका ये कहना होता है कि ये नीति आयोग ने जिन 48 पब्लिक सेक्टर का लिस्ट बनाया उसमें प्राइवेट के हाथों बेचने के लिए उनमें हेवी इंजीनियरिंग कॉर्पोरेशन का नाम भी है।
Honorable member,
जी,
you have raised a very important issue.
Yes, yes.
And you should be grateful that the
मैंने-
honorable
जी,
minister wants
प्लीज
to
मुझे
react.
बोलने दिया जाए।
One second.
जी, मैं
Honorable
आपको
Minister.
बोलने दूंगी। मैं मुझे बोलने दिया, मेरा समय बहुत कम है।
हाँ,
मैं एक बार
I
बोल
will
दूं,
add to it.
अभी लगातार
I-
आंदोलन हो रहा है। मैं बोलूंगी।
Please.
आपका सुनूंगी, लेकिन पहले मुझे बोलने
Honorable
please।
member,
जी,
at my request, since you have raised a very good issue, a human issue,
लेकिन इसे पूरा तो करने दीजिए।
and your success lies that the honorable minister
नहीं, मैं ये बोलना
one
चाहूंगी।
second, is
मैं
ready to
बोलना
respond.
चाहूंगी कि-
Allow him to respond. You will resume after I tell you.
ठीक है।
चेयरमैन सर, मैं समझता हूँ बहुत सार्थक चर्चा रही है। इस चर्चा में सभी ने एक बहुत अच्छी तरीके से हमारे साइंटिस्ट के अचीवमेंट्स के बारे में चर्चा की, बहुत पूरे 50-60 वर्षों के परिश्रम की चर्चा की। अगर कोई इस प्रकार का आरोप तथ्यों के साथ टेबल करे तो मैं समझ सकता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है माननीय जितेंद्र सिंह जी मंत्री जी ने इसके ऊपर पूरा विस्तार से जब जानकारियां दी हैं, उसके बाद फिर एक बात, शायद आपने सुना नहीं होगा जितेंद्र सिंह जी के भाषण को, आप जिन विषयों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं उसको आपको सब्सटैंशिएट करना चाहिए। ऐसे हम आरोप लगाएं, खासतौर पे इतने अहम संस्था के ऊपर, इसरो जैसी इम्पोर्टेंट संस्था, जयराम जी ने ठीक बताया कि 60 वर्षों का इसका इतिहास इस देश को मेहरबानी करके विषय को डाइवर्ट करने के बदले आज उनकी उपलब्धियों के ऊपर ही।
No, I can tell you, no one can divert the issue. Anyone who makes a statement is under obligation to prove it. We'll take steps. Please go ahead. Please conclude.
मैं ये बोलना चाह रही हूँ कि एचईसी के पास बहुत बड़ा लैंड था जहाँ पर स्मार्ट सिटी बनाया गया, और उसमें उन्हीं की लैंड को लेकर अभी उनकी स्थिति इतनी खराब है कि वर्क ऑर्डर है उनके पास, लेकिन उसके लिए उनके पास पूंजी नहीं है, बिल्कुल नहीं है। और आपको मैं बता दूं कि वहाँ पर उनके जो बच्चे हैं स्कूल से उनके नाम कट रहे हैं क्योंकि वो फीस नहीं दे पा रहे बच्चों के, उनके बच्चे अखबार बेच रहे हैं। और जहाँ पहले एचईसी में जो वहाँ से टैलेंटेड बच्चे निकलते थे, आज पूरी दुनिया में वो साइंटिस्ट हैं, वो डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, बड़े बड़े पदों पर हैं, लेकिन वहाँ की स्थिति इतनी खराब है कि हम लोगों से देखा नहीं जाता। और करीब 2500 कर्मचारी इसके लिए अफेक्टेड हैं। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ कि एचईसी के लिए कुछ किया जाए। कल ये लोग आ रहे हैं जंतर मंतर पर धरना देने के लिए, अगर मैं फेक कह रही हूँ तो आप लोग वहाँ से पता कर लीजिए, वो लोग धरना देने आ रहे हैं वहाँ के कर्मचारी, और लगातार इस तरह से वो परेशान हैं। और अभी से नहीं, मैंने राज्यसभा में भी ये मुद्दा पहले उठाया था, लेकिन अभी तक उस पर कुछ भी नहीं किया गया है। जिस तरह से भारतीय रेल, इंडियन एयरलाइंस, एयरपोर्ट, बंदरगाहों को जैसे सरकारी उपक्रमों को लगातार बेचे जा रहे हैं, उन्हें ऐसा लगता है कि शायद उनको भी बेचने के लिए सिख इंडस्ट्री घोषित करने की कोशिश हो रही है ताकि उसको प्राइवेट के हाथों बेचा जा सके। तो मेरा अनुरोध है केंद्र सरकार से कि कृपया इस पर ध्यान दिया जाए और इसे पूर्णकालिक सीएमडी मिले और यहाँ वेतन मिले। 18 साल से उन्हें वेतन नहीं मिला।
You have gifted 100%.
जी।
One second, thank you now. I would request the honorable member that she has made, I am sure very thoughtfully after verification, certain factual assertions. The honorable minister has a different opinion on that. I would urge you to put the relevant record on table of the House during course of the day. Shri Santosh Kumar P. Yes, ma'am. Okay. I think it's a very valid point and reasonable point. You do it by tomorrow till end of the House session. Shri Santosh Kumar P.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, for allowing me to take part in this important discussion. I join with the members of this august House to congratulate those scientists and workers who made this spectacular achievement. No point in making a lengthy speech. Jairam Rameshji made an absolutely brilliant speech. How mesmerizing is the history of Indian space science. It all started with the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, who has friendship with Albert Einstein and even many other scientists. So I would like to take this opportunity to point out one thing, sir. I am from a state, from Kerala, a state which introduced science policy in the year 1972 for the first time in the history of India. And I am sorry to say, when I asked a question to the minister concerned about the Indian state which introduced the science policy for the first time, the answer was so shocking that the answer stated that it is Gujarat in the year 2018. So this shows how the ruling dispensation is creating new history. They are absolutely disconnected from history and reality. In their mad race to praise Modi, they even forget Vajpayee. So this is what is happening. So I request the chairman to take care of this thing. So kindly correct that answer, because it was C.H. Menon, one of the great statesmen of this country, who introduced the first science policy in the country, and not in Gujarat in 2007. It's absolutely not true to the facts. And sir, it is important to note that our country is moving forward, and in the coming years, we will achieve more and more things. And science and technology is not the monopoly of anyone. Science and technology will continue, and there is no point in comparing the lunar, Aditya, and Chandrayaan. Speed. The minister was comparing the speed of lunar, Aditya, and Chandrayaan. So time has changed. Technology has changed. So obviously, new technology will help us to move forward. So that reality has to be accepted. It is not because of the political leadership, but political leadership has an important role to play. But don't undermine history. Don't try to eclipse others' contributions. This is what I would like to say. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you. Shri Jayant Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. I stand to express my deepest admiration and gratitude to the scientific community, to the institution of ISRO, and of course, to the leadership which the government of today, whether it is a minister in charge, like you rightly pointed out, cabinet minister is himself the prime minister of the country. Undoubtedly, credit goes to him, to the entire cabinet, to the government, to the institutions, that in one swoop, we landed on the dark side of the moon. But I think we have lit a fire of imagination. We've illuminated the possibilities that exist for the youth of our country when we apply ourselves, when we put our entire focus and resources, when we take our scientific ideas forward. So again, a great discussion today, sir, from Jairam Rameshji, who made very forceful points. Of course, we appreciated the intervention of Nirmala ji, Honorable Finance Minister, who brought out many facets and informations that were perhaps not there in the public domain. Sir, at the same time, while we give credit to the leadership of this government and of course to the visionary leadership of governments in the past, because like another member said, it's a baton race, it's not a singular race, it is a team effort. We must also recognize that if Team India, cricket team, wins the World Cup tomorrow, our spectators are not going to thank the chief of BCCI. A large part of the credit will go to Team India, to the players, to the coaches, to the management. Similarly, largest effort should go to provide more courage, more resources, to foster an open learning environment for our youth, for our students, and open the minds of the generations to come. Sir, Nobel laureate Sri Ramakrishnan has said that science flourishes when real, freedom exists in terms of ideas and opinions and minimal ideological interference. I remind this august House of our constitutional mandate. I remind the citizens of this country of our constitutional mandate, our fundamental duty to build our scientific temper. But what is happening? We are also seeing mob temper. We are seeing deaths at the hands of mobs. We are seeing more incitement for hate, using religious identities, using caste identities, using biases that have existed for thousands of years in our society. We must rid ourselves of these things. And here I remember the rationalists Sri Narendra Dabholkar, S.S. Kulbargi, no civilized society can tolerate such murders. Whoever was responsible, the ideology that was responsible, should be brought to book, sir. We talk about scientific temper. हम यहाँ क्यों बैठे हैं? ये समय, ये तारीख कैसे चुनी गई, क्यों चुनी गई? अगर सरकार शुभ अवसर की तलाश में, शुभ तारीख के तलाश में फैसले लेगी और टालेगी, ये सदन तैयार था, इसका उद्घाटन हो गया था, और अंतरी मन में हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि तारीख चुनी गई क्योंकि एक त्यौहार है, सबको लगा शुभ अवसर। लेकिन ज्योतिष के जो विद्वान हैं या कोई पर्ची निकालने वाला बाबा है, उनके इशारे और कहने पे आप फैसला मत लीजिए। जब जो सही है, आप जहां आप सक्षम हैं, आप फैसला लीजिए, पूरा देश आपका साथ। सर, टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसोर्सेज, our Minister for Science, Sri Jitendra ji, who is very well aware of the facts, he asserted that we have increased the budget for ISRO. Whereas our eminent Member of Parliament pointed out, and I reiterate, that if you look at the last budget, compare it to the budget estimates of the last year, budget of 2023-24, look at the Department of Science, you've actually cut the budget by 8%. ISRO is achieving so much, and they need so much more. We've spent paltry amounts on this mission, which is a great achievement. But look at this grand environment in which we are sitting and debating. We are spending thousands of crores on convention centers, on facilities, for ourselves. So I think we must stand and salute our scientists, provide them more resources. And I'll close my thing. I know I'm aware of the shortage of time. I'll quote two eminent people, two eminent thinkers. One is Isaac Asimov. He said the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Science will not wait for us. Scientists cannot stop. They will continue their work. But society must continue to evolve and assimilate those ideas at the earliest. And in the end, sir, ISRO की बात हुई है, आखिर में खुसरो की बात कर ले तो कोई बुरा नहीं मानेगा। छोटी सी कहावत है जो बताती है कि हम अलग अलग बात करते हैं, आखिरकार तो प्यार की बात हावी होगी, एक ही बात चलेगी। छाप तिलक सब छीनी रहे, मुंह से नैना मिला के। धन्यवाद।
Honorable members, we have had real great participation, and every member has had the occasion to contribute effectively. We must now have someone who can contribute to it in a poetic manner. I now call upon Sri Ramdas Athavale as the last speaker on this issue.
सभापति महोदय, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट विषय पर अपनी चर्चा हो रही है और सभी पार्टी के जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है ये साइंटिस्ट की स्तुति कर रहे हैं। अभी मैं 4 दिन लंदन में था तो वहाँ मुझे बहुत सारे लोग मिले और उन्होंने मेरा अभिनंदन किया कि भारत के साइंटिस्ट ने बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। और हम जानते हैं हमारे जयराम रमेश जी हमारे पुराने मित्र भी है, बहुत क्लेवर आदमी भी है, कांग्रेस को बढ़ाने में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान भी है। लेकिन मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता है रमेश जयराम, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता है रमेश जयराम, लेकिन सभी का आपने नाम लिया, लेकिन आपने नहीं लिया नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नाम। आज के बहुत ही सुंदर है शाम, आज के बहुत ही सुंदर है शाम, अब तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को याद करो रमेश जयराम। हम जानते हैं कि इसमें पूरा साइंटिस्ट का हिस्सा है। आदरणीय जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने इसरो की स्थापना की है और ये पूरा इतिहास है। साइंटिस्ट ने बहुत बड़ी कोशिश की, लेकिन चंद्र पर चांद पर जाने की सफलता अपने को नहीं मिली थी। लेकिन आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जब अपना देश काम कर रहा है, तब जो चंद्रयान 2 था, तब हम सब लोग तो देख रहे थे, एकदम चांद पर उतरते उतरते थोड़ी सी गलती से वो चंद्रयान वहां नहीं पहुंचा। लेकिन 1 साल बाद ही हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने बहुत बड़ी कोशिश की और उन्होंने पूरी प्रतिज्ञा की थी, इस वक्त भारत का चंद्रयान जरूर चांद पर पहुंचेगा। और जब चंद्रयान 2 में हम सफल नहीं हुए थे, तो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेंगलोर में जाकर उनका अभिनंदन किया था। आपने डरो मत, मैं आपके साथ हूं और चंद्रयान 3 की तैयारी करो। और चंद्रयान 3 अपना सफल हुआ है। जो भारत अभी पूरे देश दुनिया भर में भारत का नाम है, पहले भी नाम था लेकिन अभी और ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है। और इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि इसमें राजनीति करने की बिल्कुल आवश्यकता नहीं है। सभापति महोदय, जो होता है उसमें सभी लोगों ने सहयोग करना चाहिए। जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कार्यकाल में हुआ है, उन्होंने मतलब उसमें 13,500 करोड़ रुपए इस चंद्रयान के लिए उन्होंने दे दिए थे। और उसमें मतलब नाम लेने में क्या दिक्कत है? रमेश जयराम तो आदरणीय नेता है और आपने मोदी साहब का नाम लिया नहीं। आप मत ले लो, आप नहीं लेते, लेकिन हम लोग ले लिए, जनता ले रही है, इसलिए ठीक बात है, वो बात नहीं है। लेकिन जयराम रमेश जी ने बहुत अच्छा इतिहास बताया, पूरा 1952 से लेकर अभी तक का इतिहास पूरा बताया। इसी तरह मतलब चंद्रयान में हम सफल हुए हैं। G20 की अध्यक्षता अपने को मिली है। डेवलपमेंट की दिशा से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सभापति महोदय हमसे नहीं बोलते कि भाई हमने पूरा क्या किया है, आप लोगों ने भी किया है, लेकिन जो आपने किया नहीं वो करने के लिए हम लोग आए हैं। आप अगर करते थे तो हम नहीं आते थे, जनता हमको आने नहीं देती थी। तो इसीलिए मतलब ठीक बात है, सत्ता जनता जो तय करती है उनको सत्ता मिलती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 1982 में दो MP थे। अटल जी के टाइम पर 182 लोग चुनकर आए। नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के टाइम पर 2014 में 282 लोग चुनकर आए। 2019 में 303 लोग चुनकर आए। और अभी 2024 में कितने आएंगे पूछो रमेश जी? ठीक है, मतलब जो है वो तो 2024 में आप भी तैयारी करो। आप जितने लोगों को इकट्ठा करना उतना करो, तुम नेताओं को इकट्ठा करो, हम जनता को इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, थैंक यू।
नहीं ठीक है ना, उनको भी अधिकार है, उनको सत्ता में आने का अधिकार है। आप 60 साल तक सत्ता में रहे, मैं भी आपके साथ रहा हूँ। तो इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि लोकतंत्र में जिनको जनता उनके साथ जाती है उनको सत्ता मिलती है। आपने कई नेताओं को आपने एक साथ लाया है, हमको ज़्यादा नेताओं को साथ में लाने की जरूरी नहीं है, क्योंकि और भी ज़्यादा पार्टियों को ले लेंगे तो टिकट देना मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
नहीं ठीक है ना, मतलब ज़्यादा हमको पार्टियों की जरूरी नहीं है। हमारी ताकत है बीजेपी के साथ मेरी RPI है, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी की पार्टी है। गांव-गांव में मेरी पार्टी की शाखाएं है। मेरे पार्टी की कितनी MP है मत पूछो, लेकिन मेरे पार्टी का एक भी MP नहीं है। मैं लोकसभा में चुनकर आता था। मैंने 2014 में जब मैं मोदी साहब के साथ आया, तब अगर मैं आग्रह करता था कि मुझे लोकसभा में लड़ना है, मैं 3 बार लोकसभा में चुनकर आया था। चौथी बार मैं शिरडी से हारा था। तो मैंने सोचा कि और 5 साल के बाद क्षेत्र बदलना ठीक नहीं है, इसीलिए मैंने बीजेपी के पास मैंने राज्यसभा मांगी और बीजेपी ने मुझे राज्यसभा दी। नहीं तो मैं लोकसभा में आता था। लेकिन मैं राज्यसभा में आने के बावजूद भी माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मुझे उनके मंत्रिमंडल में ले लिया है।
थैंक यू।
और सामाजिक न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्रालय की जिम्मेदारी।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
इसीलिए ठीक बात तो इसीलिए
Thank you.
ठीक बात है, तो इसीलिए हम सब लोग जो है हमारी 2024 की तैयारी चल रही है और हम
Thank you,
आगे
thank
बढ़ते
you.
रहेंगे।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, honorable members, we now come to end of a very fruitful and constructive discussion on the nation's glorious journey in space exploration. I heard the honorable members' views in the House and outside. Observations and assessment with rapt attention. One common thread was evident in the speeches: national interest, and that it is glorious, concerted effort. There was resonance of a shared sense of pride and accomplishment in our space odyssey, made possible by the brilliant minds of our scientists and technicians and visionary leadership on appropriate occasions. The vast expanse of space has enchanted humanity since time immemorial. Members have reflected on that. In terms of poem also, Bharat, one of the oldest civilizations in the world, has nurtured a strong tradition of space science and astronomy. The rich contributions of our earliest scholars like Aryabhat, Varamihira, Brahmagupta, Bhaskar, among others, are recognized not just by Bharat, but by the world at large. In recognition of their contribution, the very first Indian spacecraft, named after the mathematician and astronomer of Gupta era, about 15 years old, Aryabhat, was launched in 1975. The spirit of exploration built upon our scientific heritage, fueled by courage and innovation, has propelled us to explore the uncharted territories of space and renewed vigor. While doing so, on the one hand, we are showcasing our technological prowess. On the other hand, we remain firmly dedicated towards reaping its benefit for social good and to enhance the lives of our countrymen. Honorable members, you may recall, during the mission Chandrayaan-2, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi was personally present to encourage and motivate the scientists at ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru. This consistent support and belief of leadership in scientific community has undoubtedly been a vital factor in the success of Chandrayaan-3 and our earlier missions. India's space program is a source of national pride. It is a befitting testament to the country's scientific and technological self-reliance. It is our duty as the custodians of people's aspirations and stakeholders in their future to provide steadfast support to the new frontiers of space exploration. Let us be resolved, stand by Bharat as it marches to regain its past glory in Amrit Kal. Honorable members, various leaders, Mr. Tiruchi Siva, Dr. Keshav, Jairam Ramesh and others, I can name all of them. They said it is an occasion and the temper of the debate was very high. It was contributory. Brilliant speeches were made by Jairam Ramesh, by the Honorable Minister, by the Honorable Finance Minister. But I can tell you, I have listened to each and every speech. Every speaker has contributed a perspective to the issue. In that view, I place the following resolution before the House. I am quoting the resolution. India's space program is a source of national pride. It is a continuing testimony to the nation's inherent scientific and technological prowess. Affirmative ecosystem and visionary leadership has enabled our scientists to fully realize their potential, unleash their energy, and attain this historical milestone. This House recognizes and appreciates the scientists including and particularly the women scientists for achieving this arduous feat with the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 near unconquered south pole of Moon. This accomplishment, along with the other space missions, will usher in long-lasting economic and social upliftment, unquote. May I take that this resolution is adopted unanimously? Thank you. Honorable members, I have to inform you that it has been decided in consultation with the floor leaders that the Constitution 128th Amendment Bill 2023 will be taken for consideration and passing after it is reported to this House tomorrow. Is the sense of the House? Thank you. Yes, correct.
Reported, introduced, considered and passed all in the space of tomorrow.
Honorable Leader of the House, it has been worded to categorically convey that
Time is 7.5 hours for discussion. That is what has also been agreed. So please reiterate that.
7.5 hours is not the time, not less than 7.5 hours. The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. Thursday, the 21st of September, 2023.